going on, Cross? What you got?
What's up, bro? The Shroud of Turin. That's my only argument. I think that's pretty good. It's pretty recent. You know, they were
It is
studying
pretty
it.
recent.
Found
Yeah,
the
it's
blood.
from the 1300s. Yeah, that would be more recent than the supposed life of Jesus. Yep, that makes sense. What about it?
Do you not like that?
They're not like what?
Like the Shroud of Turin? Is that not good evidence?
I mean, it's not good evidence for really anything but 1300s artwork. But I mean, I'm glad you like something. I'm glad you like a painting. But what do you what else you got? You got anything for like Jesus or Paul?
No. I just thought that the Shroud of Turin could also prove the Jesus's existence with the blood that was on it.
No. Nope.
All right, you should look into
else?
that. You should look into that. How about
I
that?
have.
You look into that, and
I have. That's why I know that. Yeah. Tell your mom I said hey.
Tell your mom I said hey.
I will. She knows that you are not somebody who should even be remotely close to this particular topic. But that being said, I've got some Ecuadorian little treats here because my wife went down to Ecuador and trying to find a way to open these bad boys up here. There we go. Got to get to the goodness that is inside of them. That's the. Is that something that I'm legally able to say? My God, they make these things ridiculously hard to get to. My God, Jesus. All right. What is going on, everybody? Did we really start the week with a shroud? I think we just did. I'm pretty sure we just did. That's how that works, though, because whenever you get the live going, the first people in, they really matter quite a bit. And lots of times the first person to come in is going to be a crazy person. If they request up like really fast, that means that they scrolled by and they're just like, oh my God, I got to get in there and I got to talk now. I got to say my dumb shit before all the smart people start to show up and start lining up. And I might be saying smart people. I might be giving them a little too much credit there. But welcome in. We are live on TikTok and on YouTube. If you are over on YouTube, welcome in. If you want to come up, you definitely can. I take guests on TikTok. You're going to have to click the link in the chat to join up here. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. All right, Pickle77 said, "This is why I heart Jaren." Well, thank you very, very much there. Aww. Thank you. All right, now we do have somebody who is requesting up. I believe it's Norbert. Norbert, is that correct? Norbert, is that your name? Ah, shit. Norbert, you there?
Yeah. Hi. Who is Paul? Jesus, yeah, I listen about him. But Paul, who is this guy?
You've never heard of Paul?
No. Is his friend or who is this guy?
He's the supposed author of like half of the New Testament, dude.
Oh, okay. I'm not, I don't know the New Testament. But Jesus, I listen. But Paul, who is this Paul? Oh. He walks with him or who is this guy? I don't know.
Nope. He's
I'm
like
sorry,
he's
I don't
supposed
know.
to be
You
like
can
a later
explain me?
apostle, that kind of thing.
Oh. Yeah, let them like this. Have a good day. Bye. Paul.
Well, that was weird. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up, because that guy didn't even know who Paul was. They're not sending their best, guys. They're not sending their best. I don't know what that was. Yeah, it wasn't a very good start. Wasn't a good start for the Christians. Not at all. Was that was he saying that it would be funny? Was that the point? He was trying to be funny? Nobody said hi back to me. I need my sound now. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it. I don't even know what that's from. No idea what that's from. No idea. And you guys may have told me. I just completely forgot. I don't know. I have no idea. Hello, Vietnam. I don't know if that's the saying. I don't think that's the quote. But yeah, if you're over on YouTube, you can either send a super chat and I will read it out loud and respond to it, or you can hop up over on TikTok. TikTok is how I take guests. The link is in the chat or there on the YouTube profile. Just request up and I will bring you up and we can have a conversation. If you're on TikTok, feel free to hit the request button. It should be right about there or down there. At any point in time, you can hit that button and should be able to bring you up and have a lovely conversation about the evidence for Jesus or Paul if you think that there is some. It's that simple. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, just request up and we'll have a conversation. Good morning, Thailand. Man. Mm-hmm. It's Sling Blade. Really? Really? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I've never seen it. All right. I've seen like clips. Over on YouTube, somebody said, bro never read the Bible. Okay. All right. And if I was up here saying that Harry Potter didn't exist, would you be like, oh, bro's never read Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? So dumb. Big E there on TikTok says that he's a Satanist. I don't know why he's a Satanist. It's kind of weird. Kind of random. Thanks for letting us all know there, Big E. Ahmed Almighty's in the chat. Do I have a sound for him? Pretty sure I've got a sound for him. There we go. That works. I believe that they didn't exist, but how did Christianity come about? It's a mystery cult. Over time, it grows to what we know as Christianity there in the 2nd century. Yeah, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I mean, they haven't really done anything yet, especially not this morning. Somebody brought up the shroud, and then somebody said, who was Paul? And that's the only thing we've got. But maybe coming up here, we've got someone with an interestingly spelled name. It looks like the name itself looks like it's Ezekiel. I'm guessing it's Ezekiel, but I don't know. Ezekiel, you there? You coming up? For some reason, it's got some kind of weird connection problem there. And he dropped back down. Oh, maybe he's coming back up. Let's see.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep. Is it Ezekiel?
Yep, you got it right.
All right. What you got there, man?
So me as a Christian, I'm wondering, in the sense of history, obviously we want to be like unbiased and fair to facts and everything. You've probably been through the same thing a million times, but I do wonder, like, what standard of evidence would be rightfully so in your mind to be like, yep, Paul did exist or Jesus did exist, comparing that with like, Caesar or like a lot of different historical figures from that same time period in the 1st and 2nd century.
Why would you want to compare Paul to Caesar?
Well, they were both figures in the same century.
I mean,
were they not?
Which Caesar?
Well, the Caesar that's talked about in the Bible, where Paul mentions him.
Which Caesar?
I think in Acts.
There's 3 different Caesars mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, then I guess the Caesar that I guess Paul mentions. Do you know what Caesar that is? I don't know.
At best, that would be Nero.
Okay, so Nero. like, would you say that Nero was a real person?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because we have archaeological evidence for him. We have writings about him during his lifetime as well,
Like what writings?
like from contemporaries of him who mention him.
So the contemporaries that talk about Jesus, you would discredit as no, they're making that up, or someone else
What
is writing it
contemporaries?
like in their person. Like Tacitus.
He's not a contemporary.
Why would he not be, I guess, validated to?
Because even if Jesus existed, Tacitus isn't born until about 30 years later.
Yeah, but that's not
That's not a
that's not
contemporary.
ridiculous. Yeah, but you would say other people. You would say other people exist and people write about them later on, right?
Like who?
I don't know. You told me there's not one person during the ancients that you believe that's real, but it's only written about them after.
And we don't have any contemporary
Or
evidence?
would you just
No, I can't think of anybody that we don't have contemporary evidence who I'm like, yeah, that person definitely existed.
Interesting. So like Paul, for an example,
Doesn't have
what
contemporary
about Paul
evidence.
makes? And how would you explain contemporary evidence?
Somebody alive at the same time?
So there's nobody alive during the same time
That
of
mentions Paul? No. No one
Or
outside of
Jesus.
Christianity ever mentions Paul.
And then you would equate that with no one else in history is mentioned after they.
People are mentioned
are
after,
living
but we
in-
also have like evidence to why they actually existed on their own.
Yeah, but
Like things that they talk about.
Strong,
At the very least, I would even accept like writings from a person that we can tell come back from just one person, or we can pinpoint what that person's style is, and it's not filled with anachronisms and stuff like that, or things that don't line up with time, like don't line up with history. Like that's fine.
but you would say, okay, like for an example, the Book of Acts, right? Would you say that the Book of Acts was written by like Luke?
No.
Like, and Luke was a real person?
Where does it say it's
Why
written
not?
by Luke?
Like the very first page.
Okay, let's check it out. I don't know if you've ever read Luke or Acts before. Have you ever read Acts before?
Yeah.
All right.
Because doesn't he say I'm writing to what's the guy's name?
Yeah. So where does it say it's written by Luke? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
So then, who do you think Acts is written by?
Probably Polycarp, or Irenaeus, but that's neither here nor there. You tried to make a claim that it was written by Luke because you were trying to use that as some kind of an argument, I assume.
So then I have a question. Why does vain people think about that's written by Luke?
Because people assume that Luke was written by Luke, even though it's not even named Luke until the 180s. And because of the fact that
right, like
the beginning,
Gospels, we don't know.
the beginning of Acts says Theophilus, and the beginning of Luke says Theophilus, like it's addressed to the same person.
Oh, that's why.
Yep.
Interesting.
But nowhere in the Gospel of Luke does it say it's written by Luke.
Okay, I got a genuine question though.
As opposed to the questions you've asked before, and like the disingenuous one.
Well, no, I just don't want you to think I'm a troll. But
okay.
A good question I've been thinking is like, okay, you take the Book of Acts, so like Polycarp, Polycarp was 2nd century or the end of 1st. Okay,
yeah, 2nd, firmly into the 2nd.
Okay,
like middle
got
of
it. So like
mid-late 2nd.
And then and you would say that you like that's who you think wrote Acts. I mean, you can't tell, but like that's who you think probably wrote Acts.
Yeah, somewhere around that Polycarp or
whoever wrote Acts, would you say that like obviously you've read Acts and you're very familiar with a lot of different chapters of Acts, and like one that I can think of off the top of my head is like the Areopagus in Acts 17. This is just an example, like a landmark.
Where Paul is over there.
Yeah, like he's talking to like the whatever, what are they called, like the Epicureans, philosophers, all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yep.
So like when you have like landmarks or things that existed during that like during that same time, or like names of people. I know he mentions a governor name, starts with an F. I think was it
Festus.
Festus or Felix? Festus.
Festus.
So when he mentions, when the person that wrote Acts is mentioning these names,
Mm-hmm.
you as like a scholar, you would think like that's not impressive, and that wouldn't prove that that person, like that could be just made up. Like or I don't know how you would explain that. Like how would you explain that? Like
So,
just the landmarks, the people, the names, cities.
so first of all, I'm not a scholar. I'm a data scientist, but not a scholar.
Oh
Um,
come on, you're
I'm
a
not.
scholar.
I'm not. Now, a scholar is someone with a relevant PhD or a PhD in a relevant field. I do not have that here.
Brother, you
Um,
probably know more than most scholars. But yeah,
well,
go
I
on.
mean, sure, and thank you, but at the same time, nah, I wouldn't use that term.
I get
But
what you mean. I get what you mean.
nevertheless, when we take a look at this, we see that the people who are mentioned are real people. We do have evidence for like
Okay.
Festus or
Right.
like Gallio, that kind of thing. But
Mm-hmm.
likewise, Peter Parker meets Barack Obama. That doesn't make the Spider-Man story real just because it includes some people who are historical figures. Historical fiction is a particular genre that was written back then as well. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. It immerses the reader. It lets the reader think, okay, this is the time period that this story is taking place in the writer's mind.
So you say there's nothing
Acts,
really special about that,
no, not
I
really. I
guess.
mean, if we had
Okay.
evidence of them interacting with these people, then sure. But having evidence that Festus is a real person doesn't really mean a lot. Having evidence that Gallio is a real person doesn't really mean much. Having evidence that Pilate is a real person, or the Caesars are real people, or Herod's a real person, or Barack Obama is a real person does not mean that the fictional stories that these people are involved in or written into are actually true.
So what other I guess what other stories were written back then that used during that same time period, the first second century, that used real people in that same sense, but like it was, we know it was a myth or fiction.
Part of that would be like some of the pieces of like Enoch and stuff like that. Daniel.
Wait, what do you mean? Enoch, the book Enoch,
Yeah.
the like which book of Enoch?
Like the third or fourth, the ones that show up about that time.
I think there's only 3 books of Enoch.
Yeah,
So you
it's
say
4.
like the third one?
Yeah. I mean, there are people who are writing stories and trying to say, hey, like they're trying to tie it in with certain places or
Does
certain
Enoch?
times, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but does Enoch mention like those people?
No, not the
Not
same
not
people.
those people. Yeah, but like
It just
people
mentions
around that
people.
same
It
time.
mentions people or places, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's historical fiction. Like just because a place is a thing doesn't necessarily mean that this person or this story. It doesn't have to be completely
But outside,
fantasy. Like Lord of the
but
Rings is
yeah,
100% fantasy, but like
yeah, like
then you have
Harry
Harry
Potter,
Potter that
mix
has
of both.
real places. Yeah, like
Sure,
it's a
sure.
real location. It's here on Earth, but it is not a real story.
But would you say that there's a lot of like the question I asked you was, is there other
Yeah,
uh
there's other things. Daniel is full
yeah.
of it. Esther is full of it.
Like okay, let's say Daniel Esther. I'm talking about like more first century, second century, where like in that case,
Apollonius of
outside of,
Tyana.
so Apollonius of Tyana, who was that and what did he like write?
He didn't write anything. An empress in the late second century commissions someone to write a story of this person, and it sounds a lot like Jesus, to the point to where Bart Ehrman actually opens up his classes, or at least used
Barty
to open
boy.
up his class. Say what?
Oh, I just said Barty boy,
Oh,
like
okay.
Barterman.
Yeah.
You ever seen that clip? Sorry.
No. So
He lectures at Oxford, and then some guy's like, "What up, Barty boy?" And he's like, it was like weird. It was like awkward.
Oh man,
I never ever
it
seen
sounds
it.
like it'd be
Sorry, that's it.
really awkward. But anyways, the point is, Barnum actually starts his class off with a particular like story or opening that's where he says, "Oh, we're going to be talking this semester about someone who lived in the first century, who had followers and was a great teacher, and miracles were assigned to him to the point to where people believe that he was a god."
Okay.
And he says, of course, I'm talking about Apollonius of Tyana, and it's supposed to get like thunderous applause. Is basically,
Right.
and it's just
Right.
laughter or whatever. But the point is that his story sounds so incredibly like Jesus's story that you could actually mistake it if you heard part of it.
Oh, that's really interesting. I've actually never heard of. How do you say that? You said Apollonius?
Apollonius
Apollonius of Tyrannus?
of Tyana. Or
Tyana. Okay.
Yep.
Tyana. Okay, that's really interesting. What about like, I mean, obviously, last time I heard too is like Barterman. He thinks the crucifixion like happened and Jesus was a real person. Would you like you would just say that obviously there's no good evidence of that, so like you wouldn't really believe that?
I would even say
Okay.
that the things that he believes are good evidence are not considered good evidence anymore
What's
because of the ways that we
yeah?
can take a look at it today.
But what's so okay? That's a good answer. But what would you say is the difference of like? Because I know there's a lot of you can say there's a lot of scholars that do not believe in Paul or even believe that Paul's letters are obviously not written by
There are
Paul,
definitely
but other
a
people.
growing number of scholars who are saying that Paul's letters are in the 2nd century and could therefore not be
Right,
written by
right. I've
Paul
heard
as
that.
presented in the New Testament.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could say that there is scholars that do believe Paul did exist, like on both ways. That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like you could find both. But my question is for you specifically from your opinion point of view, what would be? Is there a big difference believing that Paul did exist and Jesus did exist rather than not believing, or would you say that there's not really? It doesn't really matter in a historical point. Like even if you do believe in Paul, there's not really a big matter, or would you say that there actually it does give some like if Paul was a real person and Paul did write his letters, and let's say like whoever wrote Acts saw these events, that would give a lot of leeway to Christians, or would you say that no, that wouldn't?
Are you saying like as far as like the religion goes, does it make a difference? Like
Yeah,
if
like
Paul
religious
actually
first and then
existed, that doesn't
historical.
mean that like Jesus was
Right.
divine or
That's my
something.
question.
But
So like
nevertheless,
if Paul, yeah,
nevertheless, understanding whether or not Paul actually wrote these things or when they're written or whether or not he actually existed, the same thing goes for Jesus there. Understanding these things is very interesting, not only from a historical standpoint, but it's also like how we see how Christianity, like how we can actually piece together how Christianity rose to power and how it evolves and how the stories evolve, the characters are made up, those kind of things. And in my opinion, this is an important thing if you care about being correct. If you believe that Jesus and Paul actually existed, you should look into whether or not they existed. I mean, so yeah, I mean, it is kind of a big deal. Whether or not they
yeah, no,
existed
it is a big deal.
is important to people who think that they exist. I
Yeah,
mean,
of course.
now there's
Yeah,
a good number of
yeah,
people that come up and talk to me and say, hey, they existed, and they'll give evidence. But then I'll provide them with evidence as to why these people definitely didn't exist. And they go, okay, well, that's fine. I'm still going to believe. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, you can do that if you want. But these people are not disingenuous, but they're not actually, they don't care about the truth. They don't actually care if what they're saying is right or wrong or what they're believing is right or wrong. And so it really matters to people who care about
right.
it. But if you don't care, then it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter if Jesus or Paul existed if you don't give a shit about whether or not what you believe is true.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. And I can totally see that. This is my last question. I appreciate the talk. Well, two more questions. One, I want you to leave me with something that I can go research, read, or like watch a video. But then my other question is, from your point of view, really hear my question on this. From your point of view, playing the devil's advocate on the other side, giving any type of lenience to Christianity as a historical reliability. In
What
any
was that
sense
last part?
Of, like you playing devil's advocate against yourself. What would you say? Is there any type of evidence or anything that even sparks your curiosity in any way during the 1st or 2nd century about Paul or Jesus that you still don't know the answer to, or that still sparks the curiosity or question that you're like, maybe there's something there? Or is there absolutely
to possible existence? Is that what you're saying, or just like how it?
Yeah.
No.
Like what's I guess what's this?
No.
There's absolutely nothing that you would say.
No, there's nothing.
Okay.
Not at all. Now, if you're talking about like
Interesting.
something that sparks my curiosity, like towards how it came to be, like how Christianity formed over time. Sure, and I'm
Yeah,
open to
sure.
hearing some different explanations as to like where this mystery cult came from, where
Yeah,
these
because it is pretty
mythological stories
interesting.
come from, but
Pretty
they're
wild.
still mythological. Like I'm kind of interested in hearing, like, okay, how did the myth of Paul Bunyan show up? But like, I'm never gonna believe in Paul Bunyan. Like,
Sure, yeah.
I'd be interested in hearing like why the Easter Bunny is something that's attached to Easter. Like, that's kind of interesting. Like, to just kind of hear the backstory of how the story evolves and how this myth just kind of comes up. But like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna believe in it. Like that.
You sure? But there's nothing that just like
There's
from a
nothing at
historical
this
point of
point.
view.
All the evidence that we
Really?
have today and the ways that we can take a look at said evidence today, as far as the existence of Jesus and Paul presented by the New Testament goes, not at all. Like, those
Okay,
people
but
did not
then
exist.
okay, seriously, last question. I'm so sorry. Then scholar. Okay, is there any scholars that you respect, or any scholars that do believe that Jesus and Paul was a real person? Do you kind of discredit them in that sense, or say like, yeah, what are they even thinking? Like they're on
No,
crack,
I think it's more
or like
that
what do you
most
think then?
scholars focus on like one specific thing. They like
Okay,
hyper focus on like certain text or trying to figure something out. Like, for instance, there's a particular scholar who my co-author and I we're fairly close with, and we appreciate his work, and he's cited us multiple times on our work and stuff like that within like data science and our study on this kind of stuff. And this is M. David Litva. We like M. David. We think that Litva's we think he's a really cool guy. We agree with a
awesome.
lot of stuff that he says. Nevertheless, he's not a mythicist. He focuses a lot of his attention on second century stuff, like what is the earliest gospel that we have? What's the earliest iteration of Paul's letters? When did they get
Fascinating.
written? How do they develop over time? And he agrees with us on how the earliest iterations of Paul's letters are definitely from 144, so the middle of the second century.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, interesting.
So he
Interesting.
would agree with us on that.
Wow.
But I mean, he's not a mythicist, but he told me to my face, do not apologize for being a mythicist, because even though
Right.
we don't necessarily agree on that, because we haven't really had a lot of conversations on that. Like, we just haven't. Like,
Okay.
we haven't. We focused
Yeah.
on the things
That
that
makes sense.
we do kind of understand or focus on independent of each other. But
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, at the
Yeah.
end of the day,
Any.
it's not like I'm just going to say that all scholars are just idiots or something. I think
Yeah.
utilizing modern technology and modern tools and modern mathematics to take a look at these texts and determine their authenticity and like
Yeah.
when they were written and everything is important. But a lot of people
Yeah.
within religious scholarship are personally religious and have a dog in the fight and don't want to give up on these things. Not to mention, a lot of them are relying on previous scholars that had came before that don't utilize what we have today.
Mm.
They just don't. Like, we have a much better understanding as to what we can take a look at and determine is authentic from a writing standpoint. We have much better way of doing that today than we did even 10 years ago. But the majority of scholars that you could prattle off and name and say, oh, hey, this person believes in Jesus, this person thinks this is authentic, this person believes in Paul, they can prove Jesus, blah, 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 blah. They're going to be people who either A, have been around for longer than a decade, or B, are citing their sources, like the sources they're citing are older than a decade ago. So
Mhm.
the point is, scholarship moves slowly while technology moves quick, and it just doesn't keep up. It just
Yeah.
doesn't. And so
Wow.
you can go online and read all about how scholars are saying, oh, mythicism is dumb and Jesus absolutely existed and blah, 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 blah. And that trips up a lot of people. There's people on YouTube and TikTok right now in the comments just fuming because they can't wrap their head around how someone could possibly say that their favorite character doesn't exist. But
Right.
nevertheless, we can. It's just you got to be a lot more up to date on this kind of material and the ways to look at the material than just saying, oh, well, plenty of scholars who are fucking 60, 70, 80 years old, they say that Jesus existed. Yeah, all these people who existed before the personal computer, yeah, they say Jesus existed. So you
Yeah.
know, yeah.
Interesting.
Okay,
Okay, so
cool.
yeah, whatever you want to leave me with, video or a text.
Well, I'm on YouTube. I would check out some of that stuff if you wanted to
Okay,
take a
you
look
are.
at some of that stuff.
What's your name?
Um,
What's your name?
Christ Before Jesus is the username there on TikTok and on
Christ before.
YouTube. You can check out our book. Our ebook is just $3. It's not like it's going to break the bank or anything. There is a website that is created by one of my friends, Gray Eyes. He did a really good job. It is a very good resource. It's mythicism.web.app. I'm sure someone can put it there in the chat there for you. But what it does is it goes over, like, here's like Tacitus and stuff like that. Like, people will bring up a whole bunch of different stuff, and you can click up here and you can actually take a look at
Okay.
like a
Wow,
whole
that's
bunch of
interesting.
different material, and it's a great reference for any of the points
Cool,
that I'm
cool.
talking about, and then even some more.
Dude. Okay, cool, awesome. All right, well, I'll go look at that, and then oh, last thing, what was that guy? One more time, because I'm gonna go look at my printout. The A and
Apollonius
the
of
T.
Tyana.
Apollonius of Tyana. Apollonius of
Mm-hmm.
Tyana. All right, brother.
Yep.
All right. Well, good day to you.
All right, and thank you very much for coming up. That was Ezekiel, everybody. Ezekiel.
Yeah. Bye.
And I'd like to get some W's there for Ezekiel. Also, he said bye there at the very end. He said bye. So that's a 90s kid. But I'd like to get some, yeah, it's a W, definitely W guess. Because, I mean, just come in here, you have some conversations, you maybe defend a little bit, but then you learn. That is kind of how it just goes. We do have another person who's coming up here. Hopefully it connects. Again, they're on YouTube. If you want to come up, you can. The link is in the chat there to request up there on TikTok. On TikTok is how I take guests. If you send a super chat of any amount there on YouTube, I will read the message out loud and I will respond to it. So if you have any questions, you can send them in a super chat. Or if you have any comments like, hey, this guy's a loser or something like that, yeah, send that too. I'll read it. It's fine. I don't really care. But you can send that over and I'll respond. Jab the Collar, I think.
Yes, greetings.
Oh, okay. Hey, how's it going? Is it Daryl? It says Daryl Jabbar.
Yes.
Okay, Daryl. Okay, how's it going, man?
It's going okay.
Yeah, what you
How
got?
did you determine how are you? How are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, doing fine. Or
good.
doing well, I guess.
So how did you determine that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Yeah. So even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist because their stories do not line up with what we know about like the first century geography, archaeology, that kind of thing. Every once in a while things line up, but the way that we determine that something is historical fiction rather than historical is how many times it doesn't line up, and it doesn't line up quite a bit.
It doesn't line up. You said quite a bit. Okay, okay. And you have a book that you wrote. You said it says check out
yeah.
our book,
You
Christ
can
Before
check out the book
Jesus.
if you like. Yeah, but we can have the conversation. That's perfectly fine.
Oh, okay. Well, what really stands out? What stands out the most
As far
for
as
you
things that don't line up?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, these things are called anachronisms. There's things that are mentioned in the story that are out of place in time. I'd say probably one of the biggest ones is probably in John 5 when it talks about the Pool of Bethesda. It mentions that Jesus goes there, and next to the Pool of Bethesda, which is next to the Sheep Gate there in Jerusalem, you have 5 porticos or like awnings or porches where sick people would lay and get they get healed by getting into this pool when it was stirred up, is what they say. And Jesus heals somebody, and then a Jewish person, he stands up and he walks away. He takes his mat, and then the Jews people get upset because he's carrying his mat. You remember the story?
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah. So that was basically the whole story. It's fairly quick, but the Pool of Bethesda was actually found in the in the early 1900s. They actually had some archaeological digs where they discovered the Pool of Bethesda. It's exactly where the Gospel of John says it was. It was next to the Sheep Gate there in Jerusalem, and they found the 5 the 5 porticos or the 5 porches. Unfortunately, this is actually part of an Asclepion, which is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius. And that's exactly what those people were there to do. They were there to sit under these awnings, and they were sick, they were hurt, and so they would get into this pool, and they believed that Asclepius would heal them. We found a lot of like offerings or votives to Asclepius as well there at this Asclepion. So what it's describing is something that was there in Jerusalem eventually, but just not in 30. This Asclepion was actually erected sometime around 130 or so by Emperor Hadrian. He built a lot of Serapions and Asclepions, which are these temples to healer gods for the Greeks. So, unfortunately, this would be something that shows up about 100 years after Jesus dies. So Jesus could not have gone there. The porticos themselves, these porches, they wouldn't have survived 70 anyways. And John says there in the Gospel of John, where it's written, the story, he says that it's currently there. Like while he's writing, the porticos are there.
Okay. Have you? Okay. So that's one that stands out to you the most.
Yeah, because it's pretty clear. It's archaeology.
So it's off.
We're able to.
It's off.
dig it up.
According to you, it's off by 100 years because you say.
Yeah, because that's when
right? You said Hadrian.
Yeah.
Hadrian.
Emperor Hadrian. He
was
built
the one who actually built this portico, the one that they found, where you say
The
that
temple,
John says it was.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So you
right
believe
there.
that John is fabricated. The scripture itself is that particular verse is fabricated.
Well, yeah, I'd say that all of it's
Even
fabricated. It's
though,
like mythological.
even though I think John dates back, of course, I mean, it dates back, doesn't it? Date back the carbon dating of the earliest manuscripts, or doesn't it date back before 130?
No. So I know what you're talking about, and we'll go ahead and address that really fast here. So
I'm not a Christian, by the way, but
no worries, no worries. Yeah. So this is what's called P52. Oh, well, hopefully here. Let me hit the refresh button and see if it pulls up a little better. It's called P52 or P457. Either way, and this is the fragment that you're referring to. And it's at the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, and this is their website here. And when you read about it, it tells you, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor, in other words, the first person to write about it, dated the fragment to the first half of the second century, between 100 to 150, which is where you were kind of getting some of your numbers there. And the date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date near to 200. Let me see if I can get that. I don't know if it's going to be kind of weird, but anyways, to a date closer to 200. Let me see. There we go. Recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So in other words, when it first came out, yeah, it sounded like it dated earlier to like 130s and stuff like that. But unfortunately, no. As more data came in, they were able to confirm that it was actually closer to the end of the second century, early third century.
Okay, so the carbon, you're saying they did a different carbon?
No, they don't carbon
test?
date. They don't carbon date fragments or manuscripts because that destroys some of the papyri. So no, it's paleography.
I had looked that up, and I think they did take a little fragment of it, and they tested the paper.
No, not P52.
Specifically, I think there's maybe not that P52, but I think there was another ask. I mean, you're asking about New Testament, but can you be more specific about asking about the Gospel of John? Since you mentioned those porches, right, is mentioned in John, and I mentioned in the gospel accounts, correct?
No, it's not mentioned in the others. It's just in John.
I mean the pool and the porches, right?
Yeah. In John 5. Yeah, John. Correct.
Okay, yep. Right. Now, isn't there a document? You're saying that the way they dated these manuscripts, it wasn't based on carbon.
Yeah, it's paleography. Correct? Yeah, it's comparing the handwriting. It says right here, comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts.
Okay. Now that's what that did. Okay.
So it's like I'm going to use English letters here for you, but like let's say somebody puts a little bit of a tail or something like that at the end of an A or something. They'd be like, "Ooh, is there like any other documents that we can find where somebody does that, and when do they date to?" So it's like last resort, man. It's like really bad because all you're doing is you're saying, "Hey, this author or whoever made this writing or whatever, or copied it down or literally put pen on paper, they made their letters look like this. And here's an era of time that we see maybe some other people do that. So we're going to say that it's from that time period." It's
Okay.
really finicky. It's last resort. And that's why
Right.
at first they said, oh, it's sometime between 100 to 150. So it averages out to about 125, which would be before the 130, like you mentioned. But as more documents were found and they were able to confirm, oh, this handwriting actually matches closer to this, like later dates, as opposed to something as early as 100. So now it's about
Okay.
200. Yeah. So again,
Right.
it's it's pretty bad. Now, carbon
You
dating
say pretty
would get a
bad.
pretty good answer. It
Mhm.
dates within about 100 years or so, is the range that they'd be able to whittle it down to. But they do not use carbon dating for any of the like early manuscripts or fragments of the New Testament because that
Not
destroys part
one.
of the.
You
No,
said not one?
the Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Bezae, Codex Vaticanus. These are like more complete texts, and they don't even use carbon dating for those because they destroy part of it. It destroys part of it
I
to
mean,
try
yeah,
to
you're right.
try
It
to get
has
it.
to
Yeah,
part of it has to be destroyed in the testing, right?
yeah.
So they don't take. I thought I could have. I'm pretty sure. I just recently did a Google search myself, and
Okay.
I can recall that there was a papyrus that was they took a little fragment of it and they carbon dated it.
I mean,
Okay,
maybe like a later one or something like that, but not P52 or anything that dates. There's nothing that we have that
and I'm
dates
talking
to this
about the
exact.
earliest. There
Well,
was
this is
okay
the
because
earliest. That's what it said.
I was just asking about John. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I was recently asking about John.
Uh huh.
Um, specific about John specifically because I was trying to figure out the word for parakletos. Okay,
Yeah.
that word
Yeah.
is used right, and there's a word. I think it's perikleitos. Okay, which is similar. Which is similar,
Okay.
but um. So I was wondering, anyway, to skip through what I had heard, I'm pretty sure, and because I can't. The device that I'm using right now to be on your live is the device that I use to look this up, and I did save the information, but I can't really access it right now. So
So the only thing from even remotely close to that time period that has anything to do with the Bible would maybe be the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls were carbon dated, but
okay, there you go.
but that's
And I think John
that
was in there, wasn't it?
no, that's Old Testament.
No, no, no.
Dead Sea Scrolls date to like 250 BCE.
There were a lot of things in there, right? Right. There were a
Nothing
lot
from
of
the New
things in there.
Testament though. Those are just Jewish texts.
Nothing.
Yeah, no. It's Old Testament and some like Jewish apocrypha. There's nothing in there from the New Testament. It's not from Christians. It's Jewish people. Most of it's in
Okay.
Hebrew, Aramaic, some's in Greek, but it's pieces of the Septuagint, which would be Greek versions of the Old Testament. It's part of the Tanakh, which
Right.
is the Old Testament, and then part of like Jewish apocrypha, like Maccabees.
Okay.
But
Because I did
there's
look that up too. Maybe that's what
yeah,
it was. Maybe that's
but
what it was. Because
it's
I was
possible,
trying to
yeah,
find out
because
about the
sometimes people
Septuagint.
confuse like the
Okay.
Dead Sea Scrolls with things from the New Testament, but no, those are Old Testament things or
Okay.
Jewish things,
Okay.
Jewish things.
Right. So let
But
me ask you this:
yeah,
how did the date you mentioned that they found this pool, right?
hmm
Archaeologists dug up and found this pool,
yeah,
and it was found in what 1900? Did you say? Is that the year?
yeah. The actual. Let me actually see here because I do mention it. Let's see.
How do they know that was the name of the pool? Because we're
I mean, it matches
assuming
the
that
description.
that's the
Like even
pool
if that's
because of the location, because of its
well, first of
location.
all, it's on
Right.
maps. Like the actual pool has been a place that had been around for quite some time. It's the actual porticos and stuff like that, like the temple with the porticos that is what we can dig up and find. The pool itself is like a naturally occurring spring.
Oh, so the pool is still there? You say it still exists?
I mean, it's not in use now, no, but
But
definitely
is it
not.
there?
No. The actual like spring, like the water that comes out.
Yeah.
No,
hmm
no, it's not anymore.
No.
No. So it was found. Oh, my bad. I apologize. It wasn't the 1900s, the 1800s. So 1888 by German archaeologist Konrad Schick.
Okay.
Yeah. So ongoing excavations beginning in the late 19th century and continuing on through the 1960s proved the gospel accounts of like where it was written in like the way that it was talked about there. The 5 porches, the pools were surrounded by 5 covered colonnades, walkways supported by pillars where the sick and disabled would gather.
Interesting. So before that pool, right? You're saying that the history of people who believed in this person, you're suggesting that the history of the people who believed in this person, Jesus, right? Okay. When did that begin? When did
The what?
people, when the history, you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying people believed at some point in this person, Jesus.
Yeah.
Some people believed he was God, right?
Okay.
Some people said maybe not God, maybe he's the son of God. Some people said no, God doesn't have sons. You know what I'm saying? We're Jews. He
Yeah.
couldn't
Well, I'm
be
not really
God's
too
son.
terribly
Or
interested in the theology here. But I
pardon
mean,
me.
the I'm not interested in the theology, like how people view God, it's not, or how people view Jesus, and that doesn't really matter to me. Not necessarily,
Well,
unless you're trying to like
I'm
date
trying
it,
to get to what was going on, the actual history.
like
So there were
when.
people, let's say, at the earliest onset of these religions, these of Christianity, of people who actually were considered followers of Jesus, or Christ, or whatever he was really
The
called,
Christians don't have a story about Jesus until the middle of the 2nd century. We don't have
to the
it.
middle of the second
Yeah,
century.
144 is the first time that we get anything from Christians about Jesus. We don't have anything prior to that.
Okay, so you're saying there's nothing written about the history of Romans attacking people or persecuting people, religious people? Is there anything
Persecuting
about that?
religious people? What do
Yeah.
you mean? What do you mean exactly?
The Romans, they went about to destroy books,
No.
and they exiled people. People were being exiled from the land before
Mm,
the church was doing it. The Romans were. You understand? Non-Jewish Romans were exiling people and destroying their books, the things that they, you
no, we
understand,
don't
these
have any
these books,
evidence of
these
that
writings.
happening.
There's
No,
no evidence of it. So you're
definitely not in the
saying,
first
but
century.
so
That
what? But what
not
happened though? Was
until
there any evidence of what occurred during that time?
the only time that we have too terribly many things bumping into Rome, where you have potential Christians bumping into them, they're
What about
domestic
the Jews?
terrorists.
I mean,
Like,
did the Jews
that has
exist? Did
nothing
the
to do with
Jews?
Christianity. But that being
How
said,
does this?
in
Wait a minute.
64,
Wait a minute. Slow down.
uh-huh,
You said that has nothing to do with Christianity. Jews, the
correct.
Jews. There's
Not really,
people
no.
say that they believe that Jesus was a Jew. You understand this, right?
I mean, I get that that's like the story, at least eventually. The initial story doesn't have him as a Jewish person.
So I'm saying, is there any history about the Jewish, what happened with the Jews in in the first century?
Like, just the Jews in general?
It,
Yeah, there's things that happened to
well,
the
okay,
Jews in the
listen, what
first
I'm
century.
asking, okay, let me ask you this. The Jews, there were Jews,
Right.
okay? Right.
Uh-huh.
Who were subject to the Roman rule.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Is that something you accept as factual?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Now, what makes you accept that as factual?
Because we have contemporaries of the time who wrote about that. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
and so
quite a few.
what did you learn?
Quite a few
What have they
writings.
wrote about that? What
Like
was
the
written
first
about
Jewish
that?
Roman War,
About
the
the
tensions
Jews?
leading up to it. Yeah.
Go ahead. Can you elaborate a bit?
I mean, no, that's not the topic, but I mean, there was tensions leading up to the first Jewish-Roman War between 68 and 70, led by Vespasian and Titus, and then Vespasian fucks off to go become emperor, and Titus finishes out the military campaign, ends in 70, with the destruction of the temple and the siege of Jerusalem.
So
So,
you
yeah,
think so you're thinking that, I mean, listen, you're saying that Jesus and Paul never existed, right? You're thinking based on, I mean, I guess some anachronisms that you can't really prove the dates of. I mean, it could be off. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have
I have
carbon
no idea
dating
what
and
you're talking about. What do you mean
Well,
you don't
what
have carbon
I'm
dating?
getting ready. I didn't finish my sentence yet. I wasn't finished
Well,
with my sentence.
well, you're building things. You're building
I
things
know,
on
but
top
you
of
should at
that.
least let me get to the let me conclude the
You've
sentence
already
with a
said
period.
false things. Why would I continue to like? I'm not saying anything about. I haven't mentioned anything
Well,
about
I'm
carbon
saying you
dating other
said
than
Jesus
like
and
you
Paul.
talking
Listen,
about the.
you're saying Jesus and
I
Paul
didn't
never
mention
existed.
anything about carbon
That's the
dating
top.
as part of my argument. The only thing that you brought up carbon dating because you thought that they had carbon dated the manuscripts and they didn't. So to say that part of my argument is based off of something that was or wasn't carbon dated doesn't have anything to do with. I didn't even bring up
Okay,
the manuscript. You
you're
brought up the
saying Jesus
manuscript.
and Paul never existed, right?
Yeah, correct.
Or
Yeah.
okay, all right. So all these there's people who they didn't just start. They started believing this when
In the
people
second
who
century,
believe that
like
Jesus and
Jesus,
Paul
in the second
existed.
century.
Yes,
Yeah.
in the second century,
Yeah, about
right?
the
So
middle
that's
of
the
it. Yep.
start of 100 AD. Okay,
Yeah, in the middle
so
of it.
you're
So the
and these people
first story of Jesus
did
shows up in 144, roughly.
right.
Yeah.
Did they think that this particular Jesus did he exist 100 years or 200 or 500 years before they learned about him? How? What do you know about that?
Well,
I mean, you
considering
understand what I'm saying?
Pilate
It's like,
served between 26 and
did they think?
36,
Say it again.
Pilate served between 26 and 36 as the prefect of Judea. Considering the fact that he's in the Gospels, all of them, that would mean that they are very clearly, even though they're first coming out in 144, these Gospels, they are talking about something that happened roughly about 114 years prior.
Right. So everything. So what you're saying is, I guess, people who believed, who started to believe in this Jesus person, okay, that they based their belief on writings, or did they base their
Yes.
belief on word of mouth? Is this something that they
Well, I
heard
mean,
about
writings
him?
to some extent if you're able to read, but also people are able to read them off. Like the Gospel of Mark is like written almost like something that was meant to be read orally to like a group or like an audience or possibly even like
Right.
acted out as a play. So that's how a lot of information was spread back then. But the actual stories of Jesus connected with Christianity, even when Christians are talked about prior to 144, Jesus is not mentioned with them or alongside them. There's no mention of books or stories of Jesus or anything. No connection to Judaism. Nothing. They're not even mentioned in Judea or anything like that. They're mentioned outside, well outside of it. So I mean,
And
no.
you researched the Jewish history, or you only researched the Roman history? Which history?
I mean, that question doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand that you think that Christianity
Say,
comes from Judaism, but there's no evidence really of that. It's just at a certain point, Judaism mixes in, I
well,
guess,
I
but that's
believe that
later
Jesus
on.
was a Jew. That's what I believe. I believe
Right.
Jesus
But I
was a
mean, he
Jew,
didn't
and I do
exist,
believe
so I don't care
I believe he
what he
existed.
was. Like, what's your
I
evidence
believe
that he existed?
the evidence that I have that he existed.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago.
I'm a
Yeah.
Muslim, so the Quran, I accept the Quran as a
Well, that somehow
as a
makes it so
revelation.
much worse because not only do we not have stories about Jesus until 114 years after his death, but literally all those stories include versions of Jesus that you don't agree with. So that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, the thing is this: what I was saying is that the Quran is a revelation from the Almighty
Yeah, okay.
creation.
Yeah, as
Now,
long
let
as
me
you
ask
ag-
this: Are you
as
an
long as you
atheist?
in as long as
Are
you
you an
in
atheist?
that
Huh?
is irrelevant to the conversation. Whether or not I
I mean,
believe
no,
in
no,
God or anything like
it's
that.
not irrelevant
It
because
is because we're
you were
talking about
making a point
history.
about the people. You were talking to someone else earlier,
Uh-huh.
right? And
Yeah,
you made a point about these
probably.
people who had this certain stance, certain scholars who said this and that, right? That you were suggesting that their opinion was biased. That's what
Mhm.
it sounded like to me. Although I had only
They have a dog in a
just
fight.
I haven't
They have the
listen, I
dog in a
hadn't been
fight. Yeah.
listening before you actually accepted my request. I had only
Right.
been listening maybe 2 minutes. I just came on TikTok and in your
Okay.
account popped up. Your
All right.
live popped up, you know what I'm saying? So I tapped watch. So I had only been listening maybe a minute or two before that. And it just sounded like you were suggesting that the scholars who believe that Jesus or who teach that Jesus existed were biased. Would that be right? Was
The
that what
the
you were getting at?
majority of people would fall under the category of religious scholar are religious. So I mean, when talking about whether or not something happened in the past, if people not only believe that it happened in the past, but they also believe that it is divine in nature, they're probably at the very least going to fight for its historicity.
O-
So I mean, yeah, that
Okay,
makes some
so
sense.
so
Like,
that's
I
why I asked
wouldn't
you, are you
like
an
at the same
atheist?
time I wouldn't trust a
That's why I asked you if you were
Scientologist
an
to
atheist
talk about
because
whether or not Lord
because I,
Xenu existed.
be, well, that's why I asked you if you were an atheist because you would fight
Right.
in the opposite direction.
That's
So now it
not
is
what
relevant,
atheism means.
because you made it relevant. You
No.
made it relevant because
No, because
you just
we're
accused them
simply talking
of being biased.
listen, we're simply okay. Is there
Are
a
you an atheist or not?
okay,
Yes or no?
listen. The
Are
only
you? What
possible
is your religion? What
okay,
is your religion?
so either you're going to have to stop and let me talk as the host of my own show, or you will be disconnected. You have done this multiple times where you just keep talking and you keep asking the same question or making the same point about 3 or 4 times in a row. Please stop and let me actually answer your question. All right. So, again, it is irrelevant simply because of the fact that there is not a religion that says Jesus didn't exist. My religious stance does not have anything to do with this topic. The past does not change if I am a Muslim, a Mormon, or a Methodist. It doesn't change. So we either Jesus and Paul existed or they didn't. Either we have evidence or we don't. It doesn't have anything to do with what your religion is or my religion, which is why up until the point to where you told me you're a Muslim, I didn't know because I don't care. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. We can have a conversation over history without ever even telling each other what religion or denomination we are. It doesn't matter. But now that you have disclosed that you're a Muslim, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't understand how you really got to a historical Jesus. The only thing that you had said was something about how you believe that the Quran was a revelation from the Almighty, is what you had said. So I guess you just insert your version of magic into the story in order to explain it, I guess.
Is that
Okay.
a question? Is that a
I mean,
question?
nah, it's just kind of a statement. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul
Okay. Well,
that doesn't involve magic?
the point I was making, I don't know about what do you mean by magic. I really don't know what you mean by magic.
Well, I
I didn't
mean,
bring that
very
term up.
very
You're
clearly,
saying that
people are
Islam
saying
is.
revelation.
You're saying that Islam is magic,
Yeah, it
or
involves
religion is
magic.
magic.
I didn't say
It's
religion is
magic.
magic. I said that you are invoking magic. You believe that through revelation, we know that this is true. So, in other words, through magic, you know that the story actually historically happened. Do you have anything like
Revelation,
based
magic.
in not magic, like in non magic, like for all the muggles out here?
Magic. I mean, the Quran does speak of someone saying that. Like they say, they, you know what I'm saying? Pharaoh called Moses a sorcerer of sorts. You know, a magician.
Cool. Do you have
People
any
call
evidence for
Isa
Jesus
Jesus
or
a
Paul?
magician.
Do you
They
have
called
any evidence
Jesus
for
a
Jesus or
magician.
Paul that doesn't involve magic?
I wouldn't call
Okay.
it magic.
I mean, I
Okay,
understand
the
you don't
fact
call
that
it magic, but that
the
doesn't make it
Almighty,
not
listen,
magic.
the Almighty exists.
Cool.
Okay, he
Okay. Do you
sent
have any
revelation.
evidence? Do you have any evidence for
One of
Jesus
the
and Paul walking
revelations
on
is the
the earth?
Quran.
Okay. Sweet. Do you have any
Brother,
evidence for Jesus walking
this
on
is
the earth
evidence.
2,000 years ago without invoking supernatural?
Super.
Anything?
Listen, I'm gonna say this to you. Okay, first of all, one.
No, you won't. All right. The disciple coming up. Also, if you're over there on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read it off out loud, unfortunately, and respond to it. Or you can click the link in the chat and come up here on TikTok. I thought we were going to have somebody come up, but. All right. Well, for some reason, maybe the other person's connected. I have no idea. Joey Soto is connecting first there. Joey Soto,
Hey,
what
how's
you
it
got?
going, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, so are you arguing they never existed at all, or are you just arguing like the Christian theology?
I am saying that they did not exist. That even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist.
So you don't believe about like the Roman historian Tacitus?
What about it?
He wrote about Christus, was executed under Pontius Pilate,
Okay.
under
What does
the
he
Emperor
call Pontius
Tiberius, I
Pilate?
think.
Yeah, what does he call Pontius Pilate there? What does that text say it's called?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I couldn't get that.
So Tacitus's Annals, Book 15, Section
Tacitus.
44.
That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Written in 116, Book 15, Section 44, calls Pontius Pilate what? What government position does it call him?
I honestly couldn't tell you. Was he not the emperor? Oh no, Tiberius was the emperor.
Yep.
What was he?
No, I'm asking what does he call him?
In the truck here in Sandoval County, New Mexico. Yeah. 14.
Jesus, man. Anyways, Joey, what does he call them
Okay.
there in that text? Are you familiar with the text?
Christus? Was it Christus?
No, what does he
Or are you
call
talking- are
Pontius
you
Pilate?
mentioning- I couldn't tell you. I don't have the text up as we're speaking right now.
Okay, so he calls him a procurator, and Judea didn't even have a procurator until this decade after Pilate was removed. Pilate
Okay,
was
but
a
what about the
prefect.
Christians who were persecuted under Nero?
The Christians, which is what the text says, what about them?
They were persecuted under Nero.
They were not persecuted. It says that they admitted fault to burning down Rome. That's not
They were
persecution, that's
100%
punishment.
persecuted under Nero.
Nope.
Or do you want to talk about Josephus or Paul's accepted letters?
No, the only time
'Cause
that
Paul's letters
the
come
only time that we
before-
have anything to do with Nero and the Christians or the Christians, as it says in the text there in Tacitus, is this one story about it. There are 6 different stories about what Nero did during and after the fire in Rome, 6 different ones, and only one of them says that he blamed the Christians. Now, this particular group is not persecuted; they are punished for burning down Rome. That's what it says.
So you don't agree with that Paul's gospel or Paul's letters are older than the gospels?
We're talking about Tacitus right now. I don't know why you keep wanting to pivot over to something else.
Well, I mean, because Paul's letters prove Jesus walked the earth.
Sweet. So you brought up
It's Romans
Tacitus
1,
first.
Corinthians,
If you wanted to talk about Paul, you
Second
could have talked
Corinthians,
about Paul.
Galatians,
We're going to
Philippians,
finish.
what is it?
So Joey, listen. You brought up Tacitus. Didn't even know how to say it, but you brought up Tacitus. Until we are done with Tacitus, and until you admit that it doesn't actually talk about the things that you think it talks about, then we're not going to pivot
Okay,
to
so
something
would you
else.
like me to pull up? Would you like me to pull up exact?
I mean, I can if you want. I mean, I'm clearly know about this topic. I gave you the exact reference, how to say his name, and the name of the book, even when it was written. Like, I'm pretty aware of what it says there.
Or I mean, pull up the text then.
Okay. So that being said, let's see. What is your point with Tacitus? What do you think that it's going to get you?
Well, I mean, he wrote about Christus.
Okay. And do
he
you
wrote
think
about Christus was executed under Pontius Pilate?
Okay. And then he calls Pontius Pilate the wrong government position?
So say that again. I got a call.
Then he calls Pontius Pilate the wrong government position, like he uses the wrong name for him?
I mean, he
Here's
was
the
not a
text.
perfect man.
Okay, cool. So he's looking at the records and they coded down Pontius Pilate as something that he wasn't?
What does that have to do with the fact that
So
was
Tacitus, the
documented?
reason why Tacitus is a good historian is because he was a former senator who had access to the Senate records and the Roman archives. So if he's looking at a crucifixion record, why would it have down Pilate as a procurator if they didn't even have a procurator over there?
I couldn't tell you?
Okay. Is Christ a name or a title?
Well, it wasn't Christ; it was Christus. But
Cool. So is Christus a name or a title?
that would be a title.
Yeah. So do you think that Christus was what the Romans put on the arrest record or the crucifixion record? Or would they have put Yeshua or his Greek or Latin variant?
I mean, I wasn't in the Roman Empire, so neither of us would
Wouldn't
know
make
that.
a lot of sense to say the Savior or the Messiah. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, according to the story in the Gospel, Pilate doesn't even put Christ above his head on the cross. So why would they put Christ in the arrest record?
I don't know. Maybe after Christ was killed and the temple was split in half, maybe they realized that he was Christ, and they
That
labeled
doesn't
him
make
as
any
Christus.
sense. The temple wasn't split
Called
in
him by his
half.
title.
If the temple was split in half, or anything like that was split in half,
That
you'd
was
think the Jews would have
documented that
mentioned
the
it.
temple was
No, it
split in
wasn't.
half.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Nope. It literally never was, except for in your favorite book. In fact, sacrifices continued until 70. So no, that's not a thing.
I mean, okay, that's a well documented.
It is not a well-documented
source
thing. It is
that-
only in your book. That is the only place that the splitting of the curtain is ever mentioned. It is not mentioned at all in literally any other Jewish writings from that time.
Okay, sure. So what's your
What do you
point
mean,
here?
sure? Where do you think it's written?
Tacitus wasn't.
Where do you think it's written in Jewish sources from the time?
Well, I mean, it was written in the Bible, which consists of the Talmud.
The Bible does not
Injil.
consist of the Talmud. I don't think you know what the Talmud
Of
is.
the original Talmud, it does, and the Injil.
What is the
Bible
Talmud?
just means
What is the
collection of books.
Talmud?
The Talmud is the Jewish Bible.
No.
What is the Talmud then? If
The
it's not
Talmud
Jewish
is
Bible?
rabbi literature starting in the 3rd century. You're thinking the Torah or the Tanakh.
Or the Torah, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah, Torah. That's what I meant. The Bible consists of the Torah and
Cool.
the
Do you
Injil
think that
and,
that has anything to do with the 1st century CE? Or does the Torah and the Tanakh end in like 500 BCE?
I mean, I think that has direct correlation if it hasn't been changed
Sweet.
once.
So where in the Talmud or the Torah does it say that the curtain was ripped in 30?
Let's see.
It doesn't talk
pull up
about
text.
30.
Let me see. I'll pull up text right now. I'm going to mute my mic, though, while I pull up this text.
Go ahead. All right, Joey, I'm going to send you an invite to unmute. I want you to share with everyone in the class, the 333 people on TikTok and the 397 people there on YouTube. I'd like to hear you give your evidence for where in the Old Testament it talks about in 30 the curtain was ripped. Curtain was torn in half. Where does it say that?
I mean, we can go to Luke 23:45.
That's not the Old Testament.
Are you looking for Old Testament?
That's what you said. You said it was in the Torah or the Tanakh, and then you came back with something in neither of those. Congratulations. You're stupid in like 2 different languages. Also, I already told you that it's in your favorite book, but that's not anything that's actually like historically proven. I already told you that I'm aware that that's in the Gospels, but it says something that literally no one from the time period ever confirms, and he ran like a little bitch. That's how that goes, guys. Say macho. That's how that works. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah, that is how that works, guys. Step 1, talk to someone who believes in Jesus. Step 2, ask them why they believe in Jesus and for evidence. Step 3, read the back of their shirt. All right. We do have the disciple who's on the line. Let me send you an invite to unmute. And then we also have some super chats that I want to get to really quick. $5 there from Xenolupud today. Thank you very much. Said, okay, the disciple's just playing some music or some shit like that. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Let's see, $5 from Xenolupud today says, what if I call it schmagic? Checkmate, schmatheist. Actually, that word is a little closer to schmathicists. That is a painful word. Ave Priapus, Ave Regina Quiforum. I hate you guys so much. Anyways, $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ionto. Thank you very much. It says, think I'd like to save a horse. Oh. Oh, yes, I understand what you were talking about here. Well, oh my God. I don't know what to say to that. I have no idea. Well, yeah, no, I got it. I'm sure his wife can handle that just fine. Yes, that is right. Which is not here right now. Not in the room. I'm not saying like, oh, she's not here right now. Here we go. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button on TikTok should be about like right there-ish or down there. If you're on YouTube, send a super chat. I will read it and respond. Or you can click the link in the chat on YouTube to join on TikTok. And we can have a lovely conversation about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. The last person who came up was talking about how, well, first of all, he mentioned Tacitus, and then very quickly realized that he knew shit about Tacitus, and he was in way over his head there. He then tried to say something about how Jesus was crucified and the temple was split or something stupid. He was referring to the curtain that separates the rest of the temple from like the Holy of Holies there, and the curtain was ripped, but that's only in the Gospels. It's not a real thing. Nowhere in history from anybody do we see that. You know how big of a deal that would have been to the Jewish people if suddenly the curtain was ripped? Like that'd be a huge deal. I mean, what are we even talking about here? So dumb. It's such a theological story. It in no way, shape, or form is it a real thing. Ridiculous. I'd also like to remind everybody, if you're over there on YouTube and you're watching and there's ads and stuff like that, that is how we support the stream, but you can support and you can get rid of those ads for $2.99 a month. You can support over there on YouTube and it removes the ads. TikTok also doesn't have any ads either. Let's see. We have, is it Jose? Jose? Something like that? Is it Jose? Is that how you pronounce it? Nope, you're not here right now. I can't hear you. You got to come back on here. You got to come back on here. I can't hear you. Jose? Jose? Josie? Maybe? Josie? You there? You there? Oh, Virtue's here? Virtue 2 Farrell's in the chat? Virtue 2 Farrell is in the chat. Oh my god. Yes. Virtue 2 Farrell is in the chat. Speaking of ads. Virtue 2 Farrell is here in the chat, sponsored by BJ's Wholesale Club. You don't like Costco anymore. You don't like Sam's Club. They're just not giving you what you need. What you need is BJ's. Oh, yes. That's the one thing that you definitely need more in your life. Make sure to get yourself a nice little club card, a little wholesale club card, and you and the wife just come down and enjoy BJ's just all day long. All day long. As much as you can hold and handle and take to your car. BJ's. All right. Let's see. Oh, and thank you very much. $4.99 from Valerie C. Thank you very much. They're on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. A little tip of the hat there. Looks like we got somebody who's wanting to come up. Well, look, they sell staples at Staples. So you got to try BJ's sometime, guys. BJ's Wholesale Club. Wholesale supplier. Sounds like a fun and short time. Trevor Trev says the disciple's real upset that he blew his shot at getting cooked online. The disciple came up, but he just like kept playing music or something. He didn't even request. I don't know what he's talking about. I sent him an invite. You can request up, disciple. It's just you just kept playing music. I couldn't hear you or anything. There was just music whenever I brought you up or unmuted you. Tacos are just sausages in the cafe. He's trying to sell his mixtape? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, gosh. Well, come on up. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear about it. He immediately opened up Hulu. Was that Hulu or was that YouTube? I think that may have been YouTube. Nepal, Bon Culture, I think.
Yes.
Hey, Nepal or someone. Nepal, how's it going?
Good afternoon, and I think Argentina is going to win, so I'm happy because
Okay.
Messi just scored a goal.
Oh, yeah,
I'm good.
well.
And you? You?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Talking to people who can't argue their way out of a wet paper bag, but nevertheless, enjoying myself. I've got a leftover Jersey Mike sandwich that I'm eating here. But anyways, what you got? What you got for us?
In my country, there are less than 1% Christians, so I have no idea. But Gautama Buddha was real. I have no idea Jesus or Paul, because less than 1% is Christian. So I thought this was a flat earth panel. I joined by mistake, sorry. Yeah. I have no idea because we have no Christian here, so I have no idea.
You saying there's a flat Earth
Sorry, sir.
panel?
I'm
Is that what you
leaving
said?
now.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Flat Earth.
I
What are you
was
talking
trying
about?
to join a flat earth plan.
Oh.
I joined here by mistake. I was trying to
okay.
debate flat earth.
Oh,
and
okay.
I joined here by mistake.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
sorry.
Over here, yeah, Earth is definitely a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, spare, yeah, spare.
Yeah. But anyways,
Anyway, we follow Buddhism, so.
okay. All right. Thank you. That was interesting. Shumba sent you an invite to unmute there. What you got?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, doing good. What you got there for us, Shumba? All right, is Shumba or Shumba?
Hey, don't diss flat Earth if you don't have any science to back it up. You understand me? Don't diss flat Earth again. You understand me? You little nerd. Don't diss flat Earth again if you can't back it up.
You kissed your dad on the lips with that mouth?
Be a serious faggot.
Was that a troll or somebody serious?
Yeah, no, it was just somebody just running his mouth. Anyways, is it Shumba or Shumba?
Shumba is like an African word for lion.
Isn't that Simba?
That's a name. Simba is a Shumba, basically. Simba is a name. Shumba. To be fair, Simba might be a name, might be the word for lion in a different language, but in my language.
Oh,
Shumba
okay.
is the-
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, what you got for us today?
Anyway, we're already getting sidetracked.
Yeah. What you got?
I guess I just wanted to talk a bit about Masion. Sorry, I have an accent, so I might say some of this stuff wrong. But it's my understanding that the reconstructions we have of Masion are mostly from hostile sources. And therefore, when you guys use that in your book as a basis for, or even just like doing stylo on it, isn't it already sort of too noisy with other people's styles? And
when we use stylo on what?
When you're comparing Marcion or using it as a basis, that
we only do that like one time, and we say that you should take it with a grain of salt because it's a reconstruction.
Isn't it a big part of your thesis?
No.
Or like the Evangelion?
I mean, it in general, sure, but we don't run it in stylo except for one time, and that's just like it's a reconstruction. You shouldn't make a habit out of doing that.
Okay, so what conclusions can you draw from it then? By
like just what was in it, like what content, like what verses were in it, when verses weren't, and like what his theology was.
Okay, do you trust the hostile sort of remnants of it?
Why wouldn't I?
Because they're hostile.
I don't care what style, horse style, missionary, doggy style. Why do I give a shit?
What? I mean, don't be facetious. You know what I'm asking.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't matter that the reconstructions we have of Marcion are mostly from hostile sources, and therefore we can use it in some meaningful way to draw conclusions from.
The material that's in it, like, okay. Why would that matter?
Are you okay with drawing conclusions from a reconstruction.
Isn't
of a
that what
text.
people are trying to do for Jesus by quoting like Josephus and Tacitus?
Yeah,
Like,
but then you would
okay.
say that that's not valid, right? You would say
I
just
don't say
it's wrong.
because it's a hostile like witness that it's somehow invalid. I've never made that claim. I've never said anything to the point of like, oh, Tacitus hated Christians, so like we can toss that out. That's the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard in my life. That doesn't make any sense. That's
Okay.
really weird, dude. Was that your best? Like you came up here and just decided
No,
that
it's just
because
on the
like
head.
Tertullian, Origen, and like Irenaeus all said certain things about what were found in, or what was found in Marcion's New Testament, that like we can't trust it? The fuck are
Yeah,
you talking
because
about?
it's clearly from people who wouldn't have not had maybe the best motives. Of
What does that
representing
have
what
to
the
do with whether or
actual-
not it was in there? What do
Basically,
you think
I'm
that's
trying
going to
say that it's
do?
not. What I'm saying is that it's not a reliable.
Yeah, cool. Explain to
text
me what
to
you
the book.
think that's going to do. Like, give me the worst example, or give me an example of the worst thing that can happen because they're biased. Like, give me an example.
Okay, I'll give you an analogy. It'll be like if I went to
No, I don't want an
campus.
analogy. I want you to come
Oh,
up with a
okay.
hypothetical situation where they are hostile and something bad happens and taints our research. What is it that you give me an example or of what, or a hypothetical of what we
Yeah.
could have ran into
Oh, a
in this
hypothetical,
particular
okay.
case? In this particular case, not using some other analogy or metaphor or anything like that, or a simile, but using this particular case, what is something that could cause us to get a bad read on what we're looking at because it's from
Yeah.
these hostile people?
Okay, because the actual document doesn't exist. It's reconstructed on hostile quotes.
Okay.
There is no reason to trust those hostile quotes. And
Okay,
therefore
you're
there is
just
no
kind of
basis to
restating your
say-
point. Yeah, I want you to give me a reason why. Like, give me a hypothetical reason why it would be bad.
Because a hostile reconstruction is not necessarily going to be honest about what they're
Sweet. So you just keep saying the same thing. You said, "Oh, it did." Honest about what? Like, give me an example of something it could
About
not be
what's
honest
in it
about,
in
and
the
how
theology.
that happens to throw a wrench
Yeah.
into what we're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they have no motive to honestly say what's in the text. And
Okay,
therefore, when
so
you're reading
therefore,
what they reconstructed, you're not necessarily reading what was actually the original.
Okay, sweet.
text.
So give
It's
me
just
an
like a
example.
hypothetical.
Give me an example of how that's bad.
Anything
Give me an
in the
example of
text.
how that's bad for us.
Well, because you don't know that what they're saying is the text actually is the text.
Okay.
And we know they were hostile to it, right?
Okay. So give me an example of
that's the
how we
point.
wouldn't like when Tertullian does a verse by verse breakdown and Origen and Irenaeus talk about the same fucking verses. What exactly do you think is going to be the problem here? Give me an example. Either give me an example of what you're talking about, or I'm going to go ahead and just block you because you just keep stating the same thing over and over. I don't think it's a language barrier. I think you're just being intentionally obtuse because you know that it's a shitty argument.
I don't know how else to say it differently.
Yeah, you just keep saying the same thing. You're not able to tell me, like, give me a potential example of what they could say that could end up like flipping our decision or flipping our stance in the wrong direction. Like, give me an example of what they could have said that could fuck up our results.
Well, for one, the fact that they are authors themselves, so already they have their own style when they're paraphrasing and quoting.
Okay.
Right? So that already kind of muddies any analysis you try to do on stylo.
Yeah, I didn't do. All right. So I already told you that we just did that one time, and considering the fact that it's a reconstruction, we say you should take this with a grain of salt because it's a reconstruction. You shouldn't really do that.
But you
So
did it in your book.
No, we just shared what a reconstruction, like what it would do or what it looked like, but we did not build our entire argument around it. We didn't build, we just had one paragraph, half of a paragraph that talked about it.
So when you're saying like in the book, obviously you show like clusters of the New Testament. What are they?
Okay, so go back and give me an example, because we're not talking about stylo here. You're trying to pivot because your argument was dog shit, and I hope you feel like dog shit just for bringing it up. And I'm trying to make you feel even worse because, again, I'm not letting you pivot away from it. Give me an example of something they could have said that is going to fuck up our results.
I can't give you an example.
Yeah, I know, because your argument is terrible, like horrible. Like that was what you thought was going to be the best part of your argument, and it was horrible. And I saw right through it. I called your bluff, and you can't do shit about it.
I just brought up.
Do you
a
have
point. It's a
anything?
bad
Do you
point,
have
fair enough.
anything else that you would like to say up here? Now that you've made yourself look incredibly stupid.
Not today. It's all good.
Okay, come back
Thanks for
later
having
if
me
you
on,
want to
pal.
look stupid again. Okay. Can't stand that shit. That shit was the same thing that like it's the same level of like Curious Christian or like Godless Engineer. They think that we're talking about something because they heard it, they read it, and they go, that's their entire argument. And they just extrapolate this entire like counter argument against what we say from that one half of a paragraph where we explicitly say, take this with a grain of salt because it's a reconstruction. That guy tried to make it sound as if that was the crux of our argument, that was the core of what we built upon. In no way, shape, or form was it. It was just some throwaway little thing that we did near the end of that chapter, near the end of chapter 8. Dumb as shit. Don't try that shit. That's stupid. Okay. Dave on TikTok says, you have no respect. Debating is out of respect. I wasn't debating that person. He came up here and made a false accusation against the work of Matthew and I wanted him to feel bad about the fact that he misrepresented what we said. He did a horrible job of reading the text. He read through the entire book, it sounded like, till he got to chapter 8, because there's only 9 chapters. He gets to chapter 8, and he goes all the way to, let's see, where's the verse? Or sorry, I'm gonna what page is it? Okay, it is literally how many pages away? It was right there at the end. It is right there at the end of page 276 when chapter 8 starts on. Let's see, chapter 8 starts on page 231. He read all the way into one of the last chapters in the book and decided this little part of a paragraph right here, just half of a paragraph on 276, must be their entire argument. That is dumb as shit. All right, Vontae, what you got?
Yo, how you doing?
Doing good. Oh, you don't have to mute every. You can unmute.
Cool.
Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, you're good. What's up?
Yeah, I low key. I think I've seen this like live like twice before. I don't know anything about your book. I'm just arguing from a Christian standpoint, using history, etc. So we have like, so honestly, just from not even just the Christian view, but even from a secular view, Jesus and Paul are considered actual historical people, and we have reliable sources of extra biblical sources that claim so. So that's kind of my whole point, to say that they did.
So we have what from extra biblical sources?
Like reliable sources from multiple sources that
like who?
say that they existed. So like we can go to, my bad. So we can say, for example, like Tacitus, right?
Okay.
Like Tacitus was.
I mean, you heard me earlier talking about how that's not good?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, so Tacitus is interpolated into by a later Christian, evidenced by the fact that he calls Pilate a procurator when he was a prefect. Judea didn't even have procurators until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. He also says Christus instead of Jesus. Christus is a title, not a name, and it would not have been on any crucifixion or arrest records or anything like that. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Also, he calls the group the Christians with an E, which is even worse for the word crisis, because it tries to say that they got their name from Christus, which doesn't make any sense because they wouldn't be called the Christians with an E if they got their name from Christus with an I. I'd also like to point out that the word Christians despite later Christians' attempt to try to change the word in the oldest manuscript that we have from the 11th century, the word Christians actually appears in an inscription over in Rome, written in Latin, between 16 BCE and 37 CE. So potentially before Jesus was even supposedly born, there's a group called Christians already.
One second.
We also don't get any mention of that line until about the 5th century.
Okay, so you're saying that essentially Tacitus work, or which Tacitus we're referring to here? Because I'm referring to Cornelius Tacitus.
That
because
there's only one Tacitus who says anything about the Christians.
So you're saying Tacitus essentially had work interpolated? I'm just double checking here. That's your stance, right?
Yep.
Okay. So like, can I ask for like some form of like source or whatever that shows that his work, because I'm specifically talking about the annals, right? And you're saying that specifically is interpolated, but I'm pretty sure the consensus is that it actually isn't. It's actually considered authentic. So
It depends on who you ask. I mean, there's definitely this particular paper in 2014. Let me see here. That mentions. Give me one second here. It mentions. It's over on Brill. You can read it. It's from. This is actually authored by Richard Carrier, but it mentions multiple scholars who discuss the possibility of this not being authentic to Tacitus. So scholars have been talking about it. It's definitely something that's been talked about.
And
the name of this paper is The Prospect of a Christian Interpolation in Tacitus Annals 1544. It's published in 2014 by Richard Carrier, but it does mention multiple scholars. It says some scholars have argued, this is the abstract, some scholars have argued that Tacitus' reference to Christ in connection with the burning of Rome under Nero is a 4th century or later interpolation. It is here argued that their arguments can be met with no strong rebuttal, and therefore the key sentence in Tacitus referring to Christ should be considered suspect. When we take a look at it using stylometry, we can also see that line compared to other similarly sized lines in Tacitus does not come from the same author, based on its most frequently used words, and it's engrammed.
Okay, so you said it was it's an actual document. You said I believe you said the Prospect of a Christian Interpolation in Tacitus, right? Is that the name of it?
Yes, the paper there from Richard Carrier. Yeah, it says the Prospect of a Christian Interpolation in Tacitus Annals. Annals 1544, which is what you're talking about. And I mean, it makes sense because I mean we can already tell that just the oldest manuscript that we have, which dates to the 11th century, it's already got tons of problems with it. Such as the fact that it's trying to say, again, like I said, Christians, when in reality it says Christians. Here's the term right here. You can see that it's been altered, where part of the E has been erased to make it almost look like an I, which is why they have in that line, if you follow that line, you see this. This is in the margins, it says Christians, because they're trying to say, hey, in the future, change that word. And they do. In all the manuscripts that come after the 11th century from Tacitus's Annals, it says Christians in the text instead of Christians. So we can tell that it's been, we can absolutely tell that it's been edited. We catch them in the middle of an edit. But I would just simply say that it's been interpolated earlier as well.
So your main point here is that you're using a source that says it's a prospect of Christian interpolation, but
no. What I'm saying is that I only brought that up because you said that you wanted to see where scholars had said that, and I showed you that scholars say that.
Mm-hmm. But you're not showing me that scholars have confirmed this. You're showing me scholars have speculated it. I'm asking
correct.
For some,
yeah,
that's because you're essentially making a claim saying that thereby because we have
Okay.
possibility.
If you would like to
of
go
it.
ahead and just say that there's a possibility that it's right or it's a possibility that it's wrong, that's fine. And you'd have to go to your next point because now we just have a moot point. If you want to go ahead and just consider it moot, we can. What's your next piece? What's your next piece of evidence?
Okay, that's fine. We can go to Josephus in his Antiquity of the Jews because he specifically mentions Jesus.
Okay.
I don't remember. I think it was like
So
twice or
somehow
something.
you left Tacitus to go for the more like controversial thing.
I
Good
mean, we
luck.
left Tacitus because we were at a, as you can say,
Yeah, I
we were
know.
at
And then
kind of
you
a
went to a
standstill.
more controversial, obviously edited thing where even Christian scholars acknowledge that it's edited. So congratulations, buddy. Good luck for this. What you got?
Sure. I'm sorry. The whole thing here is I'm kind of confused by your entire stance because your stance is you're saying that thereby there are people who speculate that this is
Nope.
edited
I
or
only
some
brought that
form.
up because you asked for something. I
No,
didn't
I'm
bring
talking
that up.
about now. You just brought that up. You said,
Yeah, I
"Oh,
know.
bringing
You're
up
going
something."
from like out of the frying pan and into the skillet. Like it's going to get
That's
worse.
a great. These are great words you're saying, but what you've essentially been saying is, hey, what you're reading now, right? We just jumped from Tacitus to Josephus, and you said, hey, this is something that's also even more contested. Good luck with
Yeah.
that, buddy.
That's
So
what I just said. Yes, correct. Like
right.
you just left something that we considered moot and you thought that was a surefire thing, and you're going to something that even scholars don't lean on one particular way in many cases. So it's going to be even harder for you now. Like you're just going to at best get to another moot point. This is at best. So I mean, you're just kind of wasting your time at this point. Like Tacitus is literally like if you go to like a list of the top 10 reasons or top 10 non-Christian sources for Jesus or something like that, Tacitus is literally put as number 1. You're now going down the list, which is not good. Like it's going to be worse.
Okay, so great. You're saying it's worse. How so?
Because it's
How
already contested. Like there are more people that contest Josephus than Tacitus, and you already just admitted that this is a moot point now. We've already just got the
I
domino
haven't
just in.
admitted anything.
Yes, you did.
I'm
You
trying
said that you'd move past it because we can't go either way on Tacitus. Now you're going to something that like is a hotly debated topic. So it's going to be even harder. So what's your point? What you got?
Okay. You keep saying these things.
Yeah.
Are
Okay.
heavily
So go ahead
debated,
and go
but-
to your next point, and I'll show you what I mean by it. Go ahead.
So Josephus in his text, this is who I'm referring to.
Okay.
Speaks of Christ.
Okay.
Right.
And what does he say about Christ?
What does Josephus specifically say about Christ?
Yep. Well, that's what you brought up, isn't it? I'm not asking what Billy Graham talks about Christ.
Fair enough. So what Josephus speaks. Sorry. What's Josephus?
It sounds like you
specifically
don't know
says-
and you're trying to buy time because you keep
I'm
repeating
not.
it.
What he specifically says in book 18. At this time, there was appeared Jesus, a wise man. If you like, I could send you the source. For he was a doer of
Oh,
startling
nope. You skipped over something. Go
Yes,
back.
what
What
did I
phrase
skip
did you scoop over? What phrase did you skip?
Or at this time there appeared Jesus, a wise man, for he was a doer.
No. You did it again. Read it. Either you're reading. Are you reading an AI right now? An AI overview?
I actually am.
Yeah, that's why you were repeating like what Josephus says is because you were like buying time to search it, weren't you? Just be honest.
No, I was scrolling up. I already had it.
Okay.
But I was scrolling up.
So what you're reading is skipping over a very, very damning line.
Okay.
Because it tries to make Josephus, who I think you would agree is not a Christian, correct?
No, he's not.
Okay. So in this text, it says, now about this time, there was Jesus, a man, if it be lawful to call him a man. It straight up tries to insinuate that he could have been a god. And that doesn't make sense coming from a non-Christian source.
Okay.
I've got the text
So
right here if you want me to read it to you. Antiquities of the Jews, book 18, chapter 3, section 3. And what you're talking about there, it says, "Now there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man. For he was a doer of wonderful works." In other words, what you just read skipped over that problematic part. "A teacher of such men as received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ. And when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal men amongst us, had condemned him to a cross, those that loved him at the first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive again the third day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him." What the fuck? This is clearly something that is written by a Christian and not Josephus. It is absolutely glazing Jesus to the base and the balls. There's no possible way that a non-Christian who is living at the Roman emperor's compound in the 90s, when the Christians are claiming that they're being persecuted by Emperor Domitian, ever wrote that. That's not a thing.
Okay. So from this gathering, right? You're saying this is ridiculous. Which,
Yes.
Okay.
The first person to even mention it is a guy named Eusebius. Prior to Eusebius in the early 4th century, and who, by the way, is an admitted liar and church historian commissioned by Constantine to write a history for the church. Prior to Eusebius, multiple church fathers quote from Josephus, some quoting from that same book. Not a single one of them mention anything about that paragraph. Not a single line.
So what we've gathered here is that
Christians interpolate. Yep.
Christians do interpolate.
Yep.
Right?
And they do it a lot.
We even have Agapius who interpolated Josephus things as well. Had things like he was the Christ, right?
I don't know who you just mentioned, but
made by Agapius, if you will.
Okay.
It's a 10th century manuscript of Josephus, and it adds things like he was the Christ. Like that wasn't said in the actual core. In the actual core, Josephus just speaks of Jesus.
Unfortunately, Eusebius in the 4th century apparently says that line, so it goes back all the way to the 4th century. Yeah, but it's definitely interpolated. It's definitely altered. So how did you determine what parts were in there and what parts weren't, considering the oldest Greek version of this that we have is either from the 10th century for Josephus specifically, or Eusebius, who has the entire thing in the way that you don't think it's written? Because if you're saying that it's been interpolated, like that he was the Christ line, then why does Eusebius say it in the 4th century?
I'm sorry, I'm kind of confused. I'm clarifying. You're saying Josephus, the oldest version we have of Josephus.
Directly from Josephus, like a copy of his Antiquities of the Jews is 10th century. But we have Eusebius quoting it in the 4th century, or at least saying he's quoting it in the 4th century.
Well, even if the oldest one we have is from the 11th century, right? The way like historians usually like actually go over for textual criticism is by like cross-textual reconstruction. So even if like there's
what are they comparing it to?
Like in so the 11th century manuscript
10th
wasn't so there was the 11th century Greek one, and then there was a 10th century Arabic one.
No.
So
there's an Arabic one about the same time as the Greek one, but there's a Syriac version in about the 5th century that has the wrong part. There's also, again, Eusebius in Greek going as early as the 4th century, writing in the 4th century, the early 4th century, who has the wrong version. How do they have the wrong version?
Okay, So you're saying there's one in the 4th century, we have one in the 10th century,
from
we have one in
Eusebius.
the
How is Eusebius aware of the wrong version if that's not if
Well, I
either
actually don't know
either
about
either A, it
Eusebius.
needed to be in there and Josephus, a non-Christian, glazed Jesus, or B, Eusebius made it up.
So
He's the
again, I
first
don't.
potential mention of the Testimonium Flavianum, and when he mentions it, he mentions the version you think is interpolated, or at least you think is edited.
So you're talking about Eusebius, but I'm pretty sure Eusebius didn't have a Greek manuscript, or even like a
That's what he
complete
wrote
one
in.
from the 4th century.
What are you talking about?
He quoted his writings. He didn't have an actual complete one, though.
What? Okay.
You,
So
yeah.
so he quoted the wrong one? He
No,
quoted
that's not what
something
I'm
that
saying.
gets interpolated later? Like, I'm trying to tell you
No,
that
that's
when
not what I'm
Eusebius says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and then provides us with the Testimonium Flavianum in the version that we have today, that's pretty bad. That means that it wasn't interpolated after him. It was either in there like it is, or it was something that Eusebius made up. It's one of the two. It can't be anything else. That doesn't make any sense. It's not interpolated, or it's not like someone comes up with it. It's not created after Eusebius, if Eusebius is the earliest one to mention it.
The problem here is that Eusebius has one, but the later one from the later century that isn't even like it's a different neutral text.
Yeah, so then
even if
where
you
did
have the-
Eusebius get it? I'm trying to get you to realize. So where did Eusebius get it? I don't care about what comes after him because he's the first one to mention it. And does he mention the version that we get in Arabic in the 10th century? Or does he mention the version in the Greek that we have today? He mentions the one in the Greek that we have today. The one that has the problems. The problematic one.
So
Origen's not the first. Origen's not the first one to quote the Testimonium Flavianum. He's the first one that we know of that quoted the Antiquities of the Jews. I'm just responding to a TikTok comment there, but keep going.
Okay, so even if we want to like disclaim this one, antiquity still.
Yeah, man, you see how it went the exact way that I told you it was gonna go? Yeah, it's kind of like I have this conversation probably 5 or 6 times a day, every weekday for the last 2 years. It's almost like I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I highly doubt that.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, this next
think-
one's
I
not
think
going to
we
go
do-
the way you think it is either. So let's go ahead.
That's
Let's
fine.
do it.
I think you do far more research than I, but you're still in the minority on this.
I don't
You're
give two
debating
shits, dude.
against
I don't give two shits
You're
what you
still
think I
debating
am.
actual
At the end of the day,
historians.
you also thought that this wouldn't go the way that it did. So apparently,
I
what you
did,
think is
but-
not very indicative of reality. So what's your next point?
So we still have Antiquities
Okay.
2090.1.
Okay.
which talks
Have
about
you read that?
dreams. So I haven't personally read it now, but I know.
All right.
it's
Do you want to go ahead and move to something that you actually know shit about? Because I mean, here you are saying, "Oh, you're in the minority," but at least I know the shit. Do you know anything about what you've sworn your life to?
Well, I know about what I swore my life to, but you're in the.
Okay, so
minor-
you
like,
know you have evidence for this story being real. Like you
Well,
swore your
the
life to
problem-
it, and you have evidence for it being real. And as soon as you brought up the first 2 pieces of evidence for it, you ended up having to say, "Let's go to the next one."
We only went to the next one because you chose to actively say no, no, no. that
Yeah,
one isn't
I
good.
actively say no to things that we don't have good evidence for, and things that
Your
are
version
very
of good
problematic.
evidence- Your version of good evidence is subjective on your own
Sweet.
belief
So what's the
system.
evidence that Pilate was a procurator? Because the first thing you mentioned was Tacitus, and he calls him a procurator. So what's your evidence he was a procurator when we have the Pilate stone that calls him a prefect, which dates to his lifetime? Please provide the evidence for that. Because I told you that he wasn't a procurator, and the Pilate stone is my evidence. So what evidence do you have that he was a procurator, like Tacitus says? Okay, so when you try to say that my evidence is bad and you don't even have evidence for yours is worse. That's how that works.
The problem is if I present evidence, that
So
doesn't
what
mean that my
evidence did
evidence
you
doesn't
present that
exist.
Pilate was a
My evidence.
procurator?
Hold on one second.
What evidence
I'm
did you
not
present
talking
that
about
Pilate
that.
was a
You
procurator?
just brought that up, brother. Hold on.
Cool. I
So
brought
the
that up as
evidence.
soon as you said Tacitus. I asked you what he calls Pilate.
You've asked that far later than when we've gone past that.
Sweet. So what was your evidence that he was a procurator? Do you have any?
I don't know it. I can't say I have any. I
Okay.
can't say if
So
I
it
have or
sounds
don't.
like my evidence actually isn't as bad as what you try to just make it out to be.
That it kind of is, brother.
Okay.
If
So
if
when
it's
we
so,
okay,
so
we're
let
going
me
to go ahead and take a look at the Pilate stone. I mean, you're calling it out. So here we go. Here we go.
I haven't said anything about
Oh,
the
no,
Pilate
no,
stone.
no,
If I
no,
have,
no, 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 no. You're calling out my evidence. So I'm going to provide you with my evidence. All
I
right.
didn't say
Here we
anything
go.
about this
Let's see the
specific one,
Pilate
but you can go
stone.
to it.
Okay. So when we take a look at the Pilate stone, we're going to pull it up here. Let's see. What do we got here? We're trying to pull up evidence that you so longingly or so lovingly want to try to find here. Because of course my evidence is bad, as you said, correct? Like I don't
I'm
have
saying
good
that-
evidence for my arguments. Is that what you had said earlier?
So if you would like to allow me to speak instead of jumping on this plane, that'd be really
I mean,
great.
did you say that my evidence was bad? Is that what you said, or has my evidence been good so far?
Your evidence is in the minority, and your
I don't care about if it's in the minority. If it's evidence, it's evidence. What was it good or bad? Was it good or bad evidence?
Your evidence is arguing against historians themselves.
I don't give a shit. You know what actually like historians care about? They care about like archaeology and whatnot. The Pilate stone, that's archaeology, correct?
Right.
Okay.
I mean,
So when we have a piece of archaeology that calls Pilate a prefect, that means that any historian that calls him a procurator is wrong, correct? Correct?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's how that works. So I don't give a single solitary fuck if you think that I am going against a historian. If they're wrong, they're wrong. If I've got evidence, then I have evidence. If they don't have evidence, then they're wrong. That's how that works.
Okay, so what about the evidence that we have on the Christian side?
Okay, what's the evidence on the Christian side that Pilate was a procurator? What is the evidence on the Christian side? Yeah, because that's how we can tell. That's how we can tell that Tacitus is not doing something or giving something that was in any record. That's how we can tell.
If I've already said that I have no clue about this, this doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I'm saying I'm not on that point.
So it's but you
keep
try to
shoving
say
that point in
you
my
but you try to say my argument was not good because my evidence wasn't good.
I said your entire topic is in a minority.
I don't care about the minority. I care about the evidence. And okay, no, listen, Vontae. You didn't just simply say that I was in the minority. You said I was in the minority, and I said I don't care. I care about the evidence, and you said that my evidence was not good. So I don't care. Again, I don't care about whether or not I'm going against a historian who, by your own admission, would be wrong if they call him a procurator. I don't care if I'm in the minority position and a whole bunch of people who, again, glaze Jesus through the base and balls are trying to say that he actually existed because they really, really, really love this fictional character like yourself. I don't care how many people are telling me that the sun goes around the earth goes around the sun, and I've got evidence. Do you have evidence to the contrary? That's how that works. I don't care. It's all about evidence. I don't care about the minority. There was, at one point in time, the minority opinion on this planet that the Earth went around the sun. So I don't care about the minority. I don't care about that. What is your evidence that somehow suggests that Jesus is real that I can't very easily dismiss with better, more researched, more well thought out, and more well-read evidence?
So we have I'm going to butcher the name, but it's on the top of my head. Alexamenos Gratifico.
And when does that, the Alexamenos Graffito dates to when?
Let me remember. I could search it up if you don't mind if I search it up for the sake of this.
Go ahead.
But
And what do you think it says or does?
So what it is it is a drawing of a man with a donkey being crucified, and it says Alex is God, or Alex is dead.
A man with a what?
It's a man. I believe he has a donkey as a head. Correct me
Okay.
if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what
Are
it
you
is.
aware that some
And it's-
scholars say that it's a jackal, and that's not a problem because that happens quite a bit in Egyptian mythology?
That's cool, but I honestly, I'm gonna
Sweet.
say
Does it
that
say anything about Christ, Christians, Jesus, or Jews on there?
it adds to the already point of evidence we have that
Sweet.
historically said.
Where does it say anything about Jesus?
I didn't say it did. I said it adds to evidence that there was
No.
a person crucified.
No.
who's
In
called
fact,
in this
does it
book
say
Jesus.
anything about crucifixion on there?
Brother, I didn't say that.
Awesome.
Please
So
listen.
you're bringing it up either because you think it's Jesus, or you're bringing it up just because you like it. And if you're just bringing it up because you like some graffito, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with the topic unless you think it's Jesus, in which case give me evidence that it's Jesus.
So we if we add that with the already pre-existing evidence we have, which that is
To what?
To Jesus.
Where do
They
you
call
think
it
that's
just-
Jesus? Why do you think that's Jesus?
Because it would show that there was clearly some person crucified.
That's
for
not a
being claimed to
person. You
be-
already said he's got a donkey as a head.
But that's the whole point. They
Of
made
what?
him look like a donkey.
Made
The
who
whole-
look like a
that
donkey?
Made the person being crucified.
How do you know it's a person? He's got a donkey as a head.
It was a sign of mocking towards the person.
Where
being
does it say
crucified.
it's mocking anything?
They were mocking the Christians? That's
Where
just
does it
well
mention
known.
Christians?
Brother, if
See,
you
it's
just
you
look
just saw something and you said that kind of looks like my deity or kind of reminds me of my deity, so therefore it's my deity. There's nothing on there to insinuate that it is your deity. That's the problem.
I'm encapsulating this with history itself, and we know that when
There's no
Jesus
history
Christ
around
died,
that says anything about that. The Alexamenos Graffito dates to the 3rd
They were
century.
actively
It doesn't say
mocking
Christ. It
Christ.
doesn't say Christian. It doesn't say Jesus. It doesn't say Jews. It doesn't say anything, but Alexamenos
So,
worships
brother,
his God.
when we look at something, we look at the history around that, and
Cool.
we
There's
know
no
that-
history around it that says that that's Jesus.
We know that they actively mocked Christ's death.
Awesome. There's no evidence of that. Also, nowhere in there does it say anything about this being a mocking anything, much less the Christians. You're just looking at graffito and saying, that reminds me of my God because my God has something to do with outstretched arms now and a donkey. So therefore, it's mine. Like, why they would put a donkey head on him is beyond me. What does that have to do with anything? Like,
Because
do you
the
have any
symbol
idea
of a
how much someone would have to be into Christianity in order to hear about that one fucking story about a donkey? Like, what? That's such a random story. It doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the story.
Donkeys were always just a symbol of stupidity.
Cool, but Jesus is only affiliated with him in one donkey in one story out of the entire book. He's just
We're not
affiliated with
speaking about
fish a lot more than he is with a donkey. So why they
No,
would
I
put a
guess-
donkey as his head if they were making fun of Jesus is beyond me. That doesn't make any
You're
sense.
the only person who tried to correlate the story of when he rode the donkey to that. That's
What
not
what other story of him and a donkey do you know of?
It doesn't have to refer to specifically him having some meaning with a donkey. A donkey is, again, a symbol of
Okay,
foolishness.
well, if that's just a donkey is a symbol of like foolishness or something like that, then how could it not be another god that they're calling foolish?
Well, another god?
Yeah, dude. There's a kind of a bunch of them. It's called a pantheon.
Yeah, I know. So Christ is the only
No,
one.
no. You just said that he's
Oh.
not affiliated with a donkey, and a donkey just means silly. So how could this not be another god?
Because what the donkey head is on, which is on a crux or like a stake. Oh my brother. A cross, my bad. I don't know why I was
Actually,
butchering
no, a
that.
stake is actually correct. The word in Greek is actually for torture stake, and a cross would not have a crossbeam like that. Or the word that gets translated cross would not actually
We
have a
can say
crossbeam
tree
according to the
because
Greek.
Paul says he was hung from a tree too, and it was stated in Deuteronomy about being hung from a tree. So we can
Sweet.
say tree too.
Well, Deuteronomy
But
has nothing to do with Jesus, and also Paul, that's not in the earliest version of that, so it doesn't really matter anyways. The point is, at the end of the day, what we end up with is you don't know if that's Jesus or not. Even if you think that they're making fun of a deity, you can't confirm that they're making fun of Jesus. They could be making fun of anything. If you just think that the story or the reason why it's a donkey is not related to the Jesus story of him riding a donkey, it's just calling him like an ass or silly, then that means it could apply to anything. It could apply to any god.
the problem is on who that which is a cross. We don't have any other God that was on some form of cross.
Unfortunately, the word again in Greek is not something with a cross beam, so there's not really a lot of indication that that was an actual cross in the first place.
The drawing is a cross itself.
No, it's not. It's just
Can you show me?
a deity with like arms stretched. It's not like a cross. Like there's not like
There's no
something
cross
behind it. Mm-mm. Nope.
I don't think you can share your screen. I kind of want to see it.
But anyways, do you have anything else?
Let's think off the top of my head. I mean, you kind of just gave minor pushback from other claims to say thereby everything you gave is wrong.
No, what I did was I
don't think
pushed
that's
for
how
evidence, and you'd
people-
never actually thought about it. You just kind of accepted whatever the apologist website you looked for like gave you. It literally anything from AI just confirming what you already believed is what you accepted. You didn't actually look into it to consider whether or not it's possibly fake or not authentic or not what they're trying to tell you.
Well, I actually do look at stuff whether it's
No,
fake.
you
I mean, the
wouldn't.
whole
Otherwise,
point
you
for-
would have had good like responses to what I've brought up. The first
What
time
you
that you've
brought
ever
up
heard
was-
them is me bringing them up right now, which is why you had to concede so quickly on all these different points that you've brought up. You actually haven't looked into it the way that you thought you've looked
You
into
just
it.
said all you said is this is going to bring up to a moot point, and I said okay because I felt
No,
we
you
had
didn't say
enough.
okay. You said that it wouldn't, and then you proceeded to bring it to a moot point.
No, I did it. You said it was a moot point if we kept going. I said okay. I was like okay. You said this is just going to bring come from a moot point. The problem, regardless, is that your essential pushback is that basically there is some form of pushback on these topics. Thereby, how do we know it's true? And I think that's just not how you historically analyze things. There's going to be pushback on each thing because the whole point is they're trying to find a crux on this.
So was there any
It's about
evidence that
screening.
that was actually Jesus, or you're just like accepting what was told to you and you didn't actually look into it?
So where was
Also,
it,
even if that was Jesus, even if I grant you that it was Jesus, it still dates to the beginning of the 3rd century, so who cares?
that still matters a lot.
Not really.
Where were they? Where were they?
Where was this? The graffito?
Yes, where were they?
The graffito was in
Yes.
Rome.
Right.
Okay.
Precisely.
In the
that
3rd
matters a
century,
lot.
who gives a shit?
That's exactly where people were still fighting, especially in the 3rd century, where Christians were actually being persecuted far
Yeah, that
more.
doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus is real. It's stupid. Jesus doesn't even supposedly make it halfway through the first. Why would something from the 3rd century talking about what some crazy people
Because
believe,
people
why would
were
it have
still
anything to do with
going
him?
for Christ for centuries.
Sweet
That's why
dude, there's still people today, about 200 years later, that say that Joseph Smith found some golden plates in his backyard. Does that mean that he actually did? And Mormons were like literally hunted down and unalived. Joseph Smith
And
was
with
martyred
those,
himself.
when we look at them, when we look at them and we look at the possibility, we just don't find them to be plausible. It kinda just falls
No,
short.
actually, you don't have any good evidence that isn't also found in your book for why it's bullshit too. In fact, the Book of Mormon actually has 11 people who signed at the beginning of it saying that they swore that it was true. It has more attestation than the New Testament does. But yet you think that the Book of Mormon is bullshit? That's not good.
when we look at the actual history as to why they were doing this, when we look at what the disciples and the followers of Jesus were
We don't
going
have any
through,
evidence that the disciples actually existed. There's not a single mention of them outside of Christianity once.
okay, the problem is you're framing
Sweet. Do you
Christianity
have
in the
any
sense
evidence that, do you have any Christians who say that they personally knew any of the disciples?
no.
Okay, sweet. So even
Okay,
within Christianity, you don't have anybody saying that they knew the disciples. So we don't
the
have
problem
evidence of the
is
disciples.
the problem is you literally just put an anachronistic point to the fact that they
I
didn't
did not.
sign their names. You said that the
That's
people
not
for the Book of
anachronistic. That's
Mormon.
not a thing. That wouldn't apply
Anachronistic is
here.
a thing.
Yeah, not in this
You said
situation.
that you said for the Book of Mormon
Uh-huh.
that they quite literally had signed their names
Yes.
there,
Yes.
thereby attesting that they swore on their life
Yes. We do
that
not
this
have
was true.
anything from the disciples directly. Where is anything from them? Where is
The
anything from a
people,
disciple who said that I knew Jesus?
okay, so when we look at Paul, right? Paul's
He didn't meet
letters
Jesus.
are
He's not a disciple.
but he's an apostle. I'm appealing to the
Awesome.
apostle. But if
Cool.
you
So not only do we not have any evidence that Paul even existed, we don't have anybody who said they knew Paul, and Paul never says that he meets Jesus. So congratulations, you're comparing apples to oranges, because we are talking about 11 people at the beginning of the Book of Mormon who definitely knew Joseph Smith. So where is anybody who says that they knew Jesus? I'm trying to tell you that the Book of Mormon, which you said is bullshit, has better attestation than your New Testament, than your Gospels. We don't have a single person who says they know Paul, or a single person, even within Christianity, who says that they know any of the disciples or met Jesus. But yet we have 11 things at the beginning of the Book of Mormon that says that they knew Joseph Smith and saw the golden plates.
okay, so
So it sounds like the Book of Mormon, which you think is bullshit, has better attestation than your Gospels. Congratulations.
Paul's letters are strongly attested to show that he existed.
Cool. Attested to by who? Anybody who knew him? No.
Historians.
Historians did not attest to him. That he's never mentioned outside of Christianity once.
Historians, okay, so you keep saying Christianity, and this is why I'm saying this is anachronistic.
Sweet. Even within
Because before,
Christianity,
allow
there's
me
no
to
one who says
speak.
that they know him.
Allow
Also,
me
that
to
doesn't make any difference, because even if you were to open it up to Christianity, no one says they knew him. People say that they knew Joseph Smith and saw the golden plates. How do you have something better than that?
Allow me to speak, please. So
Well,
the
answer
reason
the
why-
question. How do you have something better than that?
When we look at the actual documents that Paul had wrote that were received by the church, the people received it and kept it for a while. People like early church fathers had kept these and gathered them and actively sought for them. which
Like
is how we
who?
got the 22.
Who does that? You're making
Like
a claim.
name
Back it up.
person who-
Yep, you're making a
a
claim.
person
Back it
who
up.
actively search for it. We
Yep.
have
Or when. Just tell me when they did it.
please don't mention when they did it.
Yep.
I know that there was the Lord, I'm blanking on his name. It's with the A. He's a church father. I'm not Catholic. It's Athanasius. I apologize. So Athanasius during that time. This is
During what time?
So this is after, but we're talking about the actual. So this is around 3rd century.
No, he
But-
dies in 373, near the end of the 4th, so he's not going around collecting these things. So please, tell me more about how this is better evidence than people who knew Joseph Smith and said they saw the golden plates.
Because it was all based upon church tradition in which they
Cool,
kept
so
these
church
things.
tradition is better than people who actually saw something? Or say they saw something?
Because it's a bunch of people who were collecting said things.
Sweet.
So,
No,
yeah.
you haven't found one particular person who was even remotely close to Paul. You named someone who dies at the end of the 4th century, so you're about 300 years away from Paul. Like, you're going the wrong direction. You're trying to make an argument for why the Bible is better attested to than the Book of Mormon, and you're doing terribly.
So your point was earlier, you said Christianity. We were talking about the letters of Paul. And
I want
said
you to give
he
me
said-
evidence for why you think your New Testament is better attested to than the Book of Mormon, which you called bullshit.
Allow me to get there.
Okay,
You said
so
that
present the evidence immediately.
Why
Stop
can't I
going
just
around.
speak
Just give me the evidence.
I've been trying to say the same
Sweet,
thing.
just give
but
me
you
the
keep bringing
evidence
new
for
things.
why you think it's better attested to. I'm done hearing the meta. Just give me the evidence.
Paul's letters.
We don't
That
have
is why.
anyone mentioning Paul's letters.
Paul's letters were literally received by the very churches.
No, we don't have any evidence of that, and no one ever writes back to him or confirms them or anything like that. That's not even remotely close to true. Where do you have
Saying
any
that-
evidence that anybody from these churches actually had their letters?
I apologize, but we literally, the letters were sent out to the churches.
Cool.
So,
Where
like,
did the churches
how are
confirm they got
not-
them? Because where does anybody attest to them? Because again, we're talking about attestation. The
They-
Book of Mormon is attested to by 11 people who say they knew Joseph Smith and saw the gold plates. So where is your attestation to Paul's letters from these people who got them? It's
Okay.
almost as if your own argument just defeated itself because you tried to say that the New Testament is better, or at least you tried to say the Book of Mormon is bullshit, or you agreed with that. And then ultimately you have something that's got worse attestation. Cool. So I guess it's bullshit too. Because you can't name me a person who knew Jesus, who knew the disciples, who knew Paul, or even had Paul's letters.
Well, Paul explicitly states who had received them and who did the work.
Do we have any attestation from these people?
Attestation? How are you
From
saying
these
that they
people?
said
Like,
yes,
yes,
or
yeah, I got the letter, or a letter back, or any mention from these people that said that they had the letter.
There's more than likely evidence.
No, there's not. More than likely evidence when you swore your life to it. Congratulations. It sounds like you didn't look into it and you tried to say that you did.
No, I've been
More than
looking
likely
into
evidence is not something that someone who swears their life to something should ever say, because that means that you don't know if there's evidence or not.
You're already claiming that Paul didn't exist. When
Correct.
History says
And you
he
haven't even
did.
shown me any evidence, and no,
You
history
haven't
doesn't, because
shown
he's
how
not
he
even mentioned outside
hasn't.
of Christianity.
You've made this entire position saying
No
that
one,
Paul never existed, and the burden
contemporary
proof
of
your
Paul
life
ever
is on
mentions
you.
Paul. What do you think history says about Paul? No one even
It
says
shows
they
that
knew
Paul
someone who
had
knew
written
Paul.
Letters. Paul written letters. We have Clement of Rome who says Peter and Paul died.
Sweet. When is that written?
Pretty sure it's like, it was probably 2nd century, I believe.
Yeah, so it's not anybody who knew Paul, is it?
It would be, because
No,
even
that
if
doesn't
they-
make
if
any
they-
sense. If it's written in the middle of the 2nd century and Paul dies in the middle of the 1st, that doesn't really make a lot of fucking sense, does it?
If we're going by how the history of antiquities worked, there was a state of
Yeah,
time
if
before
somebody's
things
written, if something is written in the middle of the 2nd about someone who supposedly died in the middle of the 1st, then it's written by someone who didn't actually meet that person. That's how time works, dude. You think somebody lived
Peter
100
and
years
Paul
and
died
still
around-
wrote?
If it was around that time, and I don't think it was that middle of the 2nd century.
It was. And David Liva even shares this information. In fact, it stylometrically comes back with people in the 150s, and it's potentially even later than that because it doesn't get mentioned until Irenaeus in 180. Also, the
because it was
author is supposed to
mentioned.
be Clement, even though it never mentions anything about Clement in the letter. And the Shepherd of Hermas, which comes out in the middle of the 2nd century, written by the brother of Pope Pius, as proven by the Muratorian canon from your actual church in the later 2nd century, says that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him in the middle of the 2nd century. So that would mean that Clement, if he wrote that, is writing it in the middle of the 2nd. And he's still being bossed around by people. So he definitely didn't know Paul in the middle of the 1st. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
But you're asking for historical proof.
Yeah,
that
and then you're
Paul
not giving it any. That's the problem.
Even if we, okay, so the problem is you keep denying.
Yeah,
the-
because I've
the
actually got
actual-
evidence. I've read it. That's the thing. You're trying to
If
just
you
make
let
some
me
blanket statement
speak,
from
I would love
apologetics.
to- if
Yeah,
I
I'm
would love
denying.
to
No,
speak.
you're just bitching and
If
complaining about
I-
the fact that I'm
if
denying
with-
something with evidence and backing up my statements when you can't. That's the problem.
We are appealing to the New Testament. The New Testament isn't just a blanket form for Christianity. In fact, the Bible beforehand were just considered individual documents that were all gathered up. So why are we thereby excluding it just because it all came
What I'm trying to
together.
tell you is that
There's
you
no
accept it. You absolutely accept it, but you denied that the Book of Mormon is true, even though it has 11 people who actually like attest to it, attest to actually seeing the golden
Well,
plates and everything like that. That
there's a
makes it.
whole lot more
So
reasons to go to the Book of
here's the
Mormon.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. We have attestation to the Book of Mormon. You do not have attestation to the Gospels, and you tried your best to try to say that these people are real, or that these things are real, or these letters are real, when you can't even have any. You don't even have any attestation to them. Even within Christianity, they are not mentioned until about 100 years after the supposed death of Jesus, about 100 years after the supposed, or 80 to 90 years after the supposed death of Paul. That none of these characters are mentioned until that point.
I'm pretty sure Clement did not write that in the.
Okay. Well, again, you can
that
say that you're.
No, I
You
know I
can
made
if
a
you
claim.
want.
I
You
know
can
I
if
made
you
a claim.
want.
Can I prove that claim?
I mean, it's not going to work, but you can do it.
Okay. And I'm gonna try and find the actual source so I can send it. Is that fine?
Fine by me.
But I won't take long. I'm not gonna try and lollygag.
Better than me. I see you. The better than me. What you got?
I just wanted to listen to your argument as to why Jesus and Paul didn't exist. I mean, I don't even get who. If Paul didn't exist, I don't know who wrote the first part of the first part of the New Testament. I think the letters of Paul are what's supposed to make up a lot of the New Testament. So that part doesn't really make much sense to me. Who do you think wrote the New Testament? It just came out of nowhere?
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by what part. Like what part of all of it, or
A good portion of it.
like which ones, which books?
The first few books. I actually don't know
First
much
few,
about the
like
Bible
Matthew, Mark,
itself.
and Luke.
If those are the first few books of the New Testament, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the
The
Gospels. You mean?
letters of Paul.
Oh, the letters
Sure.
of Paul are
The
a
letters
little
of
later into
Paul-
it.
I believe the letters of Paul are what make up a lot of the New Testament.
Yeah, a good portion of it, like a third of it or so.
Yeah, I'm saying, who do you think wrote it?
The Marcionites, the letters of Paul. Yeah, the Marcionites.
The Marcionites?
The Marcionites. Yeah.
Which ones?
The people who followed Marcion.
Yeah, which ones? There had to be an author, right?
No, it's like a group effort. That's why it's different styles of writing.
A group effort?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense.
Okay.
A group of people can't write a paragraph. One person writes a paragraph.
Did you ask me about a book, or did you ask me for a paragraph?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Two people can't write one thing, right?
Yeah, they can. I'm a co-author of a book. You asked for
They can refine them.
authors on a book.
Are you really?
Am I what?
Are you really a co-author?
Yep. That's what it says right up here. Our book, Christ Before Jesus.
Cool. That's two people, though, right?
Yep, because multiple people can write a book. You didn't ask me about like who wrote that paragraph.
Okay, that's not the point. What is your argument as to why they didn't exist?
Because the stories about them in their natural sense, like for their biography and whatnot, does not line up with what we know about the first century.
Give me an example.
Jesus in Matthew 23 talks about rabbis and even discusses what they wear. And the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70. And it starts the first rabbinic school right after the fall of the temple in Jerusalem in 70. So that'd be 40 years after Jesus supposedly died.
The Bible doesn't say when Jesus died.
It would have to be. It would have to be before 36, because that's when Pilate is dismissed.
It's common knowledge that we sort of have that wrong. We don't
give a shit. It would have to be during the time of Pilate, and Pilate. Cool. So Pilate is dismissed in 36.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's cool on your part because you.
Don't give a fuck about what you're trying to
You
say
haven't
there.
really given
So listen,
any
Pilate
good
is
argument.
dismissed. Be quiet.
Any
Pilate is
good
dismissed in 36, which means that it needs to be prior to 36, or at least prior to 37. You can now speak.
I could have spoken that whole time, buddy.
You tried and it didn't work.
Yeah, I did.
Do you have any evidence for Jesus, or do you want to go ahead and
Do you
continue
have any
jacking off with the
evidence for
mouth?
him not existing?
I just
Because
gave
most
it.
scholars believe he existed.
Don't care.
Okay. I trust scholars. I trust most scholars over you, and most people will
Sweet.
as well.
Awesome.
Okay.
Tell your mom to wear
That's
something
why I'm
nice
better than
tonight,
you.
okay?
What?
All right. Vontae, were you able to find some evidence for Jesus or Paul or anything like that, or some kind of dating or evidence for the dating of First Clement?
Well, they're all from like historians that say yes, Paul essentially did exist and write those letters. And it says First Clement is written to around, is approximately around 96 to 97 AD.
Sweet. Do you know why they date it to that time?
Because of how it started off, the way it was talking about how there was a sudden and, you know, just came from a sudden disastrous time period, which is
And so, no, it doesn't say anything about when it's dated to in the text, does it?
No. That's what I'm saying. They dated to that.
Yeah. Do you know why?
I just said it. Did I not?
They just randomly pick a time?
No, I didn't.
So does it say anything about Domitian, or does it say anything about violent persecution or anything there?
No, but
so they just kind of randomly picked a time, didn't they?
They didn't randomly pick a time.
I think they did. Does it say anything about Domitian there? Does it say anything about the 90s?
Something specifically. If we
well, then how did they specifically date it to that time?
Because understanding Clement's life and understanding using the historical
Clement's life. Clement's life. So, okay. When does Clement supposedly die?
I actually don't know when he dies.
Check it.
Okay, got you.
All right, $5 super chat from Chomsky 2001. He said he had no knowledge of anything Christos. RC not smart. Oh, Richard. Oh, I'm not really sure exactly what you're asking. He had no knowledge of anything Christos. I'm really confused as to what you're asking. RC not smart. No, I mean he's a smart guy. It's just that he's just incorrect. But no knowledge of anything Christos. I don't know what you're saying there. Anyways, when does he die?
It says he died between 99 and 101 AD.
Clement.
Yes.
Okay.
Saint Clement.
So how is he mentioned in the Shepherd of Hermas, which comes out in the middle of the 2nd century?
Can you say that a little slower? I kind of didn't hear that.
How is he mentioned in the Shepherd of Hermas, which comes out in the middle of the 2nd century?
I don't know. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you.
Yeah. All right. So again, is Clement even mentioned in First Clement?
I don't think he is. I'm pretty sure they attested to him.
Yeah. Yeah, they attested quite a bit later. About 180 is the first time they mention it. So you think there's a letter that was sent to Rome in the 90s by Clement, doesn't mention anything about Clement, and they held on to it for 90 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's not that ridiculous to believe that they held on to it for a while.
Okay.
Honestly.
All right.
But the whole point is that Paul's letters can be attested to his own living. I'm not sure why you're so against them being so. I'd like to hear your reasoning.
Again, you haven't been able to actually supply any evidence that the New Testament is better attested to than the Book of Mormon.
That's after, but the whole burden of proof is on you.
No, you said that the New Testament was better attested to than the Book of Mormon, and you have yet to show any evidence for this. Because even if Clement was written in the 90s, cool. We have things written at the same time, or within. We have things within 1 year, within 1 year of the time that the Book of Mormon was written, from 11
No,
different people.
I'm saying. So Paul's letters attest to Paul writing. Like Paul's letters are deemed to be written by Paul unanimously.
Okay, cool. And I
So
guess
if it's
Hercules'
easy-
letters are proof that Hercules existed, and the letters to Hercules from forest nymphs are also evidence that forest nymphs existed.
I mean, no, but we're
Okay.
talking
Well,
about
it almost sounds like whenever we get a letter, that doesn't automatically mean that the person who's supposedly sending it is a real person just because it says it is in the actual text. In fact, the reason why Joseph Smith wanted 11 people to sign on the Book of Mormon is because he didn't want the Book of Mormon to stand on itself, and people actually thought that it's true just because it says it is. He wanted 11 people to sign off to possibly add to its authenticity, but we don't even have that for the New Testament. In fact,
even
you're
if
out
we-
here trying to
okay,
say
so-
that the text itself is proof for itself. That doesn't make any sense.
No, if we have, so you understand, we
So
have
literally
Paul's
no
letters,
no one who knew Paul ever says anything about him. And the first time that we get anything quoted from these letters or anything like that is much later. In fact, First Clement doesn't even quote from anything, really. Not really.
I'm talking about Paul's letters. So we have Paul's letters, but we also have the Book of Acts.
The Book of Acts shows up
Which
in the
is written
2nd
by-
century.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's formerly in the 2nd century.
Well, I guess you could say it shows up, but I meant in the sense of
No, it was written in the 2nd century.
What do you mean it was written in the 2nd?
It was written in the 2nd century.
Can you show some form of proof of that?
Yep, it's written by the same person who wrote the beginning and the end of the Gospel of Luke. And the Gospel of Luke, between chapters 4 and 22, utilized a gospel known as Evangelion, published in 144 by Marcion.
Okay, but even if we grant, right, that it still has some form of 2nd century date, that still doesn't disprove Paul's existence.
Yeah, cool. It doesn't do anything for his actual existence, though. It doesn't. I'm not saying it disproves Paul. I'm saying that it doesn't prove him. In the same way that the Quran does not prove that Jesus is real just because it's written 600 fucking years later. Anyways, do you have anything else, or do you just need to kind of go back to the drawing board and try to figure out why you've ever surrendered your entire life to this religion without any evidence?
I didn't surrender this without any evidence.
Yeah,
It's the
you did.
evidence that I
You don't have
You-
anything.
you-
Anyways, Vontae, what I'd like for you to do is maybe crack open a history book, possibly even take a look at something like literary analysis of the actual Bible, as opposed to actually, just believing everything that your priest gives you or puts in your mouth. Thank you very much, Vontae, for coming up. All right, we've got another person here, Insidious. You guys got spicy, Jaren, today. I don't know why, but you just did. All right, Insidious, what's going on?
Oh, hey. I disagree.
Naturally.
Do you want to hear my argument
For what?
for why you're wrong?
Okay.
Okay, Tacitus. Do you know who Tacitus is? He was a Roman historian who didn't like Jesus. In 116 AD, he wrote about Jesus being killed by the Romans. Okay, buddy? He had no incentive to promote Jesus, right? But he accidentally confirmed to everybody that Jesus existed. Okay, and that's honestly all I had to say. You can't really respond to that one. I know you're trying to look for something, but you can't. Do you know who Tacitus is? That's actually one of the most well-known examples.
So well known, and you can't say his name right?
What? Oh, how is it really pronounced?
Tacitus.
That's not true. At least in Latin, it is not true.
In Latin, it'd be
Cs
Tacitus.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
But
so
Cs
congratulations, you're stupid
all
in 2
hard.
languages.
Are all hard. Yes. But it's definitely not Tacitus.
It's Tacitus in English, buddy. So anyways, what does he say about Pontius Pilate?
I know more about Latin than English. Go on.
Cool. Well, you didn't say it in English or Latin, so
Oh,
that's kind of weird.
You're upset that you're trying to find something. You're trying to find something wrong with my argument, buddy.
Anyways, what does he
So
say
you're
about
gonna
Pontius
attack
Pilate?
how I pronounce Tacitus?
I thought his name
That's
wasn't
the only.
Tacitus.
That's the only point you can make.
No. What does he say about Pontius Pilate?
Yeah, it is. Go
What
on.
does he say about Pontius Pilate? What does he call him?
Well, I don't know what your AI has pulled up, but
Cool.
I
What
didn't
does he
hear that
call
word.
Pontius Pilate?
Pontius Pilate. Don't know.
Pontius. What does he call
What does
Pontius
what
Pilate?
does ChatGPT say? I see you looking at a screen right now.
I'm looking at the screen that I'm talking to you on. I'm not touching anything.
Now you are.
Anyways, what does it
Now
call
you
Pontius Pilate?
I don't know.
Because you've never actually read Annals Book 15, Chapter 44?
You haven't either. Dude, you're reading it. You just looked at AI to find a counter argument. I know what you're
No.
doing. All right?
Nope.
I didn't need to use AI for any of that.
Okay.
You look like a moron. You know that, right?
Sweet. Your mom likes it.
My mom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
Yeah.
My mom
She's a big fan.
gets better dick than that. Trust me. She wouldn't want you.
No, she's coming over tonight.
Yeah, it's a yes.
So,
Oh, you can't stop arguing because you're too upset.
anyways, do
Oh,
you
I
have
brought up
anything on
Tacitus.
Pontius Pilate? What does Tacitus call Pontius Pilate?
I don't need to talk about Pontius Pilate.
Sweet.
I already brought up all I needed, and you know that. That's why you attacked how I pronounced his name. You don't have anything left, buddy.
Sweet.
This is one.
What does he
that you
call
just
Jesus?
can't- you just
What does
can't
he call
fight back.
Jesus?
He hated Jesus.
What does he call
Did
him?
you know that?
What does he call him?
I'm not sure. What does he call him?
That's what I asked.
I don't know. You tell me.
So you haven't read it?
He called him a Jew. Yes. What?
No, he didn't. He doesn't say anything
He
about him
did.
being a Jew. Nope.
What did he say, smart guy?
You're the one who brought up Tacitus. Tell us what it said.
Tell us what it said about what?
About Jesus. What does he call him?
Jesus was called Jesus, buddy.
He doesn't call him Jesus. He doesn't say the name Jesus.
Yes, he does.
Nope.
Yep.
What you're looking for is you're looking for Annals 15.44. That's what you're looking for. Where does it say Jesus?
I'm not going to look for what you tell me to look for.
Well, you already
buddy.
started clicking on your mouse. Go ahead and just type it away, buddy.
No, I didn't.
We literally heard
I
it.
actually just sat down.
Cool. Well, we heard the mouse. Go ahead and continue typing.
You didn't hear the mouse. This was the first click. You heard something else.
Cool. Well, go ahead and continue the clicks and search for Tacitus's Annals 15.44.
I actually remember this.
Sweet. So what's it called Jesus?
This. I don't know what Tacitus 44 is, but this is the quote I
It's
remember.
1544.
Christus, from whom
Christus.
the name
So
had
he
its
calls
origin.
Christus? He calls him Christus?
What?
Is that a name or a title?
Christus? That's the title of Jesus. Obviously, meaning he's
So
talking
they
about
don't put a
Jesus. From
name
whom
on the
name had
arrest
its
record?
origin,
They don't put a
suffered
name on the
extreme
record?
penalty-
That's kind of weird.
Suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate, and a most mischievous superstition.
Mischievous. It sounds like you have a hard time in English as well.
No, that's not true.
Keep going.
No. I'm not going to keep going. That's all I need. That's all you need.
Okay. So was Pilate a procurator or a prefect?
Who do you think he was talking about if he wasn't talking about Jesus? Because every historian knows he was talking about Jesus. Here, give us your opinion.
Is that
All right.
his name
Gonna
or a
start on
title?
the computer. All right. We'll see. We'll see what old
Is
AI
that his
finds.
name or a title?
That's his name.
You
That's
think
Latin.
his
Did you
name
know
is
that?
Christ?
That's Latin. Did you know that, buddy?
Yep. It's because it ends in US.
Yeah, that's
but
not
again,
Christ, it's
that's
Christus.
yeah, sweet. So is that a name or a
Remember
title?
the difference between Latin and English? Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Is that a name or a title?
Yeah, remember that? No. Yeah, sure. They used the title to describe Jesus. Good job.
Cool. So if he's looking at an arrest record, would they put a title or a name?
He's not looking at an arrest record.
So how to get this information?
From an arrest record.
All right.
That isn't an arrest record. He was just telling us about the event.
Yeah. I went ahead and just put that guy out of his misery there. That had to be trolling. That had to be trolling. Like that, nah. Not even close. Oh my god. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Okay. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. They're not sending their best, guys. And the words of our fearless Mango Mussolini leader. Speaking of big fans of Mango Mussolini.
Listen.
Here's
the way I
my
screamed.
good friend Hanji. To anybody who's watching on YouTube and doesn't know who just came up, this is Hanji Targaryen. Oh wait, hold up. Oh, yeah, I got the sound. There we go. Where's it? There it is.
Hanji Targaryen.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, were you trying to compare me to Mango Mussolini?
No, I was saying that you're a big fan of him.
Oh, bitch! Not even close. Oh, my bad, YouTube. My bad.
Yeah, you can't say that on YouTube. Wait, hold up. There is somebody who just came up here. Hidden Sun. What do you got for us, Hidden Sun?
I just wanted to tell you thank you. I enjoy your live, brother. I bought your book. I'm actually reading it. Very great points in it. I just wanted to tell you thank you for what you're presenting. I don't know how you do it with the guests that you have up here. I applaud you. It is
Xanax, my brother.
nuts.
Xanax. No.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding.
I don't know how you do it, brother, but I'm thoroughly enjoying your book, brother.
Thank you.
Doing my own things. A lot of the stuff that you present, I'm going to go and look it up myself. So definitely thank you. And I just wanted to tell you that whatever I can do to support your live or anything, please let me know. I've shared it amongst other folks also. We having dialogue about what you have presented, so we even started a group. So I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you.
Just because you might not see the work that you do all the time, but just know that there are other folks that are with you, and continue to keep doing what you're doing. I just wanted to tell you thank you.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me. That people are getting some kind of education from this, or at least being compelled to ask questions. I mean, even if you don't agree with me completely or at all, at least ask the questions and look into it. That's the idea.
Yes, sir. Yep. I just wanted to tell you that, sir. You could drop me now.
All right. Well, thank you. That was Hidden Sun, everybody. Hidden Sun.
Hidden Sun.
Oh, Hanji, your best friend is up here. He's wanting to come back for round 2. He's wanting to do what Jesus said and turn the other cheek. So, Insidious, please provide us with the evidence that Jesus or Paul existed without getting your ass handed to you like last time.
I already mentioned Tacitus, as you say.
And what did he write?
What?
Matthew! What did he write?
Hey. I already told this guy.
I think we need to be clearer. Can you reinstate what Tacitus wrote?
Did you hear me the first time? Were you here?
Oh, I hear it every day, and I've heard it every day for at least 3 years.
Then you don't need to hear it.
We can try again. Can you repeat what Tacitus wrote?
Jesus suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius.
It doesn't mention Jesus at all.
It
doesn't say Jesus.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I actually have the document. We can look at it together.
One second. So if somebody
I got
says
it, John.
if somebody says the president, does that mean that a president didn't exist? Who is Christus? Who is that guy? Who do you think they're talking about, buddy?
Billy Bob. President Billy Bob exist?
He's talking about this historian is talking about Billy Bob, this famous historian.
All right.
I'm glad you're catching on. Yes.
You think he's talking about Billy Bob? Okay.
President Billy Bob is
you
who you're
can
talking
make
about.
yourself look like an idiot, Matthew, and so can you, Christ before Jesus, because I hope you know you.
I like how those are separate.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like we're co-author. But that you actually you can't
Yeah.
write a
You
document.
don't need to be a
with multiple
genius to
people.
write something.
So Insidious.
I don't
But
need to,
apparently
I
you
don't
need
care
to
about
have
your
at least
AI
70
response.
IQ to read something because you can't even read it.
Obviously, I
Right.
can.
Okay, so if you can you show us in this text where it mentions Jesus or Jesus?
I already said. Are
Where?
you deaf?
Are you
In the
stupid? Can you
part-
point it out to me?
It's the part he made up.
You don't see my screen, so obviously I can't point it out for you. Are you retarded?
Whoa! All right. Well,
Oh, I'm getting
that was a lot of fun there.
Bye bye.
That was fun while that lasted.
Typical male Christian behavior. Don't like when a woman teaches them that they're wrong.
Speaking of
So
women,
weak.
yeah. Speaking of women who teach me that I'm wrong, what's going on, Matthew?
Damn.
Were you talking about because you know me and your mom? Is that what you're talking about?
Hell yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I learned from the
What?
best.
Matthew actually sees my mom more than I do.
That's
actually pretty true.
Take that the way you want, but it's
Yeah,
true.
it's actually accurate. Yeah.
On a
My mom
relatively
actually
basis.
asked about you, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was she asked yesterday about you. She was talking about the splash pad. So
Oh
hopefully
yeah,
you
we've
guys-
been there a lot.
Yeah.
Not with her, but
Well, yeah. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, but
it wouldn't be that surprising, honestly.
Anyways, yeah, they're in the chat. Someone asked, but how often does Jaren see Matthew's mom? Oh God,
Once every 2 or 3 years.
yeah, yeah, and honestly, no, I saw her earlier this year. Yeah.
Yeah, but when was the time before that?
Oh God, I don't know.
Exactly.
Your
his point.
baptism,
You see?
maybe.
Baptism is crazy work.
Yeah.
Back at your
We did that with fire, right?
your bar mitzvah. No, a long time ago. I don't know. I have no idea.
So
She didn't live here. That's the
No.
thing. She lives far away. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, you know, the one that got away, huh?
It's always like that. Mm-hmm.
You had some guests today.
I some. Also, Ash in the chat says, "Get the band back together." Ash says, "Yeah, get the band back together," and then a crying face. And then someone else said, Patrick 99 cents says, "I don't see your mom a lot because the lights are usually out." Very nice, very nice. Zeno says, neglecting Matthew's mom but seeing everyone else's is wild. Oh no, well that's friendly fire right there. You can't do that. Can't do that.
Well, I've been dealing with BHIs today.
Oh.
So you can imagine.
Well, Matthew, we've got a guest up here that's wanting to talk to you about the existence of Jesus and Paul. I'm pretty sure. No, maybe 452. What do you got for Jesus or Paul here? What do you got?
Oh, hey. So, who do you think Christus is then?
Hey, welcome back.
Who do you think he's referring to? You said it is a title. You're right.
It is Insidious.
But which person is that, buddy?
This is Insidious, but it's the other version. What is that? Sinister or whatever? Like, basically, it's the same. It's the same movie.
Sidious? You mean Palpatine?
Oh, there we go. This is
I didn't name it
Sheev,
after the
guys.
movie.
This is Sheev.
It is supposed to creep you out a little bit, but
it does.
Only thing
So,
that
by
creeps
the
me
way,
out a little bit is your
what
mom's
does the
box.
title-
Please keep going.
Whose name was-
Tacticus say?
Oh my gods.
I already explained. Who is Christus? You said that's just a title. Who is Christus? A title for who?
Me.
No. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Oh, man.
Who is it? No,
what-
you got
I
it
thought it was
wrong,
me.
Matthew.
I know.
Not you. Want to try again? Who is Christus? Who is he talking about? Who is
Serapis.
Testaments talking about? What?
Serapis.
Metaphys?
Serapis.
Serapis?
Yes.
You know the god they called
No,
Christus.
I'm sorry, you're still wrong. What?
No.
No, they called him that.
Yeah. No,
Thank you.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, guys. I'm
Do
sorry
you
I
know
beat
when he
you
was
on this one.
dated to?
Who he was naked to?
Dated to.
What? Which what was dated to? This
Therapist.
therapist? Wow.
Look, Malakia, I know English isn't my first language, but for you to be up here and acting like a racist asshole because
not racist,
you
just 'cause
have
I
an
can't
issue with
understand.
how I fucking speak is a you problem. So
I'm
I'll
not
ask
racist
again.
'cause I can't understand
When was Serapis dated to?
Serapis? You've got a bad accent, dude. I promise I can't. Are you?
I'm
asking,
sorry,
when
my
was
accent
this?
is too much for your inbred brain. It's not my fault your mother and brother porked each other. Now, I will ask you again for the fourth time. How long ago was
Poor baby.
Serapis?
Poor baby.
Oh,
English
my
is-
God, you really
English
are
isn't
not okay, are you?
It's not your first language. Oh no!
Well, you know,
What a
considering the fact that you probably only know one language and I know 4, tells me more about my intellect than yours.
Oh, really? Because you live in a shitty place where you need to know
Darling,
multiple
shitty.
languages.
Everyone comes to Greece every year. What are you
Yeah,
talking
that's the
about?
point. You live in a shitty place. You get bombed, right? If
Actually,
there's
I
a war,
don't.
you get
When
bombed,
when
you
did
don't
Greece
hear-
get bombed? Hold on. When did Greece get bombed?
What's funny is that
It's
she's not
probably
even
been
in
a
Greece
while.
right now.
No, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying if you're in Europe, you get bombed easier.
She's not
when you go
in
to war.
Europe.
Greece is not Europe.
No, she's not in
I'm
there.
not living there currently. That's
She's
all
in your
wrong,
country, dipshit.
Malakia.
Oh, she's in this country? Okay, you're doing good then.
What the fuck?
Okay, you're good right now then, is what I'm saying. Just
No, I'm not, because people like you are the
Because you
reason
don't
why
go
I want
back.
to go back home.
okay.
Yeah.
Don't do it during a time of war. That's what I'm saying.
Greece isn't worried about the war.
What war?
Exactly.
Well,
We're not in one, you
use
idiot.
the article the. That's why I'm saying, are you referring?
Are we done with him?
Yeah, I'm too smart for you.
Is he a
You're
new co-host
not
now?
actually.
Sorry for
You're only
Really
embarrassing
sorry.
yourself
Permanently?
and your bloodline, which I hope you didn't reprocreate.
I know you.
You know, it's men like
No,
you
you
that
can't
are reasons why
before you sell-
abortions are a thing.
I'm
Because who and what woman in their right mind would want to breed with someone like you that probably
I
has
don't-
descendants that were cousins?
I actually can't hear you.
Crazy. Yikes. And I would say, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? But you probably do. You seem
With
that type.
tongue, Mr. Squidward. With tongue.
I believe it.
Darren, have you ever heard of Tacitus?
Tackled tits? What?
Tassel tits?
Tassel tits.
Well, that's how it's pronounced in Latin.
Actually,
Matthew,
in
please.
Latin, it's tacitus. Tacitus. Which is
Tush?
Latin is
What?
such a wimpy language. Like if you think about it, like tacitus. Like, are you kidding me? Like if if some senator introduced himself, my name is Senator Tacitus. I'd be like, well, you're not getting my vote. That's all I'm saying. Too bad this isn't Greece and I can't vote for you. No, that was a compliment. Like Rome wasn't a democracy. Anyways.
I don't think it was a modern Greek joke. Yeah.
Oh. Oh no. No. If I was, if it was a modern Greek joke, it would talk about like bankruptcy.
No, actually, Italy is more bankrupt than we are. We win.
It's a tie. You both lose. All right. So, there does seem to be someone else who's coming up. This is Sir not appearing in this film.
The same guy.
I don't think so.
Probably.
Sir not appearing in this film. What you got? You
He's
left.
got not appearing in this film.
He got nothing apparently.
That guy's got like 3 different burners. So.
But imagine only knowing one language is a flex. Just one. It's weird. Never understood that. Why is that their argument? Oh, well, you can speak English very well, bitch. Well, at least I speak multiple languages. What do you do?
I know English poorly. I know Greek poorly. I know Latin poorly. No, I'm kidding.
No, it's like a dominance thing.
Dominant, yeah.
I've got the powerful language. That's all I need.
I got the language of money.
Came from the Germans. Okay.
And some Greek. Some Greek is mixed in there.
France, Italy, and Spain got more of our dialect and news. But I see the correlation for some things.
There is a super chat for $5 from Zeno Lapu today that says, this is specifically for Matthew because he cooked you on John the Baptist.
There we go. I'm glad you had to read that out loud. It's probably the only way it would have got read.
It is the only way. Absolutely.
Man, that's the fun thing about super chats is we can make you say anything.
Yeah. I don't like it, but I mean, if someone is willing to pay at least some amount of money for me to say something there on YouTube, I will definitely say it and respond to it. And as far as that goes, I'm responding to that by saying, I guess, sort of, kinda, he cooked me, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know how many times we were trying to get you to YouTubes, and now that you're YouTubing, look at you. I'm so proud of you. What are you eating? Pistachios? Or walnuts?
No, these are like candied something. I don't know. They're from Ecuador. I don't know. They taste good. That's about all I got.
Oh my.
Oh, that's made it on there. Oh, somebody said Insidious did cook you. It's from Superior, who is Insidious's other alt.
Absolutely, yeah. That's absolutely his account.
Not even trying anymore.
Anyways, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm gonna hop off here. Oh, Superior's actually asking up. Do we want to take a chance and see if he's not Insidious?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do
Superior
it.
choice.
It's the
Matthew, please.
Hello. Hello, lads. I can't see your prompt anymore. Could you
Hello,
please set
Governor.
it back up the way it was, lad?
It hasn't changed, dipshit.
For me, it has. It turned into nine small windows. I think you accidentally, laddie. No, I think I remember what the prompt was. Anyway, what's your argument? Christ before Jesus?
That your mom needs to wash more?
That my mom needs to wash more. I do live in the United Kingdom.
That explains so much.
Yes, I do live in Europe.
Be careful, it might be easier for you to get bombed.
You know, the thing I love about the United... Yes, that's true. That is very true. The thing I love about the United Kingdom, though, is everyone speaks English. So I don't need to know another language. Only losers speak other languages.
Told you it's a power plate.
And everyone... You know, English is the universal language. That is the fact.
What language did
so
Jesus
if
speak?
You wonder, so when you wonder why
What
someone
language did Jesus
English
speak?
only speaks English, that's the point. That's why.
What language did Jesus speak?
Did Jesus? I don't believe Jesus spoke English, buddy.
Yuck.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
You said English is the universal language. So where in
And
scripture
did-
does Jesus speak English?
In fact, he
What does
speaks
that
a
have to
language
do
that
with-
she speaks.
You're
Sure
silly.
does.
And no, he doesn't.
It
He
does.
spoke some ancient version of a modern language. Don't you understand? He didn't speak anything that anyone speaks today. There's
he
a
didn't
bit of a
exist?
difference. It's sort of like there's Old English, there's Middle English. You don't actually
There's
recognize how
dumbass
he
with
spoke.
It's sort of like it's a fictional story and he didn't exist. Do you have any evidence that he did?
Yeah. Anything is possible, Christ
With
before
popsicle?
Jesus. But I
You
do
know,
have.
hold on, shush. Jaren, you know, I will say this. The Bible got one thing and one thing only right, okay? You want to know what that is? Talking donkeys. Do you want to know why? Because we deal with talking jackasses on a daily basis. And he's a prime example of it.
I am a prime example of being a jackass.
Absolutely.
Well, why am I a jackass? I think I'm the nicest person that's come on today.
Yuck. Anyone who claims that they're a nice person is in fact not a nice person. Try again.
Are you a nice person?
Nope.
Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
To you.
Probably not to anyone.
No, it makes sense to a lot of people. That's the
Oh,
difference.
it's okay, buddy. It's okay, Hanji.
I like
It's okay, Hanji. No need to cry. No need to cry.
Darling, the
still
only
love
one
Greece.
crying here is you. I
No,
need
we
you to
still
take
love Greece.
several chill pills. Do you
We
need
don't
Ritalin?
hate Greece. It's okay.
What'd you say, Matthew?
Can you mod me?
Do you
Where?
do you want to hear my proof now?
Here? Are you not modded?
He should be.
Sweetie, do you want to hear my proof? Yeah, I don't think you realize that.
Yeah.
Green.
Not you calling me sweetie in front of my hubby. That's crazy fucking work.
I don't.
You're
care.
lucky you're even still on the fucking panel, to be honest.
This doesn't. Not really. I'm here to annoy you.
Yikes on bikes.
Trying to figure
I
out.
could tell you're here to annoy us because at the end of the day, you're lonely and you're miserable, and misery does love company. So it's not our fault you're miserable and no one wants to pick you. Not even your own Jesus wants to pick you. Crazy one.
We are the and I love.
You see how mentally unstable? This is your brain on
Sorry,
Christianity,
I'm adding
folks.
I'm adding
We
Matthew
love
as a
you.
moderator here, and there.
I was wondering what you were doing.
Oh, yeah, I'm just picking it up. Okay.
To you. Can
Also, he said
I want to
he would. No, here's the thing. I kicked him because I should have kicked him a lot sooner for saying that he would hang
Hello.
Greeks. So there's that.
I definitely didn't say that. That's
Hello.
wild. Rainforest. What you got there,
What's
Rainforest?
I've been on, like, I've seen your lives so many times, bro, and I've seen your debates for so long. And low key, I feel like you do this thing where you just low key deny a lot of writings from anyone back then. Like, you deny a lot of writings saying that they were edited, changed, which I don't believe that. I believe they were translated to preserve the word, but, you know, whatever.
Translated. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Like,
Give me an example of something that I've denied that is explained perfectly by just translating.
hold on. You said that there were a lot of edits made in a lot of writings.
Like
that, shit.
And you've been
This is
watching
like
this a
one
lot?
particular debate with someone. I don't watch for too long. I low-key scroll because I'm not, you know, too much into it. But I decided to make an argument myself because I am a Christian.
Okay.
Feel like for us to know that someone exists, they have to leave like 3 things. They have to have like eyewitnesses, writings, and also artifacts.
What?
Now, artifacts.
And that's the
So
three. That's the three things they have to do in order for us to know that they existed.
not have to, but that's what we go off based on. This type of
So
evidence we go off.
artifacts, written word, and
Eyewitnesses.
contemporaries or
Right.
eyewitnesses. Okay. So
Yeah.
do we have any artifacts of Paul?
Not particular.
Okay, not a problem.
Paul,
do we have
but
any
I do
contemporaries
know
of Paul, like
Jesus.
or eyewitnesses of Paul, who say that they knew Paul personally?
I wouldn't know. I know he had a lot of
we
writings
don't.
to
So
churches.
it sounds like we don't have archaeology of Paul.
Wait.
What?
I wasn't speaking of Paul. I was speaking of Jesus.
Sweet. Well, we're just knocking out Paul real fast. So
no,
there's
we're not knocking out Paul.
Yeah,
Paul.
we are, because that's part of what this show is. So as far as like written word, what do we? I mean, is that what you think we have from Paul? Is this written word?
Mostly, but
okay. And
I
how did
believe we have
you
artifacts
determine
of Jesus?
We don't have artifacts of Jesus.
I believe we do.
What?
I could list a few that the church has.
Give us one.
Like the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, that's not from Jesus's time. That doesn't make any sense. All right.
It is.
It's
I remember
not. 3-to-1
time
herringbone
you
weave
denied.
is something that requires the technology of a loom that wasn't
I
available in
remember
the first
another
century.
time you were debating someone and you was talking about the carbon dating and
Sweet.
where they took
Well,
a piece
notice
of the
how I
cloth
didn't
from a
say
corner,
that.
right?
I didn't
Okay,
say that.
You didn't say that.
Yeah,
My fault.
3-to-1 herringbone, or I didn't. I noticed that I didn't say that right now in this conversation.
You're
I've
right.
talked about it before,
You're right.
absolutely. But
You're
3-to-1 herringbone weave, which is how the shroud is made, requires the technology of a loom that wasn't available in the first century. So I don't give a shit. So, anyways, so we don't have any artifacts for Jesus. Do you have any contemporaries or eyewitnesses of Jesus that we have any testimony from?
So we do have artifacts of Jesus. You can't.
No,
just
we
have
don't. You
rude
just
that.
kind
I
of
gave you
picked one,
example.
and you picked one from the
I gave you
1300s. That
one,
wouldn't be an artifact from the
and
first
you
century.
didn't let. Are you serious?
Yep.
You're a grown man. Don't be childish.
Yeah,
You
sweet.
ain't let
So
me
how did you
finish.
determine that that was from the first century?
We determined after doing another test. Hold on.
And that test was
I'm gonna
called
have to look this up.
WAXS and had no evidence of working at all. In fact, the guinea pig was the Shroud of Turin, correct?
That
Yes.
was their first time doing
Yep.
something
It was
like
literally the
this.
first time that anybody had ever used that method. So in other words, it had not
Yeah, it
been
doesn't
actually
make it
attempted.
unreliable. Where
Yeah, so
scientists are
where is
actually
the evidence that it
using
actually worked?
by getting a dating close to the first century.
Based off of a practice that we don't know if it even works?
What? I mean, of course we don't know, but the scientists knew.
No,
What-
there's
what
no
type of
scientist. It
argument
was
is that?
literally the first thing ever tested. So no, they
Because
don't know.
what? They were scientists.
Mm-mm.
So you saying these
I mean,
people didn't know
someone
what they
doing
were
a
doing?
particular doing a particular test on something could happen, but they've got to show that it's somehow
You're in a stage
produces
of a lot
results.
of denial. That's
No,
what I
well,
see. You're
where
just
is
denying a
any
bunch
evidence of
things.
WAXS working anywhere else?
They first tested on a Shroud of Turin, which
Okay.
dated to the first century.
Sweet. So
Right.
where's the evidence that that is a reliable method?
The people.
Who?
The people who did the method.
Sweet.
Oh,
And they only
the
did it that one
universities.
time over the shroud. They didn't do it over anything else to
Speak
confirm
like
that
a
it
10-year-old
works.
Fortnite player.
It's a circular argument. They tested it on the thing I wanted it to be tested on. They found the results they wanted, so
Yeah.
therefore it works.
Yep. Sweet.
What type of argument is that? Because
So
if
I
it
have a
was proven to
method. I have
be
a method, and it's
forgery, they
called.
would.
I have a method, and it's
Right.
called trusting my gut. And my gut tells me it's from the 1300s. So since I have just as much evidence that trusting my gut works as they have for their method that you're talking about, I guess we're in the same camp. I don't know what to do. So thank you for providing no evidence for the artifacts from the first
Oh
century
my
for Jesus.
God.
Do you have anything else, or would you like to go ahead and move to contemporaries or
I mean,
eyewitnesses?
there was also a sign placed above Jesus' head, which was
Sweet.
found.
Sweet.
They
Where is that
put
sign
Jesus of
found?
Nazareth,
Where was it found?
King of the Jews.
Sweet.
Hold on,
Where was
I'll
it found
see.
and where was it tested?
Where was it found? I actually don't know.
It's kind of what I just fucking asked you. It's almost like you don't have an answer.
Oh, you're cursing now.
Sweet.
That's a sign of a fool. Chill out.
Awesome. Do you have any evidence
Lower
that
your
we actually
cortisol.
have that thing?
Yeah, it's in the
Statistically, that's
church's
not
keeping.
true, by the way.
Yeah. Nah, it's just what his
What
mom
makes
told him
you
when he was
sure
really
it's
young.
not true?
So again, do you have any evidence of this sign?
Yeah, we have the sign.
Cool. Where?
It's in
And
a
where was it
church's
tested?
keeping.
Where?
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Go ahead. Take 30. All right, buddy. What'd you find?
I would actually butcher the fuck out of it if I tried saying it. So I'm not.
You
It
probably
was
shouldn't
found in
cuss.
Rome,
That
though.
shows that you're kind of a fool. Anyways, what'd you say?
It was found in Rome. There's no sign, son. Sit down.
And no
People
sign?
are so rude.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Yes. So no sign?
No, I'm not claiming that. I read it.
All right. So where was it tested and what did it date to? How'd they test it?
How did they test it?
Yeah. Who tested it? When was it tested? Can you show me an article on it? What do we got?
Uh, 3 languages. Okay. That doesn't give me my answer. Oh, scientific testing in 2002. Radioactive carbon dating was conducted on an artifact by Rome True University. And
From where? And it was of what?
from Roma True University. That's who tested it.
Roma True University?
Yeah, like TRE.
Yikes.
The fuck is that?
A university.
And where? Prison?
What? I was
Like, what are you talking
look at
about?
that. Oh my god, bro. Okay. So it was tested by this university and it was claimed to be, oh, it says 7th century. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Sounds like what you brought up was bullshit.
Ever been to one? Damn, people are actually clowning me. What type of community do
Yeah.
you have?
One
They're
that
rude. I was
one that
never
points
rude.
out clowns,
Clowns. What made me a clown?
trying to say that we have something that's from the 7th century and claim that it's from the 1st century.
That's
Like
not really
a
clownish.
quick Google search would show you that what you're talking about is dumb as shit. In fact, just
Damn,
searching,
that's rude.
do we have the sign above Jesus's head? And it said the short answer is no. The original sign has not been conclusively found. So, sorry. I mean,
Why do my Google search says otherwise? You must be looking
your
up on
Google search
atheist
does
Google
not
or
say
some
that.
shit.
Otherwise, you would have been able to find the evidence for it and not something from the 7th century, dipshit.
Why are you cursing me out, dude?
Because you're doubling down on your
You're
dumb
really
takes.
rude. I never cursed you out.
Sweet. Do you have any evidence for
man.
Jesus or any artifacts that you'd like to point out? Because so far you've pointed to one from the 14th century and one from the 7th. Do you have anything from the
I
first?
mean, then again, we also have like his followers, people who threw their lives away for
Sweet.
him too.
Okay, so you'd go ahead and move from artifacts to eyewitnesses. Where do we have any eyewitnesses who say, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry?
We know from the 12 apostles who written the Gospels.
Cool. Who is one of the disciples
who?
who wrote a gospel? Go ahead.
Wait, give me a second.
One of the disciples who wrote a gospel. Are you not familiar with the gospels in the Bible? There's only 4 of them.
I am.
Okay.
Because I remember you did the same argument with someone else.
Sweet, yeah, and I spanked them too. So I guess get in line. So which one of the disciples? Which one of the disciples do we have eyewitness testimony from?
Hold on. Who do we actually have firsthand accounts from in the writings? This should be an easy
Are you
question, but
asking
I don't
me?
want to
It's
pick the
no
wrong
one.
person. I'm obviously talking to myself, bro. Damn, you're rude as hell.
Cool. So you came up here telling me exactly what we needed to find someone in history, and you weren't prepared at all to make that case for who you're talking
I
about?
was. You're denying a lot
Okay,
of
well,
stuff.
give us a disciple who mentions them then. You were prepared, but you can't name anybody?
I mean, not
Is this
too
how you prepare
prepared.
for tests?
No.
Is that why you didn't
I
make it
never
past
really
8th grade?
studied in my life, to be honest.
That makes
Huh?
sense why you didn't pass 8th grade.
I'm past the 8th grade. What are you talking about?
What I believe it's called 9th grade. That being said, do you have
I
any evidence for
graduated.
any eyewitnesses?
Any evidence?
Yep, an eyewitness of Jesus.
No, we never really had any names
Yeah,
from
so
the
it sounds like we don't
eyewitnesses in
have
the
artifacts
Bible.
or eyewitnesses. That's the
Kinda
first
hard
two
to
of the
say.
3 things you brought up whenever you came in here.
No, I'm
So
not
as far as the
completely
third
denying that
goes, do we
don't
have anything
any.
written by Jesus?
All I'm saying is, particularly named ones, there were numbers named in the Bible instead of actual names sometimes, right? So it
Numbers
might be
named?
hard to.
Numbers aren't named, dude.
There were numbers instead of names.
Like what?
They said like 200 people or
It doesn't say
around that
200.
number.
Around that number, so you're not even prepared to give
Thought
the
Jesus
number?
be crucified. Look, bro.
And also, it's not for
Matthew,
Jesus' crucifixion, it's for his
Look.
resurrection. So it sounds like you have a tedious grasp on your own book.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Sweet. So it's not 200, and also it's not for the crucifixion. It's for the resurrection. Would you like to try again?
Well, yeah, I know that. But also
Then
his
why'd you say it?
crucifixion. Because we have more evidence of his crucifixion than his resurrection.
Cool. You haven't named any eyewitnesses who actually give their testimony for it.
Because they weren't named. I just said that.
So it doesn't sound like we have eyewitnesses then, do we?
Oh my God, yo.
That's how
Was
that
every
works.
man in Alexander the Great Army named? Calm down, dude.
No, that's why I'm not making a claim that anybody existed with a particular name, but you're saying that Jesus was crucified and you can't give me any evidence that he was. That's how that
I
works.
mean, you'll just deny the evidence if I give you like.
You haven't given any, so try me.
What's that one guy's name? Starts with a T. I hear his name all the time.
Sweet. He's not an eyewitness either. He was born 30 years later. So you said that we needed eyewitnesses.
He wasn't.
So give me an
but
eyewitness. You said we needed eyewitness. Give him one. Give me one. Come on. An eyewitness. An eyewitness testimony to Jesus. You're the one who said we need it.
Okay, give me 1 sec. So just so I don't fuck up, I'm not gonna just name something random. I will be looking this up. By the way, there's no reason to be rude, bro. I love you.
We're waiting.
Matthew and John in the
Sweet.
letters of Paul.
So where does Paul does not meet Jesus? Where does Paul meet Jesus?
I didn't say.
So Paul's
Paul
not an
met him.
eyewitness then. Congratulations. There goes one of your
I
3.
named
So
this
where
one.
does it
When I
say that
read it, it
Matthew...
said-
Sweet. So where does it say that Matthew wrote Matthew?
Very rude. Where does it say what?
Where does it say that Matthew wrote anything in the Gospel of Matthew?
Where does it say it has his name.
Where?
You know, in
What
the
verse?
Gospel of
What verse?
Matthew.
What verse?
I mean, we're assumed that they did write it, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
sweet. So no eyewitness testimony, just an
Okay.
assumption, just based on your fifis?
It's not really an assumption. It's a
Okay, so then
historical,
where in the text does it say it?
writing.
So yeah, sweet.
I
Where
mean-
in this historical writing does it say it's written by Matthew? What verse? We'll go to it. I'll show everybody. In fact, if you can find where it says this is written by Matthew, I will literally take the book down from Amazon and I will stop this live. I'll never go live again if you can find the verse that says this is written by Matthew. I don't think you've read this, have you? Is this
To
how you
be
prepare
honest.
for things? You just never read the material?
Well, no, I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
Let me
Is
try
it
to
because you
defend
can't read
myself
or
on
because you
this
just
a
never
little
read
bit.
it?
I can't read. See, you're
Sweet,
being
so
rude
wh-
again. But
so
let me
where
say
in this does it say
because
anything about
they're
Matthew?
gonna just be an ass, so we might as well go this route.
Sweet. Where in this does
Uh,
it say Matthew?
It won't say Matthew. Most
Okay,
likely.
so where in John does it say John? Where
in
does it
John-
say that John wrote it?
in the name is we're given that
Sweet. When do
these
you think
books,
those names were attached to the Gospels?
probably by the apostle fathers, low key. These
Like
were
when?
people who knew the 12 apostles.
No, Irenaeus.
Uh,
Irenaeus is the first one to give the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and he doesn't know any of the disciples. Wouldn't make a lot of sense for him to know them if he was born in 130, now would it?
it
Nah.
would make sense where he wouldn't have known them, but he would have known a lot about them.
Okay, cool. Well, he never
Right.
says anything about knowing a lot about them, and also he gives the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in 180, so about 150 after the supposed death of Jesus. So that's really weird. It's almost as if they're just kind of making shit up later on.
What
So we
makes
don't
you
have
sure
any
they're
eyewitness
making stuff
testimony.
up?
So you said we needed artifacts, eyewitness testimony, or writings from the person. Jesus never
Yeah.
wrote anything, correct?
He never wrote anything.
Sweet. So we don't have any artifacts for him. We don't have any eyewitnesses, and we don't have any writings from Jesus. That means that by your own logic
Well,
and your own admission,
you
Jesus did not exist. Congratulations. That's
he
how that
did
works.
exist.
Ladies and
That's
gentlemen, we got him.
All right. Do you have
you're just
anything
over
else?
talking, bro.
Do
You're
we
not
have
really
anything
proving
else,
anything by
or
over talking.
what?
One, I still believe the Shroud of Turin is artifacts from
Yeah, I
Jesus.
know. That's
They
because you're
have
stupid.
the
But do you
Silver
have anything
Scroll.
else?
You just called me stupid. Why?
Correct. Because you believe something from
Did
the
I insult you?
1300s to be from the
I
first
didn't
century.
insult you.
Yeah, I know.
Look,
It's because
bro.
I'm not stupid. So something from the 1300s is not
Oh
from the first
wow.
century, and also we
Your
don't have the
IPD is
sign
trash,
above
though.
his
Your eyes are
head.
too close to each other. How about that?
Sweet. Do
Anyway,
you have
I love you.
anything?
My
Do you
bad.
have anything for Jesus in the first century?
I mean, besides the things I tried giving to you, I'll have to research
Besides the
more and
things
come
that
back
you looked
later.
up and it said it was from the 7th century, because you just kind of
That was
take
one
anything
thing.
that an
Don't try it.
apologetics person
Don't
tries to
try
give
it.
you.
That was one thing. I mean, there's a
So
Shroud of
you said
Turin
the
and the
things
place
that you brought up. So what
the face
things
cloth
did you bring up?
put above Jesus' face too, matching
Cool.
perfectly.
Cool. And
That
that
is one
dates
thing I
to
wanted to
when?
say. Huh?
And that dates to when?
First century. Let me see.
And
How do you say
using
this
what
thing?
method?
I'm not completely sure.
I know you're not. Do you have any particular evidence for
Hey
Jesus?
man, don't be rude. Hey man,
Sweet. Do you
don't
have
be
any
rude.
evidence for Jesus, or do you want to keep jacking off at the mouth?
I'm not jacking off, but dude, what the fuck? You're
What you
like
got?
a rude dumbass, bro. Come on, chill
Cool,
out.
sweet. And
Dumbass,
all
you're
like
a
5 to
rude, yes.
600 people in here saw that you have no idea what you're talking about.
There's not 5 or 600 people.
We
What
have
you talking about?
298 people on TikTok, and we have
Yeah.
301 people on YouTube. So we have 600 people that are watching you put your foot into your mouth repeatedly.
Not actually. You're just being overly rude and trying to overtalk me
Cool.
by
And you
saying,
don't
"Oh
have
yeah,
any
no."
evidence, and you told me exactly what we need, and you just completely destroyed yourself. So do you have anything else?
The face cloth put above Jesus
Sweet. And that
said,
was dated to the 1st century. How?
hold on, let me do this real quick. I have to look it up.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
If I was
I'ma
rude,
put
I
it-
would have already removed you from the panel
Low
after
key, do
like
that
doing
to a
this
lot
multiple
of
times.
people.
YouTube is wild because like it's such weird backhanded compliments. Like somebody said the black dude is better character than you. Like I don't know what that means.
I'm not as rude as you. I wouldn't like to be. I thought you would be actually pretty chill when I got up here. I
Cool.
didn't
You
think
haven't
were,
been
like,
removed
Usually
because
gonna curse
I'm
me out.
talking to you.
I mean,
Yeah, if I was rude,
you
I would
just
have
been
already
calling me
removed
an
you.
idiot for like the past what? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah, how old are you?
Old enough
What's
to be your
carbon
dad.
dating? Probably not.
Mhm.
But you know, you're a grown man. I'm 18. You know,
Cool.
I'm also somewhat a grown man.
Definitely
You're just
old enough to be
completely
your dad.
rude.
So
In
I'm
front of
old
your
enough to
wife
be your
too.
dad.
I'm shocked your wife
Literally.
isn't judging your character based on how you treat strangers.
Say my
This is
wife?
like
Is that what you said?
completely rude. I never expected you to be this rude. I actually thought
My
you were gonna be
wife.
He's
pretty
not rude
cool.
at all.
Which one of these
He's
people
not
do you
rude.
think
He
is
just
my
cursed
wife?
me out. I've never cursed this guy out. Which one is your wife?
Yeah.
Me.
Hey man, if you swing that way, I think he likes you. But let me
Sweet,
get back
man.
to this.
So what was that evidence that you don't have
Uh,
again? back to that.
radiocarbon dating. That's
Yeah.
how it was tested.
Yeah, sweet. What is the study that shows that it dates back to the 1st century?
Damn, people are just rude in the comments too.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. It's because they're eating you alive, man. Because you're dumb, and that's fine. It's okay.
You just called me dumb again.
Mm-hmm.
What makes me dumb exactly?
The fact that you keep saying that this is dated to the 1st century when it's dated to the 7th.
Wait. Okay, it is.
Yeah. All right. Well,
dated to the 7th.
Got anything else, buddy? Or do we need to go ahead and remove you from the panel?
Or the lever crunk.
The empty tomb of
Which
Jesus
one?
was said to
Which
also
one?
be found.
Which one?
Which one? So there's multiple.
There's 3 in Jerusalem: the Talpiot tomb, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Garden tomb.
Damn, Church of the Holy Sorry.
Sepulchre.
Yeah. I'm not the best at this, but you know,
What,
I'm
reading?
trying. No, debating.
Oh,
Hey
okay. I
man,
was like,
you're
nah, it's
still
pretty
being rude
obvious
for
to
what,
everybody.
man? I literally came up here respectful. What's wrong with you?
I just don't have a
I
lot of
want you to
patience
go
for
to sleep
idiots.
or lay down in your bed and judge your character after this. This is insanely rude.
Nah, man. The only thing I'm doing tonight laying down in my bed is your mom. Do you have anything else?
That's very funny. You're gonna go to sleep and
Yes, under your mother.
never mind. Yeah, totally,
I
bro.
never pegged you for a bottom, but okay.
Yeah.
That
Well, I never pegged her for a top, but here we are. Do you have any evidence for us, or do we want to go ahead and disconnect you? What would you like?
I mean, I would say these things I've talked to you about was evidence. You just simply denied them with faulty claims.
Yeah, because they were faulty claims, and then you found out that they were from the 7th century. Yeah, your arguments are dog shit, and you should feel like dog shit for even bringing them up. So
I mean,
congratulations.
no. How would we have these things if they? No, I believe
It's
these
almost
things
like
were
Christians make
preserved
shit
through-
up, which is why you're up here continuing to make
I
more
mean,
shit
no,
up.
you wouldn't. You don't really have proof of Christians making shit up. You
Yeah,
kinda
we
just
do.
say, "Oh,
In fact,
yeah,
it's recorded and it's
these
on
people."
YouTube. And when you looked up when that sign dated to, when you said it was from the 1st century, you found it was from the 7th century. Because again, Christians made it up and you continue to just peddle the bullshit. That's the point. These claims exist because of people like you believing that they're true and then coming up with a full chest of confidence to someone who has actually looked into it
I didn't
and
come
knows
up
that they're
with
not
a full
true.
chest of confidence.
Yeah, you did, which
I
is why
actually
you gave me
wanted to be proven
three
wrong
reasons
so
that
I
we
can
can
understand a lot more.
You came up with a full chest of confidence saying that there are 3 ways that we can determine whether or not someone existed
I
in
didn't come
history,
up with
and then you
confidence
decided to destroy your
completely.
own argument using those 3 methods. So, yeah.
I mean, it's not completely destroyed. I just don't know enough.
No, it is destroyed based on your logic, which, granted, that's not a lot,
It's
but
not
still it's
completely
something.
destroyed, bro. Let's stay away from that.
Sweet. So
I
you
just
didn't
don't know
present any
enough.
artifacts from the 1st century, any eyewitnesses, or any writings from Jesus. So he didn't exist according to you.
I mean, writings of Jesus, not from Jesus himself. I mean, there's a lot of writings from Paul, but you say he don't exist.
Cool. There's writings of
You're
Hercules.
just,
Does Hercules exist as well?
I mean, no. Do we
All right,
have any
sweet. So
proof
I
of
guess writings of
Hercules?
something
No.
doesn't necessarily mean that it exists, does it?
Writings from someone. What are you talking about?
We have writings from Hercules as well. We have letters from
Yeah,
Hercules.
writings from Hercules?
And writings from his wife.
No way. But also, wasn't the church started by Paul?
Nope.
He was the first pope, apparently.
Nope, that's Peter.
No.
Congratulations. You don't even know your own history.
That's BS. How so?
Tells you in
Explain
the
it to me.
text.
That's supposed to
Because
be
you kind
Peter.
of don't really explain too much. You kind of just deny, say a
That's
little
supposed to
bit
be
about
Peter.
something, and just.
The first pope's supposed to be
Say it again.
Peter.
Oh, I'm tweaking. Wait. Peter.
See, it's not just a matter of denying, it's a matter of knowing that you're full of shit.
First pope was Peter?
That's what they say.
You're spiritually. Yo, damn, why are people so rude? Drop rain.
We
Damn.
typically like people who come up here and can back up their claims.
Well, you know what? Hey, man. I just want to say this. No, I'm not by to say anything disrespectful to you.
All right. You can say it over
Don't
there to the
care.
wall.
Were you saying you need somebody to back it up? Is that what you're saying? I kind of in and out. So.
Oh, man. Hey, Matthew.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
You need some tuberculosis?
Not today.
Imon?
Another day.
Concha Imon?
Maybe.
Concha.
Maybe.
Concha?
Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to. I'll talk to you afterwards.
All right. I like how people
Well, we have
in the
another guest.
chat
I'll
don't
let you
know
take care
what
of that.
tuberculosis means. Or maybe they do. I don't know. No, not ganja. I said concha. Like concha ya at a concha nai. Also,
The responses are wild in chat.
So,
Matthew.
yeah, I was gonna see if you
Bapa Moriranti Bahasa Indonesia?
a little, maybe. But you don't want to give it away.
That is oh shit.
I can say
I could say I could even say
that's about it. You're way ahead of me on that one.
Yeah, I can say a little, but I can't remember them.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what do you think of the letter from Jesus that he wrote while he was on the cross?
What?
Yeah, you said there were no writings from Jesus, so I was going to see what you think of that. Joseph of Arimathea tells us that he literally documents the letter that Jesus sends to an angel from the cross. He literally says he wrote and then sent it. Checkmate.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
It's called the Narrative of Joseph of Arimathea. See.
Oh. They're like accidentally rewriting the autobiography of Josephus, like, but in a different way. All right, Val Damascus.
Damascus.
That is not how you spell Damascus.
That is how you spell Damascus.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's a Final Fantasy username that I started with. Other than that, I do think Jesus was real. Like, can you prove he wasn't real?
Matthew, can you prove that he wasn't real? I gotta eat the rest of my Jersey Mike's.
No. I asked you. I didn't ask Matthew. I asked you.
Exactly. Who do you think he's talking to?
That's my co-author, man.
Man, I'm not a troublemaker.
It's just
so
it's literally me and him.
Like,
so you can talk to him for a second. I gotta eat my sandwich.
And I'm coming with respect, but like, can you prove to me that Jesus isn't real?
Yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
I said you. I said you. I didn't specify Matthew. I specified you. Since you want to make claims, why don't you make an argument for yourself?
Exactly. I never made that claim. I mean,
go fuck yourself, Matthew.
Now you.
Okay.
He agrees. I didn't make that claim.
Okay. Goddamn. Okay. Anachronisms, dude. There's elements of the story that don't line up with the time or place.
Like what?
Like rabbis. You can't talk about rabbis and how they dress in 30 if the first rabbi doesn't show up for 40 years until, 40 years after.
And you know exactly that there weren't rabbis then. Can you prove to me that there weren't rabbis?
Yeah, the Mishnah, which is rabbinic literature, says that the first rabbi starts the rabbinic school outside of Jerusalem at the with the approval of Vespasian after the temple was destroyed. Prior to that, they were under Mosaic law because the laws of Moses were in effect. See Luke 2 for more evidence of that. Because they were under the Second Temple period. We're in the Second Temple period.
Okay, but see, Moses got his laws from Jesus, though.
No, that doesn't even make any sense. So anyways, because of the Mosaic law, that means that the people who you would actually be listening to would be the Cohen or the Kohanim, which would be Levitical priests who preach in the temples and the synagogues. The term rabbi wasn't even a term that was used. You don't find the term rabbi in any Hebrew manuscripts or any Hebrew fragments or inscriptions or anything like that over in that area at all. It's not in the Old Testament. It's not in any Apocrypha. It's not in any Intertestament books. Josephus doesn't say it because he fucks off in 70 over to Rome. Philo of Alexandria doesn't say it. The first time that we get it is from the writings there in the 2nd century from like Rabbi Akiva. And then also the Mishnah, which says the first rabbi is Yochanan ben Zakkai in 70.
Did it freaking just cut out? My bad.
You're good.
I was invited up here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
What,
sorry.
what if rabbi wasn't called rabbis then, though? Like,
then this
we know names
would
for
be a
things can change over
misquotation.
time. So what if? Okay. An eyewitness statement is only 50% true. That's accurate throughout everything. Judicial systems. If somebody were bullying somebody in school, an eyewitness statement is only 50% true.
What?
An eyewitness statement is always 50% true.
That's not
We
even
don't
remotely
know
close
exactly
to
if.
true. You're just kind of saying something. Where's your evidence of that?
No, I'm not. Okay, so if somebody walked up to you and said that somebody slapped him, would you believe him? Like there's no hand mark. Would you believe him?
That's not 50%. What the fuck are you getting at?
No, no, no.
What
Is there
kind
a
of Bayesian
Is there a
theorem are you coming up
possibility that
with,
somebody
Richard?
slapped them or not? Don't start cussing.
Is there a
I'm not cussing. I'm not
possibility?
coming
There's
at
a
you cussing.
possibility, yeah, but where'd you
Is
get
there
50%?
Okay, so why is there not a possibility that Jesus or Paul existed?
What? Because we can tell when
You
you
just said
actually
there's a
look into
possibility.
you can look into the evidence of whether or not someone says that they slapped them and whether or not they got slapped and figure out if it's true or false. We can take a look at the evidence of the New Testament and see that it doesn't even line up with itself, let alone history. I mean, we went on
It does.
technicality
Jesus
because
came
even the
to.
natural stories don't line up with each other in the New Testament. There's contradictions in the New Testament, which would mean the person they're presenting could not exist. It's impossible. It's impossible to be born
Prove to
10
me
years
George
before
Washington
you're born.
existed.
What?
Prove to me George Washington existed.
We have his
Prove
teeth,
to me.
dipshit. What do we have for Jesus?
Okay, and we have Jesus' sandals.
No, we don't. What's the evidence that we
Yes,
have
we
the
do.
sandals that goes
That's
back
a
to the first
historical
century?
piece of evidence.
How did they
In
date
fact,
them?
we even got the cloth that Jesus
How did they
was.
date
We
them?
even have the cloth that Jesus
How
was
did they date
wrapped in.
them? How did they date the sandals?
That's freaking. But how did they keep medical records back then? They didn't.
Cool. How did they date the sandals?
Can you date a tree?
Yes, and very
Yes, you
easily,
can.
dipshit.
Okay,
the
first of
fuck?
all, I'm not insulting you.
Well, I'm insulting
coming
you
at
because
at
that was a
fair
really
ground.
stupid point, and you
You're
should feel stupid for
insulting
even
our
bringing it up.
intelligence.
Okay, and I'm a stupid kid. All right,
I
I'm not
am
gonna,
very aware.
I'm not gonna
Everybody
claim to be the
watching this knows
smartest
you're
person.
stupid. That being said, how did we date the sandals?
You know what? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of a
So,
known fact that we don't have
Kimberly,
the sandals of Jesus that goes to the first century. A church saying that they have it doesn't mean anything. There's 3 different churches that say they have the foreskin of Jesus. It's called the Holy Prepuce. Do you think that we have the foreskin of Jesus too?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I know. It's
Again,
just
eyewitness
because
statement is
you
only
kind of picked
50%
out
true.
certain things. No, that's not how that works. So again, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or would you like for us to go ahead and move on to
Yes.
somebody who's got an IQ over room
I
temperature?
do. The cloth of Jesus Christ that he was wrapped in when he died.
The cloth? You mean the linen strips
The
that it says
cloth?
in John?
Yes, it is still cloth, but still, we have the cloth that Jesus was wrapped in.
No, we don't. We have something from the 1300s, which
Yes,
I
we
think you're
do.
talking about. Okay, how was it dated to the first century?
I mean, scientists have tested it, and it's a couple of thousand years old, which lines up with when Jesus will
No,
be around.
there aren't any scientists
Yes.
who have used any kind of method that we know works and dated it to 2,000 years ago. That's not a thing.
I saw it myself. There is an entire freaking presentation at my school about it. Like,
I don't give 2 fucks.
I saw it.
Cool. I think I saw a presentation of Romeo and Juliet in my school. Doesn't mean that Romeo and Juliet were real people either. Well, you just fall for anything you look at on the screen? Is that how that works?
I mean,
That's what it sounds like to me.
Jesus also didn't come at people insulting them. Now, did he? Like, he didn't walk up to a person, slap them, and said, "Hey,
Yeah,
follow
did
me."
he
in
called a
1 Peter
woman a
4:9.
dog because she was the wrong ethnicity? Yeah, you haven't even read the Bible.
Where?
Are you serious?
Where? Verse
Start
it.
at Matthew 15, verse what, 20?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in there. It's in Matthew. Let me check.
Okay, and what's the context of it? What happens before and after? What's
She
the
asks for
context of
help
it?
and he ignores her, and so he says, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to help her because she's the wrong ethnicity.
What happens exactly before that?
Again, she's asking for help.
To be healed.
Yeah.
Okay, wrong ethnicity, right?
Yeah, you
What
can't
does
even
that
say
mean?
the word.
Jesus
All right, so
made
Jesus
everybody.
left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting at us." He answered to them, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." In other words, she's the wrong ethnicity for me to help. But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." So she's kneeling in front of him, still asking for help. He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." Once she acknowledges that she is a dog and beneath him, that's when he helps. She says, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." And he answered her,
Well, yeah, because
"Woman,
we
great
need
is
to
your
know our
faith."
place.
Yeah, so do you think that it's a good
Nobody
idea to
is better than anybody. Nobody's better than anybody.
Sweet.
Hold
So
on.
do you
We
think
need
that
to know our place.
do you think that the best thing to do is to not listen to somebody's cries for help because they're the wrong ethnicity until they acknowledge their place is beneath you?
He didn't. Oh my gosh! Like
He
even helped the Romans. The
listen,
Romans killed him. He went to go help the Romans, and the Romans killed him.
No, he explicitly said that he was not there for her.
He said to the house of Israel. He didn't say the people of Israel.
Yeah, I know. She's not in Israel, dipshit. She's Canaanite. She's not Jewish.
Okay, and why would Jesus be there if he wasn't there to help people?
He doesn't help her. he
only
he
there
did
to
not
protect
answer her
the
at
lives
all.
that were there.
Yeah, I don't think you're capable of reading. Yeah, again, he
And
does.
you said he did not help her until he recognized that she was beneath him.
So yeah, do you think that that's the way we should do things? We should like completely ignore people because of the wrong ethnicity, and then once they acknowledge that, listen, I'm not done talking. Once they acknowledge that they are beneath you and their ethnicity is somehow inferior to yours, that's when you help them. Do you believe that that's the best way to go, or should you just help them because that's what you should do is help people?
The point Jesus was
No,
trying
I
to get
asked you a
across is that
question.
we
I
need
asked
to
you
know-
a question.
Okay, and I'm answering your question.
Sweet. So you're either going to say help them because we need to help them, or wait until they acknowledge that they are the inferior ethnicity. Which one do you think is best? You may now speak. I'm sending you an invite to unmute. Which one is best?
Okay, so can I finish my statement now?
No, you can answer the question.
Answer his question.
Do we help people because they need help, or do you wait until they acknowledge that they are the inferior ethnicity to you?
Again, can I explain what I was trying to do?
No, you can answer the question. You can answer the question. If you don't answer the question, we're going to just disconnect you and move on to the next person. You may unmute, click the little microphone button, but the first thing out of your mouth is either A, help them because they need help, or B, help them once they acknowledge they are the inferior ethnicity to yours. Which one?
B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck off,
I'm gonna
racist.
say B because
Ew.
Okay.
Fucking ew.
Yeah, he's a racist piece of
Sorry,
shit.
YouTube.
All right. MRBMVN. What you got?
Yes, I have a question for you, boss. I have a question for you.
For me?
What do you believe? Yeah. What do you believe in?
Oh, I worship the one true Savior.
Who's that?
What'd you say?
Who is that?
And his name is John C.
All right. Next up.
This is a friendly.
Oh, okay. Lip is?
We need to invite Truth over T up.
Truth over T? I don't know who that is.
Hello?
All right. Owen Fulmansby. Fulmansby?
Yeah, I just had a question. Are you disputing the secular historical Jesus of Nazareth, or
Absolutely.
I feel like most historians that are secular would agree that like he's a historical figure.
Okay.
You can
Why does that
dispute
matter
what
to
he
me?
claimed to be, but I don't think that it makes sense to dispute him as a historical figure.
Okay. So what is the evidence they point to?
I mean, just Google it. There's a lot of historical text.
Sweet. Well, I have Googled it. Me and my co-author, who's right below you there, we wrote a book on this topic. The information that you think is there is not actually any good.
Okay.
Sweet. So is that it? You just kind of wanted to come up here and just appeal to
I was
authority
just
and numbers?
asking because I don't. Okay.
Yeah. Are you not aware that at one point in time, the minority opinion was that the Earth went around the sun, and there were actually people who were jailed because of it, because of saying that?
I don't think you're smarter than the majority of historians.
Do you think that the minority of the people who said that the Earth went around the sun were smarter than the people who said that the sun went around the Earth?
I also thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, but like,
do you think so? Who do you think was smarter, the minority opinion that said that the Earth went around the sun, or the majority of the religious people that said no, the sun goes around the Earth? Which one? Which group do you think was smarter?
I don't think you're Copernicus.
Cool. I'm not talking about Copernicus. Galileo is actually who I was thinking in my mind. But who do you think was smarter? And he left, little bitch.
Oh, okay. He's a macho.
Also, I wanted to get to some super chats there. We've got $1.99 from. Sorry, no, £2 £2 from Neptune Cold that says guest hasn't even heard of Welsh or Gaelic, because that person was saying that like English is only spoken in England or over in the UK or something. It's dumb as shit. It doesn't even make any sense. And then, so thank you very much, and Neptune Cult, for pointing out the errors of his ways. Hopefully he gets that. That was that sinister guy that Matthew really liked. $1.99 from Hardwork8395 that says Matt is your work wife. Is that true, Matthew? Are you my work wife?
Just work? I guess.
Me and my wife is work.
There we go.
All right, and then $1.99 from Hardwork8395 that says, "In your villain era today, LOL." Well, yeah, that's yeah, to some extent. And then $2 from Gnostic Rose 13 that says, "Non-religious people always know more. Sad truth." Yeah, it's almost as if we've read enough to not be part of the bullshit. That's how that works.
Brother, can I answer the question the person that hung up on you? You ask him, who is right, the majority or the minority, right?
No, specifically in that particular instance. Like there are instances when you have there are instances where you have people who know better than the majority because there's evidence behind it.
Exactly. You cannot determine the truth because it's told by the majority or by the minority.
Yeah, the majority and minority, that doesn't do anything. It's about the evidence that they point to and whether or not the evidence is actually any good.
So let me ask you this: you are looking for the truth, right?
Trying to.
Or do you have already decide what is the truth, or you looking for the truth?
I mean, we can determine like the truth of like a particular statement or something like that, but like I'm continuing to look. I mean, if there's any other information that we overlooked or just hasn't been determined or presented or published yet, then we're open to hear it.
So the only evidence for the truth of Christianity, Jesus and the apostles and the Bible it can come only from what source? Historical, or from a man, from what you expected to come from the historical evidence, or you are looking for a spiritual evidence, like for something supernatural to prove you the existence of God, because that's two different things. Like, for example, I do not believe in God because of the historical evidence or man-made evidence. I believe in God because I had spiritual evidence of his power.
Because he came to you?
because I was praying and my prayers were heard.
Oh,
I
okay.
had help
So
from
you of
help
course
from
were
God.
praying that like all the kids in oncology wards were going to be healed, right? That's what you were praying. You weren't praying for
No,
something
I
selfish, were
didn't.
you?
No, I didn't pray for that.
You
I
didn't pray
didn't
for
pray
kids?
for.
You have the ability
So
that the almighty, all-powerful, all-knowing, everywhere God is able to listen to you individually, and you didn't pray for kids? What did you pray
hold on,
for? A
hold
new truck?
on. Okay. Oh, no. My prayer was that to have faith in God, to
Really?
believe in God.
So you have the ability to talk to the creator of the universe, and you didn't ask him to help with kids or anything like that? Surely at least like world hunger, poverty. Really? You just wanted like faith in God for some weird reason? Damn, dude. What kind of selfish piece of shit are you?
The worst kind. Yikes.
My God, dude. You had the Almighty on the phone and you just asked for proof of him? Like you already believed in him. Why would you need anything else? You're already praying to him. Why do you need faith in him? Jesus Christ. Anyways, he has 2 more wishes left though. All right, I wanted to get back over to some super chats. Anyways, that conversation was literally going to go nowhere, and I knew it. $2 from Matthew Mulkeen that says Jesus' tomb number 4 is the Amari Prefecture in Japan. Yes, that is very true. Tomb number 5 is over in Pakistan, believe it or not. No idea why. $4.99 from JRBD2OV says, what got you guys into this topic? Like, how did you stumble upon this? That's a good question. Matthew and I were taking a look at the Christology of Jesus, and over time, we realized that there was no evidence for Jesus, and there was evidence against him, because we assumed that he was a real person at the very least, and then started to realize that, no, we don't actually have evidence for that. It's actually evidence against it, and the New Testament was written in the 2nd century. We started to see that kind of stuff. So it's pretty wild how that kind of came about kind of naturally. It kind of kept building up. $4.99 from Christy D77 says, a belief is just a thought practiced over and over. That's all it is. That's why there's so many religions. That's pretty deep. I like that. A belief is just a thought practiced over and over. That's kind of profound. I like that. I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, have you ever heard that before, Matthew?
I have not.
Belief is just a thought practiced over and over. Interesting. I like that. And then that kind of sounds like when I talk about like faith or whatever, which I believe I actually got from Matthew Dillahunty. I think it's either a direct quote or at least a pretty close paraphrase that says that faith is just the excuse people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff there.
Which is why me and Lords constantly say that these people really don't believe this shit. They don't.
Oh yeah. A thought. It's just a friend you hadn't met yet. Ah, man. All right. Remember, guys, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step and ends 1,000 miles away, probably in some desert somewhere collapsed. Matthew.
Me or another guest?
No. You.
Okay.
I'm
I'm still waiting on your response about that Jesus letter I found. You know,
I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, the one where he writes while he's on the cross. Narrative of Joseph of Arimathea, and don't look up the date because we know you just deny.
Yeah, Take it from Hanji. You can go all the way to Egypt and still not see denial like Jaren has it.
And also,
Alright.
how would you? Okay, we have. Oh, okay. Oh, I was going to give you another argument, but no. You look at this one. Chapter 3. It's actually on New Advent. So chapter 3, a long way down, and he wrote thus, and then he writes a paragraph worth to an angel, and then as it says, he gave up the ghost.
How do you give up the ghost exactly? How do you give it up?
Well, but this is straight from like an eyewitness, because Joseph of Arimathea was probably there. And this is totally not related to the pilot cycle at all. Totally not at all. So don't even try that. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep talking if you're not gonna talk. So, okay, yeah. So, and we got the Book of Mormon. It's got 11 witnesses. Is that right? Okay, cool. And you said eyewitnesses are good. It's like scored a got 11. It's got the 3 and the 8. Whatever that is. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, and it's got Jesus in it, right? The Book of Mormon. Yeah, but he shows up. The historical figure Jesus shows up in the Americas, and we've got eyewitnesses for this book. And this book, or at least the religion, says that there are problems with the New Testament. So that's what the problem is you're looking at the wrong text. So we have eyewitness testimony for the Book of Mormon, and then Jesus shows up in it. And I can't say anything about Paul. Well, but who cares about Paul? But there you go, Jesus. Bam.
All right. Also, we got $1.99 from Hardwork8395 on YouTube. Says, Matt, finish the dang book ASAP. We want it now.
Okay. Well,
all right.
You can read the whole book all the way through Old Testament, Quran, and then Book of Mormon. It's true because there were eyewitnesses.
Here we go. I am Joseph. I like how that's like.
There you go. See, proof right there.
I am Joseph of Arimathea.
If you didn't believe it and you didn't know which Joseph of Arimathea it is, it's the one who begged for the body.
Yeah.
Clarified that for you. And others he exposed naked. Now, scroll down to chapter.
Like
3,
I want you to think about something really quick though. Like this is very important. Like dead serious. You see how it's naming people?
That's because it's real.
Yeah. Well, like it gives all these details. And what's funny is that like people are like, "Oh, hey, why would the Gospels have all these like fake names and stuff like that? Like they've got to be connected to something." No, they don't. I mean, it's possible that they're just connected to people who this person knows. This is very clearly not something that's written by Joseph of Arimathea, but it's still like it names people. They're still coming up with like fairly original content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it sounds real because of all the details that they're giving, but it's very clearly not a real text. Like it's not real.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What is this talking about? The people who hold on. In those days in which they condemned Son of God to be crucified, 7 days before Christ suffered, 2 condemned robbers were sent from Jericho to procurator. He's calling him procurator. When was this supposedly written, by the way?
By Joseph of Arimathea. I don't know
like
when he
when?
died. So.
Well, no. I mean, like legitimately.
They don't know between the 5th and the 12th century.
Really?
Last Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, so it seems to use the pilot cycle, which is like.
It's a medieval work. It's medieval work. But like, what's funny is that they're very clearly
Joseph of Arimathea.
So, anyways, but it calls him a procurator.
Well, I mean,
so the reason I say that is because like it's very clearly the fact that like later Christians called Pilate a procurator because that was just kind of what they called them or something. They didn't realize that he was a prefect. So, like, the further you get away from that time period, the more likely you are to get people talking about him and calling him a procurator because they're getting it wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was replying to Truth Over Tea,
Oh.
who doesn't have faith in the Book of Mormon for some reason.
Truth Over Tea? Who's Truth Over Tea?
Some apologist, I don't know.
I have no idea. Oh.
Chapter 3.
Anyways, so take a quick look here. So it's talking about the two condemned robbers that were next to Jesus. All right. Their case was as follows. The first, his name Augustus. I can't even say some of this stuff. That is wild. Like, what? What? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's clear that they're just saying things crazy.
And got, like, removed from the live because of a certain shirt.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm kind of like Gestus there.
You're just as bad as Gestus.
Yep. I'm glad you accept that.
Here's the other one. In the case of the other was Demas. He was by birth a Galilean and kept an inn. He made a tax upon the rich, but was good to the poor. A thief like Tobit, for he buried the bodies of the poor. So, guess which one of these is probably going to be the guy who like gets Jesus is like, oh, today you're going to be with me in paradise.
I'm waiting on bated breath.
Yeah, is it the one who kept an inn and was basically a Robin Hood? Or was it the guy who drank the blood of infants' limbs?
It's a hard choice.
How Kronos of him.
How Kronos of him. All right, so you said to go, see, Jesus was taken on the third day before the Passover, blah, blah, blah.
Paragraph 4 of chapter 3.
All right. We're kind of this is weird. On the third day before Jesus was laid hold of, Jesus says the Jews come, let us hold a council, blah blah blah. There's Nicodemus was there. I like how Nicodemus
is another basically gospel account, just more validation that these are true stories.
Oh, so this is just leading up
eyewitnesses do you
to.
want?
This is leading up to the crucifixion. This is actually an interesting story here. Like it's very clearly fake, but like you could see, like it was made with a lot of love.
It was.
A lot of detail went into this.
Mm-hmm.
So now, anyways,
Well, I'm getting there. This is chapter 2.
you just.
I'm wanting to see. Wait, I'm just wanting to see who it was. It Demas or Gestus that ends up getting.
Do you want me to answer that? Because literally the same paragraph I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to skip too far ahead. All right, so paragraph. So what of
That's
chapter 3?
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4. Okay. Okay. All right, Gestus on the left, Demas on the right. Oh, here we go. They're nailed up along. Oh, they were nailed. So they were actually nailed. Okay. All right. So what chapter? Paragraph 3?
Chapter 3, paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4. Okay, that's the robber on the right hand, whose name is Demas, seeing the godlike grace of Jesus, thus called out, I know you, Jesus Christ, that you are the Son of God. Oh my God, I see you, Christ, adored by myriads of any pardon my sins from which I've done. Okay, yeah. So Demas is the good guy. we kind of figured that one out, but yeah. All right, we're gonna keep moving here. This is it.
Yes. All right.
And the robber having thus spoken, Jesus says to him, Amen, amen. I say to you, Demas, that today you should be with me in paradise. Okay, so Demas.
Keep scrolling down.
Robin Hood gets redeemed here. Keep scrolling down.
There's a little bit more in this paragraph you got to get to.
And he said to the robber, "Go away and tell the cherubim the powers that turn the flaming sword that guard paradise." Jesus Christ, way too much.
Yeah, the next sentence or two more sentences.
And none of the first shall see paradise until I am to come the second time to judge living and dead. And he wrote thus: Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who have come down from the heights of the heavens, who have come forth out of the bosom of the invisible Father, giggity, without being separated from him, and who have come down into the world to be made flesh and to be nailed to a cross in order that I might save Adam, whom I fashioned, to my archangelic powers, the gatekeepers of paradise, God damn, to the officers of my Father, I will and order that he who has been crucified along with me should go in, should receive remission of sins through me, and that he, having put on an incorruptible body, should go into paradise and dwell where no one has ever been able to dwell.
There
What
we
is
go.
all
And
that?
that is an executive order from Jesus. He wrote himself while he was on the cross.
How?
Hey, look, I'm not questioning an eyewitness testimony.
What?
Excuse me, but that's not eyewitness. This is the
Oh,
the
this guy, is
writing
he
of
still here or did he?
He
No, he
came
just
I
got
back.
back.
I
He
don't
just
know
came
who
back.
brought him back up.
no, the internet was interrupted in my side. Sorry, and I asked to rejoin again. I apologize. I just
How
want
did he
to
write?
say.
Also, this
This
is eyewitness testimony because it says it is at the beginning. Where does your gospel say that it's eyewitness testimony? Because this says right here at the beginning, I am Joseph of Arimathea, who begged from Pilate the body of the Lord Jesus for burial. So where's your claim of eyewitness testimony?
brother, this thing that you've been reading is not in the Bible.
I don't give a
It's
shit.
outside
It's
the
from an
Bible.
eyewitness.
It
Where's
should be.
where's the evidence? Yeah, this is better than the Bible because it's eyewitness testimony. Your Bible doesn't have anything.
But
Even Paul didn't see him.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but a liar can say, "I have an eyewitness." Would you believe him if someone is lying just because?
Would
he
you
said,
believe a
"I'm-"
book that wasn't an eyewitness?
Well, I
The
believe.
answer is yes.
Yeah.
Listen, I believe in the Bible.
That book
because I
about
read
magic
it.
is from an eyewitness. That's bullshit. This book about magic that's not from an eyewitness. Yeah, that's awesome.
Do you believe in magic?
No, because I'm not a fucking moron.
You do.
Oh,
Because you believe in this book.
You think magic is not? It doesn't exist. I can.
No.
I can prove you.
Like, I mean,
you
like
right
David
now.
Copperfield or something like that. Who's
No,
on?
no, no. I'm talking about real magic. I can prove to you. Right
Oh,
now.
real magic. None of that muggle bullshit.
If you have both, I can prove you right now that magic is real.
Okay, sweet.
But
I would like. No, hold up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold up. This is not a trick marker or anything.
Okay.
See, look. All right. I want you to use your supernatural magic powers or your magic god or whatever. Ask him to remove the cap from this marker, please.
But what would be the point, though?
It would show hundreds of people that are watching right now, 326 people on YouTube and 237 people on TikTok, that God is real and demonstrate his massive power.
Okay. Oh, so you would believe in
Yes,
God?
I
just
would
because
worship God if he takes the cap off of this marker right now.
So you're not looking for God. You're
And in fact,
looking for-
it's slow down. I want you to see just how much of an impact this would. Put a 1 in the chat on YouTube or TikTok if you would worship God if the cap from this marker comes off if this guy prays for it.
I don't think you.
But
would
look at all that.
believe in-
We have all of these people who would worship God immediately. So go ahead. God, now is your chance. Do it. Let's go.
No, I'm not gonna ask God for such a stupid thing. You have.
Oh
any
no, you
other
just
thing-
asked him. You just asked him for like faith in him earlier.
No, okay.
This is for faith in him for a whole bunch of people. What kind of a selfish prick are you that you just asked for faith for yourself? Go ahead and ask for faith for hundreds of people, man.
I am not gonna ask my God for such a little thing. This is.
It's
too
because he
little.
can't do it. He can't do it.
This is a lot of souls.
Yeah, this is a lot of
That's
souls.
little.
He can't. Your God can't do it.
So
He's
you
not.
want the
He's not
God-
powerful enough to do it.
Can I answer
Do you
through the
believe that your
Bible?
God is all powerful?
Yes, that's why he's not gonna bow down to you and do what you
Okay.
ask him to do.
Is he capable of doing it?
Okay, have you bowed down
Is he
to
capable?
him?
Is he capable? No, I'm telling him right now. I'll take my look. I'm gonna take my hat off so that he gets my telepathic like speaking right now. Oh Lord, if you're up there and you're listening,
Yuck.
I know
go
you're
ahead and
joking,
take the
but-
cap off of this marker, so that your will be done here in North fucking Texas. Go
Brother,
ahead, man.
I know God will forgive you because you are young and you still not having the understanding that
No, I'm
God
waiting for
is
this
greater than
all-powerful God to remove the marker cap. I don't think he can do it.
what.
Maybe
Listen,
I
when
should
they
pray louder.
ask
Is he
Jesus,
asleep?
yeah. This is you get it from the Bible. Yeah, well done. You show that you read some of the Bible, right?
Oh, I'm
But
well
you know
aware of
that
it.
when,
Do you want to go ahead and pour water all over the altar and stuff like that, and then light it on fire? Do
okay.
that.
Can I ask you something? You
Mhm.
know that when Jesus asked him, "Show us a miracle," what did he answer to him? To them?
No, because I can't.
No. He said to them,
Mhm.
"You evil generation wants
Isn't that what you
miracles."
asked for? You asked for God to give you faith in Him, right? You asked for a miracle, right?
Jesus told
No,
them the only
you
miracle.
asked for something, didn't you? Didn't you ask for something when you prayed?
He sure did.
Yeah.
I
So
didn't
wait,
ask
hold
for
up, hold
Ask
up.
for faith.
So you asked for something from God, but when I ask from something for God, He can't do it, and or He won't do it.
But you don't have faith. Do you have
No,
faith?
oh yeah. I've got faith. I've got a lot of faith. I got balls over them on
You
faith.
got faith in God? You got
Yep.
faith in God?
Yep. I got faith in God. Let's do it. Here we go.
You got
Take
faith in
the
God,
cap off.
right?
Let's do it. Let's go. Come on.
If you got faith in God,
Come
then
on.
ask
Now I'm looking
God,
at the
He will
cap.
do it for you.
I'm looking at it so
He
closely.
says,
It looks
ask
like
of
two caps.
anything in my name and it shall be done. So clearly, a cap should not be an issue for this all-powerful, all-merciful deity, don't you think?
Here, I'll
Okay,
even.
lady,
Here, I'm gonna loosen it up for him a little bit. Maybe he just needs a little bit of help.
Listen.
That needs
Listen,
some
brother.
WD-40.
You know,
Yeah, I do.
listen.
I might twist it or
Listen,
something.
listen,
Okay, here,
brother.
I'm just gonna set it on
Like,
top.
no,
There we
no,
go.
no.
There we go. Look,
Okay,
it's loose.
listen,
It's
listen,
loose.
brother.
I've already done half the work.
Listen. You know when the devil asked Jesus, if you
I'm not talking to the
You know,
devil.
I
I'm not
find
talking
it
to
so
Jesus. Come on.
funny. Like, I don't know why they go on these tangents. Ask anything in my name and it shall be done. Where is your fruit of the Holy Spirit? Do you not have the faith of a mustard seed? He can't remove a puny little cap.
Here, I'll hold it
Stop
sideways.
dish-galloping and do it.
Come on.
He should be able to
It's
show
like
us
really,
that he
it's
exists.
like really loose. It's just all squiggly and wiggly there.
Jaren, can I
This
try?
mountain.
Can I try my deity Priapus?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And I'll pray to Priapus, and he's going to make your hand jerk really fast because you know what, Priapus is the god of.
Oh yeah.
And it'll knock the cap off. Okay.
It
So
might. I don't
if
know.
You can just give it a shot if you know what I mean, just to prove. You know.
Well,
like the
you're
whole
first
Moses
going to
thing.
have to do your Priapus prayer, the Priap
Okay.
prayer.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about a miracle of Priapus. People earlier were trying to use the proof of the wooden, name label thing they put on the cross, right?
Yeah.
But the only wood that can last 2,000 years is that of Priapus.
Do we need an image of? No. I think that we'd get taken
Nope.
down. If it, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, don't do it. Don't do
Yeah.
it.
All right.
Amen.
What
In
you
the
haven't
name
you
of
haven't even
Priapus,
you haven't even asked for it.
In
Okay.
the
Go ahead.
name of Priapus, I compel thee.
Oh. Oh no. Oh.
Keep it going.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh
Keep
my
going till the cap's
God!
off.
It popped off.
I knew it. It did pop off.
Man, it's getting all kinds of pussy up in here.
Hey,
All right.
Brother, mocking God is not going to help you to know
Are
God.
you still here?
Unfortunately.
Well,
Hey.
you're still here, brother.
He just witnessed.
He just
We-
yeah.
we
He's
have
now a
eyewitnesses.
believer. That's how that works.
Priapus.
Before you go, you believe that he's all powerful. This God of yours. Is it possible for him to create a dick so big that even he can't suck it?
For
Well, you
Priapus,
can,
yes.
you can keep on offending God, but when
I'm not
when-
offending him.
when-
I'm asking a question. I want to know: is it possible for God to
answer
create a dick so big that
when he
even
will
he can't
answer
suck
you,
it?
when he will answer you,
I think the answer
then
is yes.
the answer you will receive. You're not gonna like.
I'm
it
gonna
because
receive
he
it,
will
huh?
show you. He will show you. He will show you that he is real. If you push him too hard like this, you know. what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, push him harder.
lies, brother. You know, God is not gonna even. He's gonna have mercy on you. He's not gonna hurt you. He's not. He's not a God
Oh,
of.
he's gonna have mercy on you, Jaren. You have to pick a safe word.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
he's gonna, you know what? He will have mercy on all of you because he loves you. He loves you. You don't have no idea. The love of God is
Windmills.
greater than your mockery and than your ignorance. God is greater than all of this. You understand? He loves you. He loves you even when you mock him. You know why he went? He went in the cross. He died for you because he loves you.
Oh,
You
he
are
did.
his child.
Oh, yeah.
You understand?
Prove that he
You are
died.
his child.
Prove that he died.
He died and he resurrected as
Yeah,
well.
sweet. Prove it.
Well, listen,
Prove it.
this is spiritual. Spiritually, I can prove it to you, but I cannot.
Spiritually, I can prove it to you, but like, if you ask for real evidence, I can't give it to you because it didn't actually happen.
Okay, if you want to believe that, brother, you're free. That's why God gave you the intelligence to decide. He didn't make you a robot.
No, actually, no. God, the real God is Serapis, and Serapis gave you the ability to think that Yahweh is a real God.
Praise him.
Who is Serapis? Your
He's
God?
he's the true God. He's truer than yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see, can you prove me this Serapis exists then?
Yeah. There he is. He's right there.
Show it to the camera. Show him to the camera.
Right up here. Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
This is
That's
your
his
God.
face. Yep. There he is.
I believe this is an idol. An idol doesn't have power, brother. God is a spirit.
Oh no.
God is a-
Did you want to see more power? Did you want to see more caps coming off? Is that what you wanted? You think that this idol doesn't have power, but yours can't even take the cap off of a marker?
My brother, listen to me. I know you're playing.
Crazy work.
This is not.
I like how he says yours doesn't have any power, and then he can't demonstrate that his has any power either. It's like, okay, cool. So yours is good, just as good as a rock from Alexandria. Pretty sure it's from Alexandria.
To Jesus and ask him, throw yourself from the cliff. And if you are the Son of God,
Yep, Alexandria.
God will send his angels.
And then a whole bunch of letters that are taking naps.
Jesus throw himself from the
Egyptian
cliff.
Arabic.
Yeah, letters that are taking naps.
You know why?
Is this guy still talking?
He is. I don't know why. We're having a dialect and he's just being rude and interrupting.
Anyways, does anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Come on up, because you're not sending your best. If this guy up here is he your champion? Really?
As a Seventh-day Priapist, I think
I'm nobody.
we've already established this God is real.
A Seventh-day Priapist. All right. By God's grace, you're doing or whatever you're saying there. Yeah, I don't really understand what you're saying, so we're gonna go ahead and drop you down.
All right.
Yeah. I like how he accepted it there at the end. He's like, all right, yeah.
Yikes.
Really fast. We do have a $5 super chat there from 612 Zeus that says, my version is, okay, the version of like faith is the excuse that you give when you don't have a good reason to believe something. They said faith is belief in what you know can't be true. Ooh, I like that. Faith is the belief in what you know can't be true.
Yeah, I like it. Fortunately, I have evidence in many ways of Priapus. I said Priapus.
I have evidence of my gods too.
Can you say that with a lisp there, Matthew? What's the name of your god?
No. That would be sacrilegious.
It's not bad. It just sounds odd.
Sacrilegious.
Yikes. Crash out in Trea Dio.
Hey Siri,
And-
remind me to kick Matthew's ass the next time I meet him.
I think I'm taking over as host now.
All right. Anyways, let's see. Moving
I was
on.
pointing out in the chat. Okay. Pointing out in the chat that Jesus got resurrected, but Priapus just gets erected.
No, I'm not going back over there. Speaking of Priapus. Let's see. Also, $5. Thank you very much from Lone Reverend. Says, did you guys use stellometry on Philo of Alexandria against the Gospels? And the answer is yes.
I want to say yes, and
Yes.
like not like to compare in terms of like did Philo write this, but yeah.
Yeah, just
like
you
they
know,
were in
it was
yeah like
in
it just
there.
it
Yeah.
happened, but it's
Yeah.
not like we were looking for something specific.
Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes there. Philo of Alexandria. And Philo of Alexandria is really interesting as well because his silence is even worse than Josephus's because he was born 20 years before Jesus was supposedly born and died 20 years after Jesus supposedly died. Never mentions Jesus. Who'd have thunk it? He was talking about like the logos, so like the word of God. Never mentions Jesus. Does mention the Therapeutai though, who the later Christians say that they are the earliest Christian monks, but he mentions them before the ministry of Jesus started. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, we got 19 pounds and 99 pence. I think I'm saying that right.
Real money?
Yes, in fact, it's more valuable
It's
money
like the
than
weight
our
of
money.
like a small dog. Oh, okay.
It's the weight of a small dog. Anyways, 19 stones. No, Lafrog, I think. Lafrog 3238 says, as a man of faith of myself, I think. I know you hold your beliefs. I cannot fault you for what you believe, but I ask you this. Why would his disciples give their lives, in most cases painful deaths, if they didn't believe in their Lord? That is a good question. The answer is they didn't. We don't have any mention of literally any of the disciples outside of Christianity. Not one. We don't have any of the 13 disciples mentioned outside of Christianity once. And it's pretty bad. That is pretty bad because we don't even know that they lived, let alone died. A lot of the claims of their deaths and stuff like that show up far later. And even when they talk about their deaths, they don't like talk about how they die until much later. Like this particular comment, this super chat said, in most cases, painful deaths. We don't have any evidence of this. None. The most commonly cited one or thought of one is Peter, said to have been crucified like upside down, but that's from the Acts of Peter, which is a Christian apocryphal work from like the late 2nd century, and it also includes a talking dog in it. So yeah, like people generally don't think that Acts of Peter is legit, especially Protestants. They don't think so, but because of the tradition that it started about how Peter was unalived, they continue that tradition. They continue to say that even though it comes from a book that they wouldn't agree with the rest of it. So it's just kind of sad.
I like the pink ensemble. You missed it.
What? Oh, was there a? Oh, sorry, I was on the.
You got a
wrong screen.
pink scarf and a pink cowboy hat. It was cute.
Oh, I've seen that one. Thank you very much. A pink pony club.
Of course.
And Matthew, are you familiar with the Acts of Peter?
Peter.
I hate you. All right. Christina the Godless. How's it going?
Yes. It's
Hey,
going.
Christina.
Hi, Hanji. Number one, I came up here to say you're welcome for being the reason we still talk about Priapus to this day.
Thank you.
So I feel like they say be the change that you want to see in the world. And I feel like
there's not enough dicks.
I really accomplished that with asking you guys those questions. And
that
then
was on Girls
also-
Gone Godless, everybody. The podcast Girls Gone Godless, season 2, episode 8, I believe.
Yes. Find us wherever you find podcasts.
Or Girls That Are Godless.
Yes. And then, have we discussed before that, do you think it's a coincidence that Jesus has 13 holes and 13 disciples?
No coincidence at all, darling.
I'm just saying, God doesn't make mistakes, right? Jared, you love me.
Welcome
You're
to the
gonna
last
drop me,
episode
aren't
of CBJ here.
Praise be to Priapus.
So this is why I don't panel people. We got Hanji up here, Matthew up here, Christina the Godless up here, and it just goes nuts.
Listen.
Don't,
Me and you
Matthew.
were
Don't,
actually
Matthew.
sharing
I
the
saw
same
you
debate.
unmute. You're not saying shit.
Me and you
He's
share the
laughing,
same
though.
brain because we were saying a lot of things at the same time.
I know that he giggled. I was really
Oh,
hoping
yeah,
to hear it, but it's fine.
Did he mute me? Did you mute me?
I didn't mute
He
you.
did.
You unmuted. And I
said
knew
what you said. I just copied the word you said. Nuts.
Okay.
I'm
You can lever. You can pull the lever, Crawl.
Oh, I'm not pulling the lever. I'm not pulling the lever. I'm
You're not gonna pull your lever?
No.
Maybe I should see myself out.
Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up.
Gang, gang. Along with Oliver.
Matthew, are you going to go live anytime soon?
I don't know. Probably not. Look at how this is going.
Not well. Hanji, when are you going live next?
Whenever I feel like it.
It's a Pink Pony Club. I love
No,
it.
I keep missing it. I keep missing
The
it.
nickname for those Pink Pony Clubs.
Hi, Katie.
They're just called Pink Cowboys or something.
I don't know. But when you're done, can you call me because I did call you.
You called me?
I did.
I gotta call this guy. I've got a scheduled call
to me now.
Yeah, I've got to talk to him about what we can and can't say on the CBJ Live.
Okay. Oh yeah, I forget it's recorded now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, I don't think I've said anything bad. Everything I've said has been pretty timid. It's just the listener's interpretation may not, take it the very clean way I meant it.
It takes it somehow.
Somehow, some way.
Step up for God. So Muhammad never existed either. No, Muhammad existed. We have contemporary evidence of him. You know who we don't have contemporary evidence for? Jesus or Paul. Prove Stylo exists by showing me the kitten. I don't know where the kitten is. Well, nah, he got his first round of shots today, so he's kind of lethargic right now. But I guess he grew up with a sibling, and so but we don't have the sibling, so we had to go out and get a new one. So we adopted another one.
Jane, you have a request for a happy anniversary in the chat.
For what? What's going on?
Read the chat.
The chat?
What?
The YouTube or the okay? It's not that hard to wish me a happy anniversary. 35 years. 35 years. Well, damn. 35 years. That's impressive. That is very impressive.
That's longer than me. That's longer than I've been around.
Matthew.
I corrected myself. And first off,
He
just
did
because
correct
you
you.
interpret everything I say that way doesn't mean that's how I mean.
Longer than you doesn't even apply.
Damn.
It does. It was just, I don't always
measure,
speak so perfectly.
He's a grower,
as you
not
do.
a shower.
I'm learning how to speak on the lives, And
Please is a grower, not a shower. We learn.
Yeah.
You look so emo right now.
He does.
Look at emo cowboy. Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Anyways, so if if you have even remotely come close to a anniversary, close to what Pixie has, which is 35 years, put something in the chat there. But I think Pixie's Place has us all beat for how long we've been married. 35 years? 35 years.
That's good.
That yeah, wow. That is, it's pretty good.
It's a long time with the same dick. I'm just saying.
Right.
Hey, Pixies
Okay,
didn't
I
say
gotta
that
go.
it was
I'm
the
too
same.
elevated.
She didn't say it
I'm
was
too
the
elevated,
same.
and I'm gonna say something.
Pixie's all out there. She's like, man, everything's cool in the hacky sack world. That's. I don't know. I don't know. I
What
don't
you
know.
say on the lives.
Whoa, Mark Denham says 44 years. Damn.
Oh wow.
See, that's 33 this week there from Mom's Red Kitchen. So we got 34, 44, 33, hacking a lot of sacks. Pixie says, you guys are making my day.
Aww.
39 with Mr. Eddie. Yeah, the Mr. Eddie was at the meetup. 39 years just cruising around. Well, I don't think all 39 years of that was cruising around in his RV, but it'd be cool. And
Can you
then
get the lever?
Oh, you're getting the lever?
Yeah.
Actually, this is
Bye.
wait, here. I'm just gonna do this one. Where is it? Damn it! Where is it? Well, here we go. All right.
That was cute. That was cute.
$5 on Super Chat from Alan0465 says Strauss's work, The Life of Jesus Critically Examined, is a great one for getting people to understand the nature of the Gospels. I recommend it. I don't. Do I know that one? I don't know if I know that one.
I don't, so I'm Googling it. David Strauss is a liberal Protestant theologian, and he's from a long time ago. And yeah, while not denying that Jesus existed, Strauss argued that the miracles in the New Testament were mythical additions with little basis in fact.
Well, this particular book, it says, The Life of Jesus Critically Examined is a foundational 1835 text by German theologian David Friedrich Strauss. It revolutionized biblical scholarship by rejecting the supernatural elements of the gospel and introducing the myth theory, which treated the miraculous accounts as symbolic expressions of early Christian faith rather than historical facts. So it kind of starts the ball going on like, hey, maybe this is just a myth. And I guess while it didn't say that the natural Jesus was a myth, it at least started with the supernatural there. It does say that Strauss argued... Interesting. Okay, Strauss argued that the gospel narratives reflect the theological desires and messianic expectations of the Jewish community at the time. So it's kind of knocking on the door of mythicism there. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for your recommendation there, Alan0465. Thank you. All right. Anything else there from Matthew or Handri before I say peace out, Girl Scout, put me down for some Thin Mints?
Nah, I'll probably stay quiet.
Call me.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Thank you.
Theo.
Oh, wait, hold up. We may have one other person. Maybe. Baby. Let's check. Glitch, what you got? Glitch, you there?
He's glitching.
Sounds like he's praising Priapus.
Those were crunching sounds. I don't
Yeah,
know if
he's
that
got
should
the
have
thing.
happened. If you're praising Priapus, if you know what I mean, and and you hear crunching sounds, that's not good. By the way, do you remember when we used to say, if you know what I mean, to like everything?
Yeah.
I believe it.
So we used to do it. It was more, I think, an attempt to like to like piss off our girlfriends. because they would say that we made a bunch of jokes, like we're always joking around, and so we're like, no, and so we would say like just normal benign statements, and then just say, if you know what I mean, at the very end. It had nothing to do with it, but it would just force somebody to think that way.
All I do is joke around. I don't see the issue here.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't, if you know what I mean.
See, like it just immediately, it's terrible. Needless to say, we were not with those girls for very long. And for good reason. They dumped us very hard. If you know what I mean. Anyways. Yeah, Elizabeth Harry takes heartbreak. You say mucho. Yeah. Well, yeah, naturally.
You know what he means.
Yeah. Well, naturally we didn't have relationships there in high school that lasted too terribly long.
They just didn't know what we meant.
Man, I didn't know what we meant half the time. Yeah, try that with current spouses equals divorce. Yeah, that's why we haven't done it in a long time.
If you know what I mean.
Look what you started. We're not gonna stop.
If you know what I mean. All right. Okay. The gaslighting is unreal. At least you had relationships. Yeah, I guess so. Throughout high school, Matthew actually had more girlfriends than I did.
I believe it.
If you know what I mean. All right, we're done. All right. Miss Missy Blues with the red hair says, I was in and out, if you know what I mean.
Pause.
Oh, man. Tom said, but of what caliber? Oh, my God. Oh, man.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Actually, Matthew's girlfriends were like smart. Like
That's a shock to you?
Like they were like really no, like the caliber that he's talking about, like they were just really smart people. Like and by smart, I'm not like, oh, like surprisingly smart, like for a girl or something. No, I mean like one of his girlfriends was legitimately one of the smartest people that I knew. Like legitimately.
And
like,
your caliber?
Like super smart. I didn't like her. Sorry, Matt. But she was really smart.
I want to know. Wait, no, fuck that. I want to know your caliber. What was your caliber? He had the smart ones. You had the which ones?
Don't worry about it. What was that, Matthew?
It's in the live now that we're getting personal.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. It's time to hop off here. All right. Yeah. And what did I have?
Arby's, we have the meats.
You had the crazy ones. We know.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
Anyways, I will see you guys later. How did you end up with someone who eats guinea pigs? I didn't know about the guinea pigs before I started dating her.
That was just a bonus.
Stop drilling, you've hit oil. You know, over in Ecuador, we eat guinea pigs. My penis can only get so erect. Anyways, let's see. We also have a super chat there from 612 Zeus for $6.12. Says, celebrating 18 years taking care of my own business, if you know what I mean.
Windows.
Oh, that's terrible. Yes, and they're called Cooey. Cooey is what
Chewy?
No, not not
Cooey?
Cooey. Yeah, it's a guinea pig. Cooey.
Oh.
Yeah. Should see into the chat probably.
Hi.
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 Oh yeah, that's a kid. Okay.
It's
Cena later.
yeah, it's your niece.
All
Look,
right.
he's waving.
All right. Well, I will see all of you beautiful people later, and some of you ugly ones as well.
You gonna Cena later us?
And his name is John C.
He needed to go. All right. Well, I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. We'll be down for the Thin Mints. Hey, there's Bree there in the chat. Got to make sure that I play the squeaks there. I mean, over there they are. Matt is already calling me. He thought that the live ended. No, he was just removed. Wait, hold on. I'm still on the live.
John.
What? What did you say?
Kicked me off.
Yeah, I kicked you off.
What is this about?
It's me being jealous of your high school prowess.
Priapism. Okay. What do you want me to get off or get back on?
I'm gonna end it like right now. It's done. Okay. All right, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Ridiculous.